Chapter 397. After a brief moment of confusion, Audrey quickly understood what Sun was talking about. He said that Mr. Fool had sent his angel to purify Amon's avatar. Angel. Mr. Fool had sent an angel. Mr. Fool really has an angel as an attendant. Every angel has at least the strength of a sequence too. Although this is only to be expected and something I've long expected, it's still exciting because it's finally been confirmed. And only deities can control angels. Audrey's eyes glowed with excitement as she couldn't help but imagine what Mr. Fool's angel looked like. I wonder when I'll be lucky enough to meet one. She looked at the end of the long bronze table with eyes filled with reverence and fervor. At the same time, her spiritual perception told her that the usually gloomy Mr. World had also sat up straight in shock. This made her feel inexplicably pleased. Magicians' furs recalled the incident from before. She had only requested Mr. Fool's help to interfere with the divination, but she ended up seeing a 12-winged angel descend and envelop her spirit body with its wings. It's indeed an angel, a 12-winged angel with pitch-black wings. And this is indeed Mr. Fool's usual way of doing things. He casually sent an angel to help resolve the crisis of the gathering members. Furs suddenly didn't dare to look up at the man sitting leisurely at the end of the long bronze table. Although she was only a sequence 9, and although she hadn't received a complete mysticism education, she had been in different Beyonder circles for 3 years. Certain matters would reach her ears, even if she didn't deliberately seek them out. There was a very important point in this. Do not look directly at God. In the past, Furs didn't have a deep impression of the sentence. But at this moment, she suddenly felt that it was the truth, a truth that had been summed up from countless lessons of blood and tears. Angel. Mr. Fool really has an angel by his side. The hanging man felt a wave of horror and inexplicable excitement, so much so that his body trembled slightly. Previously, telling him his honorific name, responding to the prayers, and the ritual indirectly indicated that Mr. Fool was equivalent to a deity, but this still lacked direct evidence. And now an angel had appeared. His existence itself was enough to explain many things. Among them, the most important thing was that angels represented the most direct deterrence. Mr. Fool isn't without influence in the real world. Even without a blessed, he can still radiate his dignity to a certain region. Alger instantly thought of many things. He broke out into a cold sweat over his superficiality, but he also felt that the future was filled with hope. Then he pondered the details in Sun's words. Mr. Fool didn't directly let the angel descend. Instead, he first taught Sun a ritual. Through that ritual, he sent the angel to purify Amon's avatar. This was a huge detour. Does this mean that Mr. Fool has to break through many obstacles in order to influence the real world? This is consistent with my previous judgment that he is sealed and restrained. But perhaps there's something special about the forsaken land of the gods? Mr. Fool didn't act like this before because he escaped a little. He was gradually breaking free. Sitting at the Fool's seat, Klein slowly surveyed his surroundings. He could clearly sense Miss Justice's reverence and eagerness, as well as Mr. the Hanging Man's horror and excitement. Didn't they treat me like a god in the past? Why would he behave like this after hearing about angels? From the looks of it, indirect proof is ultimately inferior to a direct display of deterrence. In the future, if there are new members who doubt me, I'll make preparations in advance. I'll let World jump out and speak nonsense. Then I'll casually point at him and kill him as a warning to others. When things calm down, I'll create another world. Klein's thoughts gradually scattered. Sun didn't quite understand the reactions of Mr. the Hanging Man and Miss Justice. From his point of view, wasn't it normal for a deity, a mighty existence, to have angels serving him? He waited for a few seconds before saying, "After Mon's avatar was purified, I coughed out a worm. It's identical to the one in the dungeon. Do you know what it is?" With the Fool Klein's help, Sun successfully conjured a translucent worm with 12 transparent rings on it. Audrey and Magician's Furs looked over curiously and shook their heads at the same time, indicating that they had never seen or heard of such a worm. 12 rings. In the Book of Secrets, similar symbols are related to time. The Aman family is the descendant of the ancient sun god, and in ancient times people believed that the sun and time were related. This can barely be considered an explanation. It can be verified from two aspects. However, why is the eternal blazing sun only an inextinguishable light, the embodiment of order, the god of contracts and the guardian of commerce, but no longer in the domain of time? In order to maintain his image as the fool, Klein wasn't in a hurry to answer. He had a smile on his face, and his gaze was warm. The hanging man Alger thought for a moment before saying, "It should be a medium for Aman to create an avatar." It should be a medium for Aman to create an avatar. In myths and legends, there's a worm that looks similar to it. It has 12 transparent rings, and it's called a worm of time. However, no one has ever seen a worm of time. Many people suspect that it's actually the name of a sequence potion. Worm of time. It's very close to my guess, although this is only a mythical story spread among beyonders of the church's middle and higher echelons. The information itself is of considerable value. For the hanging man to say it for everyone to hear, is it because he has already received payment and learned a lot of important information from young son? Klein felt wistful and amused when he heard that. Worm of time, a medium for Aman to create an avatar. Sun muttered softly to himself, as though he had resolved many of his doubts. He asked curiously, "What can it be used for?" "I'm referring to it when it's dead." "I don't know." Under Sun's trusting and respectful gaze, the hanging man Alger suddenly felt a little ashamed. At this moment, the fool who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table calmly said, "It's the main ingredient for certain rituals." This was a deduction made by Klein based on the contents of the Book of Secrets. However, he wasn't worried that he would say something wrong, because it was almost impossible to verify. If you can't find a ritual that requires a worm of time, it only means that you aren't knowledgeable enough. However, he wasn't worried that he would say something wrong, because it was almost impossible to prove otherwise. Klein leisurely added, in his heart, certain rituals. Audrey and company instantly let their imaginations run wild. "Thank you, great Mr. Fool." Son Derek half stood up and bowed. Then he changed the topic to the matter that concerned the existence of the City of Silver. "The expedition team has returned." "I'm referring to the expedition team led by Shepherd Elder Lovia. They completed the exploration of the fallen creator's half-destroyed temple and returned to the City of Silver. And I discovered that the personalities of the team members I'm familiar with have changed. They've been corrupted by the true creator," the hanging man Alger pointed out without hesitation. "The true creator?" Audrey couldn't help but glance at the end of the long bronze table. She remembered very clearly that the true creator's descent had been foiled by Mr. Fool's Blessed. She had previously guessed that the leader of her tarot was going to be the nemesis of evil gods. "Really?" Derek asked in disbelief. The hanged man said in an unperturbed tone, "Describe the changes in them in detail." "It feels like he's still the same person, but he's very different from before. His optimism has turned gloomy, and his bright smile is only a polite smile." Son Derek recounted all the abnormalities he had discovered, including the sudden improvement of Shepherd Elder Lovia's condition. The hanging man Alger deliberated and said, "The situation might be worse than you can imagine. The situation may be more serious than you think. Contamination is the best possibility. If they've already sincerely believed in the truth, the fallen creator, that would be troublesome and irredeemable. No matter what, their personalities, thoughts, and views will be distorted, turning them into latent lunatics. You can start from this aspect and let the other members of the 6-member council discover that something is amiss." "I've already reported it, but the chief doesn't seem to believe me," Derek said in a low voice, feeling slightly aggrieved. Magician's Furs couldn't help but sigh. That's because your chief suspects that you've been possessed by Amon and that you're plotting something detrimental to the City of Silver. Then what should I do? Even if I tell them of the existence of the fallen creator, will they not believe me? Son Derek asked anxiously. The hanging man pondered for 2 seconds. Actually, that chief of yours should have already begun paying attention to the shepherd and the members of the expedition team. For your City of Silver to survive to this day, the upper echelons still have the most basic level of vigilance. They won't let go of any possible threat. The only problem is that they definitely don't place enough importance on it. It might not even be as important as you and Amon. Without waiting for Sun to speak, he deliberated and said, Perhaps you can use this matter to get rid of the suspicion on you. Find a chance to make one of the exploration team members show the most complete abnormality and have a conflict with him. This way, the other members of the 6-member council will notice that something is wrong and pay more attention to them. And at the same time hand over the suspected worm of time and say that in the midst of the conflict, you suddenly fell into a trance and didn't know what had happened. All you heard was someone shouting the true creator, and when you snapped to your senses, you had already coughed out the worm. When it comes to an evil god, there are many methods and powers that cannot be used. Your chief will logically guess that Amon's avatar had a conflict with the mental corruption left behind by the true creator, and he eventually died as a deadworm. The surveillance on you will definitely be greatly reduced. If you stay put for a while longer, the suspicions will be completely eliminated. Why does Mr. the Hanging Man seem very skilled in this aspect? Audrey thought with her mouth, slightly agape. Sun's eyes lit up when he heard that. He felt that Mr. the Hanging Man was indeed trustworthy for coming up with such a good idea. Then how should I make that exploration team member display the most thorough and most abnormal state? He quickly asked. Alger fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds, he said, That's right. After a few seconds, he said, I don't know. He then added, Don't worry. If only there were items related to the true creator. Chapter 398. Klein knew very well why Miss Justice was looking at him. Knowing about the Lenivus incident, she definitely believed that he and the true creator had many conflicts, both in the open and in the shadows. It was normal for him to have the corresponding items, and the number might even be quite a lot. From a logical point of view, there's nothing wrong with her thoughts. And in fact, I've interacted with the true creator time and time again, and I do have items that match the description. Klein sighed inwardly. It wasn't a question whether he should help little Sunday. There were many monsters in the forsaken land of the gods where the City of Silver was located, and they could gather many beyonder ingredients that were already rather rare in the northern and southern continents. Furthermore, their history had never been interrupted, nor had it been distorted by any deity or church. It was the most direct representation of the stories and secrets before the cataclysm, and it contained a lot of extremely valuable knowledge, be it from the standpoint of the tarot leader or purely considering the benefits. Klein didn't plan on giving up Little Sun and the City of Silver unless it was completely hopeless. However, there were some words that weren't suitable for Mr. Fool to say. Just as Audrey was looking at Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in a thick gray fog, the silent world spoke. I have an item that contains the mental corruption of the true creator. He was referring to the all-black eye left behind by Nimblewright Master Rosago. An item that contains the mental corruption of the true creator. The hanging man Alger thought as he organized his words. This might be able to help Sunday. Once those members of the expedition team sense that the true creator's mind is beside them, there's a high chance that they'll mutate on the spot. The world looked at Sun and laughed hoarsely. Lad, I can lend you that item, but what can you give me in return? Upon seeing Hope, Sun's mind raced as he recalled what had happened at the gathering. I can help you collect the characteristics of the human-skinned shadow, the mutated pituitary gland of the 1,000-faced hunter's brain, or one of the 1,000-faced hunter's blood. I will also try to find a way to remove the uncontrollables, mental contamination from the items. Whichever I get first, I'll take it as my reward. Here, human skin shadows were relatively easier to encounter. They belonged to the more terrifying types of monsters in the depths of the darkness. At this moment, Derek wasn't considering whether the value was equivalent. Although borrowing an item contaminated by the true creator was obviously not as good as the conditions he had proposed, in the current situation he could grit his teeth and accept whatever high price the other party offered. Therefore, he might as well take the initiative to show his sincerity. The world nodded slightly. Very good. I'll ask Mr. Fool to lend it to you. As he spoke, he conjured the appearance of the all-black eye and added, It's equivalent to a sequence 5 beyonder. If you lose it, you have to compensate me. Also, return it to me immediately after this matter is over. This was something Klein couldn't say as the Fool. As a secret existence at the level of a deity, if he kept talking about compensation and remembered to return it to me, he would fall from the sky to the ground. In addition, Klein also considered the latent dangers that existed in the future. Items like the all-black eye were the type that he had used in the real world. If he were to rope in new members who knew of this matter, they would be able to confirm certain matters from this point. Therefore, Sherlock Moriarty being equivalent to the world was clearly much better than Sherlock Moriarty being equivalent to the Fool. If one's strength doesn't match one's status, one can only tremble in fear, as though one is treading on thin ice or facing an abyss. The Fool Klein sighed silently, seeing that Mr. Fool didn't reject the world's request, nor did he point out that there was a problem with the deal. Derek heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly agreed to all the requests. At the same time, Audrey was sincerely happy for little Sunday. The hanging man, Alger, thought for a moment and slowly exhaled. He deliberated and said to Sun, Don't be too optimistic. You have to grasp the specifics. First, you have to choose an opportunity. You can't put yourself in danger. It's best if there's only one member of the exploration team present, and there are many other residents of the City of Silver, or they might be imprisoned or sealed. You have to use a wall of spirituality to seal the container of the item in advance, preventing others from directly noticing it. Only then will you be able to control the progress of the matter. In addition, you have to consider how to hide the item after the matter is over. You can't let the 6-member council discover it, or you won't be able to clear your name of suspicion. If such a gullible fellow were to die, it would be very difficult for me to obtain information about the forsaken land of the gods and the secrets of ancient times. The hanging man didn't feel that there was any problem with him providing help. Under his guidance, Sun gradually came up with a complete plan and clarified a few key points that he needed to pay attention to. Thank you, Mr. the Hanging Man. Thank you. Thank you. He sincerely expressed his gratitude to the tarot members, making Audrey feel a sense of satisfaction from doing a good deed. With Sun's matter coming to an end, Magician Furs, who had witnessed everything, suddenly had an idea. She flicked her slightly curled long hair. I want to know which family the apprentice pathway belongs to. I'm willing to use a chapter from Sights in the spirit world in exchange. Although this is considered to be the ravings of a fanatic, according to my experiences in entering and exiting the spirit world, many of the descriptions in it are true. Sights in the spirit world was one of the mysticism notebooks that Mrs. Elisa had left behind for her. The content in it was illogical and absurd. Just reading it would make one irascible. But after entering and exiting the spirit world 3 times due to various reasons, Furs realized that what was recorded in the notebook might not be the ravings. Sights in the spirit world. The Fool Klein leaned back slightly and controlled the world to speak before the hanging man could answer. I know the answer, and I can give you some corresponding information for free. He knew very well that the hanging man could also answer the magician's question. It's not good to have competition. You even have to pair it with freebies. Klein silently lampooned. All right. Furs was overjoyed. She realized that tarot was indeed a lot more high-end than the other Beyonder circles she had participated in before. Many difficult questions could be answered here. At that moment, the world asked in a hoarse voice, "What's going on?" Do you want to be the only one to hear the answer? Or do you want everyone to hear it? The magician's furs considered for a few seconds and said to Audrey and company surprise, "You're right. Let's put it this way. From her point of view, the answer to her question wasn't of much help to others. It didn't matter even if they knew. And if Mr. World left something out or didn't describe it completely, and others happened to know the corresponding content, she could use the same sites in the Spirit World chapter to seek a way to complete it. She thought this was even more important. The world wasn't surprised, as he said in a low, hoarse voice. In the fourth epoch, the apprentice pathway was controlled by the House of Abraham. Later, it flowed into the hands of the Tamara family, who had a long-term friendship with them. In the fifth epoch, which is the current epoch, the Theosophy order also has the apprentice and trickmaster potion formulas. It is widely believed to be related to the Abraham and Tamara families. Of course, there are also people who suspect that the Theosophy order is actually the demonist sect in disguise. Considering that Miss Magicians had already encountered a member of the House of Abraham, Klein manipulated the world to add, "It said that the House of Abraham has been suffering from the curse of the bloodline for a long time. They have no choice but to live separately to avoid danger. Bloodline curse." Magicians, Furza's eyes widened as she thought of her own fate. Mrs. Alice's husband belongs to the House of Abraham. That Mr. Lawrence also belongs to the House of Abraham? That's why she said that as long as one isn't a member of this family, one wouldn't be cursed. But I used that bracelet. It belongs to the House of Abraham? Furza's heart was once again bitten by regret. This was also the first time the hanging man Alger and Justice Audrey had heard of the House of Abraham's bloodline curse. They had their own thoughts, and no one spoke for a moment. After a while, Magicians first took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, Mr. World. Thank you, Mr. World. You have answered the greatest question in my heart. I will make a copy of the first chapter of Sights in the Spirit World after the gathering ends and offer it to Mr. Fool. Mr. Fool, is that all right?" The magicians are descendants of the House of Abraham. It's no wonder she can enter and exit the spirit world with her body. She must have the corresponding mystical item. The hanging man suddenly looked at her. Furs is from the House of Abraham. She was born in an ancient family that dates back to the fourth epoch. Justice Audrey nodded as though she was in thought. After receiving an affirmative answer from Mr. Fool, Magicians Furs relaxed and began searching for the Beyonder ingredients: spirit eaters, stomach pouch, and deep-sea marlin's blood. Unfortunately, Sun hadn't gone out during this period of time, so he didn't find anything. As for the hanging man, he only mentioned that there were clues to the deep-sea marlin's blood. No one had obtained the wind-blessed potion formula, and Justice Audrey wasn't in a hurry to purchase the psychiatrist formula because she was about to join psychological alchemy. Klein originally wanted to sell either the werewolf Beyonder characteristic or the biological poison bottle, but considering how compatible the latter was with his spirit body, as well as the member's current financial situation, he temporarily gave up on the idea. The trading session quickly ended, and the gathering reached the stage where everyone shared their knowledge. Audrey slowly looked around and smiled. Chapter 399. Black Emperor? The hanging man, who was absent-mindedly listening to Miss Justice's narration, suddenly looked up, his gaze subconsciously turning sharp. Only then did he know that the card in Mr. Fool's hand was one of the cards of blasphemy created by Roselle the Great. Its name was Dark Emperor. Does this have anything to do with Mr. Fool? The hanging man, Alger, quickly glanced at the end of the long bronze table before lowering his head. If it's really done by Mr. Fool's blessed, this matter definitely isn't simple. Alger listened carefully to Miss Justice's subsequent description. Magicians Furs, who had long learned of this matter from Zio and had some guesses, also secretly sized up Mr. Fool, hoping to figure out the truth from this hidden existence's reaction. However, the Fool remained as calm as usual in the thick gray fog. Similarly, Audrey, who who didn't find anything, paused and continued. The victim was the tycoon Capim. Many rumors point to him as the biggest human trafficker in Bakeland. Hero, bandit, dark emperor infiltrated his villa and took his life and rescued many innocent girls imprisoned in the dungeon. When Capim's body was found, it was covered with a deck of tarot cards. His face was judgment and the emperor. She didn't mention the safe because she didn't think it was important. Covered in tarot cards. Is this our tarot signature? Wait a minute. Human traffickers? The hanging man Alger keenly captured the phrase. He turned to the end of the long bronze table thoughtfully and asked humbly, Mr. Fool, is Capim related to the disappearance of the colonial slaves? The latter was a mission assigned to him by the Church of the Storm. He had once locked onto a suspect named Baron and asked justice, magicians, and world in Bakeland to keep an eye out for him. Therefore, when he heard human traffickers, Alger instinctively believed that it had something to do with the disappearance of many tribes in the southern continent and the escape of many slaves from the many islands in the Sonia Sea. He believed that only such matters that seemed to contain a secret could pique Mr. Fool's interest. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that Mr. Fool's Blessed is acting independently. It's impossible for him to wait for everything to be arranged. He's like a puppet that's being manipulated, the hanging man Alger thought. Is Capim related to the recent disappearance of slaves in the colony? On careful thought, I can't rule out that possibility. There are 4 Beyonders in his villa. That's abnormal in itself. Even if a tycoon like him were to hire Beyonders as bodyguards, he would at most have 1 sequence 7 and 2 sequence 8 or 9 Beyonders. Back then, that Horus, including the mystical item, was equivalent to a sequence 5 Beyonder. Klein was reminded by the hanging man's words, and he immediately thought of many things. He felt that the matter could be vaguely connected. However, he was unable to confirm his guess. All he could do was skip the hangman's question and chuckle. He chuckled and said, My blessed made some trivial contributions in this matter. Indeed, Audrey's eyes lit up as she cheered inwardly. Indeed, this is the first thing I've encountered in real life related to tarot. Magician's Furs was half delighted and half wistful. The hanging man Alger believed that Mr. Fool's words had indirectly proved his guess. Capim, this human trafficker, was definitely not simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed the help of a secret existence's blessed. And there was a high chance that the human trafficker and the disappearance of the slaves were related in some way. Without waiting for Miss Justice to speak, the fool Klein tapped the edge of the long ancient table and added leisurely, he obtained the remnant characteristics of 2 Beyonders in this matter. And he hopes to sell them as soon as possible. One of the 2 remnant characteristics corresponds to sequence 8 Sheriff, while the other corresponds to sequence 7 Interrogator. Sheriff, Interrogator, isn't this the arbiter pathway that the Augustus family controls? Only members of the royal family, ancient nobles, and the military can obtain it. One of them is backing Capim? I can't rule out the possibility that it's the Fainapotter Kingdom's Castilla family. The hanging man Alger frowned slightly, increasingly feeling that the disappearance of the slaves wasn't that simple. Audrey's thoughts were similar to his. She never expected that the Beyonder in Capim's villa would be of the arbiter pathway. It's impossible for a faction that has the corresponding formula to collude with a human trafficker, like Capim. Audrey pursed her lips slightly, feeling puzzled and confused. Sheriff? Furs knew that her good friend, Zio, was saving up for the potion ingredients for the sequence. She hurriedly sat up and asked in puzzlement, Mr. Fool, what are the characteristics left behind by Beyonders? This reaction was different from what I had expected. Shouldn't he have directly asked how many gold pounds? That's right. I don't recall telling Miss Magicians about the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility. Klein was slightly taken aback as he deliberated over his tone. And at this moment, Audrey took the initiative to speak. Mr. Fool, can I answer this question? she will give you the corresponding remuneration directly. She was friends with Furs, and because she was worried that Mr. Fool wouldn't share his knowledge in that area, she volunteered. No problem, Klein replied with a smile. Miss Justice is always anxious for what I'm anxious for. He sighed inwardly. Phew. Audrey silently heaved a sigh of relief and turned to face Furs. She deliberately didn't use a noble's pronunciation or words. Do you want to know the answer? What are you willing to pay for it? Magicians, Furs nodded without hesitation. Of course. She looked at the figure shrouded in gray fog and asked respectfully, Mr. Fool, can I use another chapter of sights in the spirit world as payment? She had specially emphasized in addition because she knew that the sights in the spirit world chapter for Mr. World had to be sacrificed to Mr. Fool first, and knowledge that could be browsed at any time didn't seem to have the value of a transaction. This didn't mean that she suspected that a god-level figure like Mr. Fool would peak, but she felt that changing the chapter would show more sincerity. Sometimes, powerful people only cared about your attitude. Furs had read similar sayings in many novels before. Klein, who was leaning back in his chair, replied in a nonchalant tone, Sure. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Magicians, Furs couldn't help but smile. Her intuition told her that she was about to come into contact with some secret high-level knowledge. Audrey was completely relieved as she smiled faintly and said, In the Beyonder world, there's such a law. Remember, it's a law. In similar pathways, the total number of Beyonder characteristics is conserved. It won't decrease or increase. It will only be transferred from one thing to another, and it will only change from one form to another. Therefore, after a Beyonder dies, their characteristics will be separated, equivalent to the main ingredient of a potion. As long as you know the corresponding supplementary ingredients, you can use them to concoct the potion of that sequence. Well, except for the ones left behind by rampagers. There are too many latent dangers, so they can only be used as artifacts. After a Beyonder dies, their characteristics will be separated, equivalent to the main ingredient of a potion. At this moment, Furs felt as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through her mind, allowing her to understand many things. So the relic Mrs. Elisa gave me was her own Beyonder characteristic. So every Beyonder is equivalent to a walking ingredient in the eyes of others. How dark! Furs clenched her fists tightly. She felt that the Beyonder world was essentially filled with madness. However, she didn't feel disgusted because she had consumed the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Mrs. Elisa to advance. Instead, it gave her a faint sense of warmth. After losing her mother and before getting to know Zio, Mrs. Elisa was the person who treated her the best. To Furs, being able to inherit her relic and have her always be with her was a sad but warm experience. So that's how it is. The law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility. In other words, the characteristics left behind by a Sheriff Beyonder are equivalent to all the main ingredients of that potion. Furs asked in a bid for confirmation. Yes. Audrey also thought of Zio. Magician's Furs immediately stood up and bowed to the mysterious existence that was looking down at everything. Mr. Fool, can you ask your adorer to keep the Beyonder characteristic of Sheriff for a while longer? I want to buy it, but I don't have enough money for the time being. Give me another week, all right? Sure. Klein put on an attitude that said he didn't care about the matter at all. Furs heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked, How many pounds does your adorer want for this? Each Beyonder ingredient corresponding to a sequence 8 is about 300 pounds. Klein smiled. 600 pounds. After reporting the number, he immediately changed the topic to show that he didn't care about the characteristics left behind by a sequence 8 Beyonder. He looked around and conjured a few pieces of parchment. This is part of the meaning of Roselle's secret symbols. It's considered free knowledge so that you can better collect the diary. This included the number and the date. The reason why Klein taught the tarot members this knowledge was because he was afraid that they would buy fake goods in the future. Just from the date alone, I can at least eliminate most fake products. Klein chuckled inwardly. Audrey and the others were pleasantly surprised. They didn't expect to receive such a harvest in the end, although they had already discovered that the secret symbols on the parchment were the simplest ones. They believed that this was a good start. If there was a first, there would be a second and a third. After a few more exchanges, Klein said in a calm tone, "Let's call it a day." "As you wish." Audrey, Alger, and the others stood up at the same time and bowed. Chapter 400. After returning to the real world, Furs sat in front of her desk and thought about the matters related to the house of Abraham. She had a brand new understanding of the few words mentioned in the mysticism notebooks. So that's how it is. It's no wonder Mrs. Elisa wasn't willing to inform Mr. Lawrence of her and her husband's deaths. Come to think of it, the house of Abraham is really pitiful and sorrowful. Furs muttered to herself and took out sights in the spirit world from a pile of ordinary books. She planned on copying the first and second chapters. For this, she entered cogitation and adjusted her breathing, hoping to be in her best state. Otherwise, just copying the contents of sights in the spirit world would bring her mania and chaos. These words clearly don't have any spirituality, but once they are combined to describe those absurd scenes, it seems to have the ability to affect a person's emotions. I'll rest for 5 minutes every 5 minutes. I don't want to lose control because of this. Furs took out a small and exquisite pocket watch and placed it diagonally in front of the desk. City of Silver, Berg household. Derek woke up. His eyes were filled with the reflection of lightning that illuminated everything. He looked around, but he didn't feel like he was being monitored. However, the hanged man's accurate inference and calm and confident attitude towards the previous matter made Derek believe that his guess wasn't wrong. He believed that there had to be one or a few beyonders with special powers spying on him in the dark. Besides, Mr. Fool didn't deny it. Derek got up and habitually stretched his body. During this process, some of the hanging man's analysis and suggestions quickly surfaced in his mind. Up to now, no one has found you or locked you in the dungeon. This means that your chief and the other elders of the 6-member council are more inclined to observe. They hope to find a way for the entire city of Silver to escape from the forsaken land from the first living person they've met in more than 2,000 years, Amon. Therefore, under the premise that you don't do anything too out of line, they definitely won't rashly alarm you, lest Amon discovers anything amiss. This way, their surveillance won't be too close, at least not when you're awake. And because of this, there's a high chance that they didn't discover that you had already coughed out that worm of time. Their subsequent reactions also indirectly prove this point. Similarly, they should only be able to observe what kind of ritual you are performing, but they won't be able to figure out who you are praying to. If it were me, I would definitely suspect that it has something to do with Amon. Based on the above reasons, you can openly complete the bestowment ritual and push all the blame onto Amon. Of course, you have to pretend to be sufficiently cautious and careful. You have to be prepared to be examined by a psychoanalyst or other beyonder of different sequences after everything ends. On this matter, you can seek Mr. Fool's help. According to the hanging man's suggestion, Derek circled the table twice, carefully closed the window, lit the candles, and set up the bestowment ritual. Above the gray fog in the towering ancient palace. Bored, Klein looked at the stone pillars that supported the dome. He felt that this building, which was based on his thoughts, looked like an Athenian temple. Is this because of my own subconscious? His thoughts wandered. At this moment, the crimson star corresponding to sun emitted a bright light. Ripples quickly spread out, condensing into an illusory and mysterious door. And above the gray fog, a small amount of power was stirred as it flowed like water. Upon hearing the layered pleas, Klein lowered his head and looked at the all-black eye in front of him. I hope little son doesn't lose it. Otherwise, Mr. World will have to sacrifice himself heroically. It was precisely because of the all-black eye that Klein, who wasn't a marionettist, could secretly control the fake world, making him appear as though he had flesh and blood. Once he lost this item, He could only let World die to prevent the magic trick from being exposed. Amidst his wistful thoughts, Klein emanated his spirituality, stirring the flowing gray fog's powers to surge towards the illusory door. He forcefully pushed open a gap and stabilized the transmission passageway. Right on the heels of that, he placed the all-black eye into a metal box and threw it into the gap of the mysterious door. He then said in a seemingly casual manner, "Do not touch the items inside." After doing all of this, he didn't stay any longer. This was because he knew that little Sun wouldn't be able to find an opportunity to take action so quickly. This was because he didn't know when Miss Magicians would finish copying the 2 chapters of Sights in the spirit world. Extending his spirituality, Klein's figure suddenly disappeared above the gray fog. City of Silver, Berg household. Just as Derek saw an iron-black box appear on the altar, he heard Mr. Fool's familiar voice. "Do not touch the items inside. Do not touch them directly." Derek memorized this reminder and decided to carry it out without any reservations. After thanking the Fool and Mr. World and ending the bestowment ritual, he carefully opened the metal box and examined the items inside. It was a completely black eye without a pupil. Just looking at it caused Derek's mind to be in chaos and his thoughts to slow down. There were faint, unreal, and somewhat crazy murmurs in his ears. Shivering violently, Derek closed the lid of the metal box, picked up a pure silver dagger, and used the method of creating a wall of spirituality to completely seal the metal box. Then he placed the metal box into a secret pocket inside his clothes, attached the axe of Hurricane, and headed straight for the training field. The exploratory team members had yet to be released from their disguised quarantine. However, Derek didn't plan on taking action today. He followed Mr. the Hanging Man's teachings and planned on observing the situation first before patiently waiting for an opportunity. Of course, if he encountered a great opportunity, he had to take action as expected. After entering the training field, Derek circled the exploratory team's area and saw that they were gathered in 2s and 3s, conversing softly. However, once they noticed that someone was watching them, they would immediately stop and stand there in silence. From time to time, they would take a few steps forward, as though they were zombies that had just crawled out from the depths of the darkness. If I were to remove the wall of spirituality now and let the feeling of Mr. World's items spread out, how would they react? Would they turn their heads at the same time and look at me? Derek imagined the scene of everyone turning their heads in unison and coldly looking at him. For some reason, he felt an indescribable fear. He took a deep breath and told himself to be patient, to wait, and not to panic. City of Silver, top of the spire in the chief's room. Demon hunter Colin Iliad, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the shadowy corner of the wall. A figure contorted and stood up. It swayed slightly and said with a voice that sounded like metal rubbing against each other, "Your Excellency, Derek Berg has held another ritual." Your Excellency, Derek Berg held another ritual. According to my observations, it should be a bestowment ritual. It's very similar to the sacrificial ritual we usually do, but the difference is that he received a response and was given an iron-black square box. I can't see what's inside, but it gives me a very sinister and dangerous feeling. At this point, the shadow implored anxiously, "Your Excellency, this must be done by that mysterious person. Your Excellency, this must be the orders of that mysterious person. We must take action. We can't ignore this any longer. Otherwise, Derek Berg will sooner or later summon an evil god or similar existence to destroy the entire city of Silver." Colin's expression turned abnormally heavy. He stood up and slowly paced. "Let's wait a little longer. Up to now, we still haven't figured out the goal of the mysterious person who calls himself Amon. We don't understand why he only sent an avatar over after discovering the City of Silver and patiently stayed in the underground prison for 42 years. If he only wanted to destroy us, he wouldn't have done such incomprehensible actions. Let's wait a little longer. This might be our hope, the hope to survive when the apocalypse comes." Just as he said that, a bolt of lightning streaked across the window, illuminating the pitch-black sky and the dark room. It was almost evening when Klein waited for Miss Magician's prayer. Through the sacrificial ritual, he obtained the first 2 chapters of sights in the spirit world. When he sat in the seat belonging to the fool, he leisurely flipped through the transcribed notes and read them line by line. He was surprised to find himself gradually becoming a little manic. What's going on? Those words clearly don't have any spirituality, and the paper is ordinary. It's impossible for it to be a sealed artifact. How can it affect my mental state? Furthermore, I'm above the gray fog that can even isolate the influence of a true God. Klein frowned, leaned back, and carefully recalled the contents of the Book of Secrets regarding similar phenomena. Before long, he roughly understood the reason. When describing certain existences, even if it was purely textual content, it would still affect the reader's thoughts and mental state. Among them, the most terrifying were the records related to true gods. A book that explained a particular deity in detail would make every reader go crazy or distort their worldview. There was a high chance that Beyonders would directly lose control. As for sights in the spirit world, it came from an ancestor of the House of Abraham. He recorded all sorts of strange things he had encountered while traveling the spirit world. In the first chapter, he described the light in the spirit world, believing that the 7 pure lights of different colors contained infinite knowledge of different domains. No matter where a traveler was in the spirit world, they would be able to see them covering the heights. And what was even more surprising was that the 7 magical lights were alive. They were like the various spirit bodies that lingered in the area. They were alive. In the field of mysticism, the goal of many secret deed rituals was actually the 7 pure lights. Through their secret compatibility, one could obtain a certain amount of knowledge. Therefore, many mysticism experts addressed the 7 pure lights as master or teacher. With regards to this, the 7 pure lights seemed to be very happy. They even roped in many spirit world creatures and established a secret organization that specialized in teaching people knowledge, the Pure Light Brotherhood. Chapter 401. With the help of the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog, Klein quickly recovered his mental state and continued reading the 2nd chapter of Sights in the Spirit World. The owner of the notebook, a traveler from the House of Abraham, claimed that he had encountered an elder in a lemon-yellow robe when he wandered deep into the spirit world. The elder's body was translucent, and he looked abnormally similar to the surrounding spirit world creatures. However, his attitude was surprisingly kind. The traveler from the House of Abraham conversed with the elder for a while, and he was surprised to learn that the elder was one of the 7 pure lights that covered the highest point of the spirit world, yellow light Venethan. Venethan told the traveler from the House of Abraham that his traits were rationality and adaptability. He was the symbol of astrology, and his corresponding gem was emerald. He mentioned a prophecy that came from himself rather worriedly. Gaze from the starry sky. The land will split apart, and everything in the world will cease to exist. He believed that this was the final apocalypse that would come within 200 years, and that nothing in the world would be spared. The traveler from the House of Abraham didn't think much of it and didn't ask further. Instead, he asked about how to remove the curse on his family's bloodline. Yellow Light Venethan told him that, in a sense, it was indeed a curse, but it had a completely different nature from the curses in mysticism. The solution lay in the future, in the hands of an apprentice who had received the help of a secret existence. He also warned the traveler from the House of Abraham that the day the curse was lifted was the beginning of the true calamity for the Abrahams. As for what calamity it was, he said that he wasn't sure either. He believed that it involved a mighty existence at the level of a deity. In the 2nd chapter of Sights in the Spirit World, the owner of the notebook also mentioned something else that Yellow Light Venethan had mentioned. The ruler of the Pure Light Brotherhood, the 7 pure lights, would often enter the world in the real world. Through different methods, they would transform into humans and teach them the corresponding knowledge. Since the 5th epoch, Many mentor-level figures in various fields were their incarnations. For example, the greatest astrologer in the past 1,000 years, D. Forsman, who had proven that the current world was a planet, was the human incarnation of yellow light Venethan. The owner of the notebook made a guess. Rosel Gustav, who was known as a mentor in many fields, might be the embodiment of that pure light. No, he's not. If you really want to think of it that way, then he's probably a green light. Klein raised his hand and rubbed his temples. Based on this, he determined that the owner of the notebook wasn't an ancient beyonder. And from the fact that the other party didn't address Rosel as emperor, this trip to the spirit world had likely taken place when Rosel was in consul, or when he had just become emperor and hadn't gained widespread recognition. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that the Beyonders of the House of Abraham refused to recognize any emperor other than the tutor. A traveler who can travel the spirit world isn't a low sequence. And if he was a high sequence Beyonder, Mr. Dorr would have long been rescued, and the so-called bloodline curse would no longer exist. Therefore, the owner of the notebook is a sequence 5 Beyonder, or a sequence 6 with the help of a mystical item. Although the House of Abraham has declined, it's not weak. Why is Yellow Light Venethan's prophecy extremely similar to what the Demonist sect and the Aurora Order claim, that the apocalypse will eventually come? From the time I just calculated, it's only 20 to 30 years before the apocalypse? Klein frowned as he thought. Rosel became consul in 1173, and it was now November 1349, 176 years ago. And back then, Yellow Light Venethan had prophesied that it would be within 200 years. Considering that Klein had only calculated the interval, it was possible that it would be 24 to 50 years before the apocalypse. Rosel became emperor in 1192 and was assassinated in 1198. Although the first 2 chapters of Sights in the Spirit World didn't have any practical knowledge, it had completely broadened his horizons. It allowed him to learn a lot about the situation in the spirit world, as well as the existence of the 7 pure lights and the Pure Light Brotherhood. As it turns out, when I advanced, transformed into a spirit body, and held the corresponding ritual, the pure brilliance that I could see at an extremely high place that contained countless knowledge was the pure light of the spirit world. Moreover, they were alive and had their own thoughts. How fascinating! The first 2 chapters of Sights in the Spirit World aren't completely devoid of practical knowledge. At the very least, I know that Yellow Light's true name is Venethan, and that its corresponding gem is emerald. I know many details, and I can design some secret deed rituals that point to it. But it's temporarily useless. Klein pondered for a moment, closed the notebook he had copied, and returned to the real world. Compared to channeling Yellow Light Venethan, he had more important matters to attend to. Klein took out a piece of paper, picked up a fountain pen, and wrote a letter to the inventor Leopard. He asked where the patent approval for the bicycle was at, why it hadn't been successful, and if he needed the help of a lawyer. With the establishment of the Magician's Code, the complete digestion of the potion wouldn't take more than 2 months. He had to save up enough Beyonder ingredients for his advancement to sequence 6 Faceless as soon as possible. Among them, the sun might provide one for free because of the all-black eye, but the others still required Klein to think of a way himself. According to what he knew, the corresponding Beyonder ingredients for sequence 6 were basically more than 1,500 pounds, and they were often priceless. Apart from the 2 main ingredients, the supplementary ingredients included the blood of a 1,000-faced hunter and the hair of a deep-sea naga. They were 2 extremely rare items that were rich in spirituality, and they were similarly expensive. It's really hard to earn money, but it's easy to spend it. If only the werewolf Beyonder characteristic and interrogator Beyonder characteristic could be sold. I can't even waste 1 solely and 1 penny. Klein sealed the envelope and stuck a stamp on it. He didn't need to count to know how much money he had. 624 pounds in notes, 5 1-pound gold coins, 7 solely notes, and some copper pennies. By the way, there's also the 600 pounds that Miss Magicians and Miss Zio will pay for the Sheriff Beyonder characteristic. I hope they can raise the money as soon as possible. Klein silently blessed the two ladies. You're saying that the Beyonder Circle you just joined has 2 Beyonder ingredients for the Sheriff Potion, and the price is very fair, a total of 600 pounds? Zio widened her eyes as she asked furiously. She had just returned from East Borough to investigate who had been asking about Capim recently. Yes, it's a very reputable seller. The only problem is that the assessment is very strict. I won't be able to bring you into that circle in a short period of time. Furs said the truth. That's great. Zio didn't suspect her friend and took 2 steps forward in excitement. Suddenly, her expression collapsed. But I don't have enough money. The corners of Furs's mouth twitched. How many pounds do you have now? Including the initial payment of 30 pounds for this commission, I have a total of 310 pounds. I'm still short by half. Zio scratched her short blonde hair. Let me think. Where can I borrow 300 pounds? The bank won't give a bounty hunter like me a loan, and those loan sharks charge too much interest. Perhaps I can find Miss Audrey? She had heard from her friend that she had recently bought the Trickmaster Potion formula and spent a total of 450 pounds, so she had no intention of borrowing money from Furs. Why are we all so poor? Furs couldn't help but sigh. Miss Audrey hasn't been out much recently. She seems to be busy with other matters, so it might not be timely to borrow money from her. We can first look for Viscount Glaint. If it's too late, I'll help you pay for it. I still have 430 pounds. That's enough. Zio blinked her eyes and suddenly lowered her head. She said in a deep voice, Furs, you're so nice. When I advance to Sheriff, I'll be able to earn even more money. Furs smiled and shook her head. So, how about you clean up the room today? City of Silver. Derek left the training field and returned to his home. He had already asked the exploratory team members when they would be released from quarantine and received the answer, when a lightning calms down today. Sitting at the old wooden table, Derek deliberated over his plan again and recalled Mr. the Hanging Man's reminder. If there's no suitable audience that can testify for you, you might as well make use of the Beyonders monitoring you. But how do I know when I'm being monitored? Mr. the Hanging Man said it with certainty, but it wasn't detailed enough. Derek had many doubts, but he couldn't find a way to confirm it, although he was embarrassed to ask Mr. Fool for advice on this question. Considering that this concerned the survival of the City of Silver, he mustered his courage. He lowered his voice and chanted the Fool's honorific name, briefly describing the difficulties he had encountered. After a while, he saw Mr. Fool sitting in the middle of the endless gray fog and heard a concise response. Touch the item in the metal box for no more than 3 heartbeats. Be prepared in advance and pay attention to the source of the black lines. That simple? Derek thanked Mr. Fool in pleasant surprise. He adjusted his posture and quietly reached his hand into a hidden pocket inside his clothes. With the wall of spirituality removed, Derek's fingers opened the metal box and carefully probed inside. Suddenly, he touched a cold object and black, illusory lines appeared in front of him. At the same time, his mind buzzed, and an illusory roar seemed to pour into his ears. Derek's body twitched violently as tears and snot flowed down his face from the pain. He almost forgot what he wanted to do, but fortunately his line of sight was where the illusory black lines gathered. There seemed to be a shadow in the dark corner. Derek immediately retracted his hand as if he had touched a red-hot soldering iron. He lay down, twitching as if he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't close his mouth at all as saliva dripped down. After nearly a minute, Derek recovered, closed the metal box again, and sealed it with a wall of spirituality. He stood up and drank a mouthful of cold water. He already knew that someone was monitoring him. After an unknown period of time, Derek suddenly heard knocking on the door. "Who is it?" he asked blankly. A cheerful voice came from outside the room. "It's me, Dark. The exploration team has been released from quarantine." Chapter 402. Dark? The other party's image surfaced in Derek's mind. He was of medium height, slightly plump, and was known for his strength. He was an optimistic and cheerful youth with a bright smile. He was his classmate in general education and a teammate in the patrol team. But after returning from the exploration of the fallen creator's half-destroyed temple, he had become solemn and only smiled at everyone. Whenever he recalled Dark Regence's changes, Derek shuddered and felt a chill run down his spine. Why did he suddenly come looking for me? Shouldn't he be going home after being released from quarantine? In the blink of an eye, many questions arose in Derek's mind. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Elder Lovia knows that I suspect that something has happened to them, so she sent Dark to deal with me? Derek was first alarmed and filled with fear. Then he felt that it probably wasn't a bad thing. Mr. the Hanging Man said, "If there's no suitable audience that can testify for you, you might as well use the Beyonder monitoring you." And now, the person monitoring me is in that corner. If Dark were to suddenly attack me, it would definitely expose the fact that there's something wrong with them. This way, even if I don't use Mr. World's item, things can still proceed smoothly. Phew! Derek turned his head to look out the window. At this moment, the frequency of lightning had dropped to its lowest. Every 1 or 2 minutes, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the sky. The entire world and the entire city of Silver were in deep darkness most of the time. If he was alone at home, Derek wouldn't have found a candle to light. He preferred to lie quietly in bed and think about all sorts of things. Of course, he knew that this was actually rather dangerous. If there wasn't any light to disperse the darkness, monsters might suddenly appear even inside the city of Silver. However, Derek was a light suppliant, and he had a certain amount of light attributes, so he wasn't too afraid of such things happening. Knock, knock. Dark knocked on the door 3 more times, as if urging his master. He wasn't like this in the past. He was very polite. Derek suddenly felt a strong sense of sorrow. He took out a candle from the wooden box and placed it in the middle of the table. Then he rubbed his fingers and created a golden flame. The flame lit the candle, filling the room with a dim but warm glow, accompanied by a pungent fragrance. The candles of the City of Silver were mainly made from the oil extracted from the bodies of monsters. Due to the different sources, they had different flavors. Taking a deep breath, Derek walked to the door with extreme caution and opened it. "Why are you so slow?" Dark asked with a smile. "Looking for candles," Derek replied. He didn't dare to leave his back to the other party, so he walked side by side with his classmate and teammate. They walked back to the table and sat down. "These are freshly dried doom fruits. Do you want some?" Dark took out a small cloth bag from his waist and asked with a smile. The doom fruit was one of the extremely rare snacks in the City of Silver. It came from a plant called the doom bloodvine. This creature didn't need light and grew by absorbing the nutrients from rotting corpses. It had a certain tendency to attack and was considered a relatively common weak monster. Every doom's bloodvine would bear many thumb-sized black fruits that could be eaten directly. They were crispy and fragrant, but they were unable to fill a human stomach or provide the necessary supplements. They could only be used as a daily pastime. The merit points obtained from a single patrol could be exchanged for several large bags. "No, it's fine." Derek shook his head cautiously. "All right." Dark poured out a pile of black fruits from the small cloth bag. He picked one up and stuffed it into his mouth, crunching noises. Derek thought for a moment and took the initiative to ask, "Did you encounter any monsters in the underground part of the temple?" Dark stopped chewing and replied with a smile. "There were quite a few, but they weren't very powerful. They were easily wiped out by us. That place has been destroyed for a long time, so the powerful monsters should have long left." He paused for a second and curled the corners of his mouth. "We found some strange plants at the bottom of the temple. They look like the mushrooms recorded in general education classes. They look especially bright and make one hungry at a glance. After confirming that they can be eaten directly, They can increase one's spirituality and strengthen one's physique. If it's paired with roasted monsters, it will emit an unimaginable fragrance. As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized, mushroom-shaped object from another small cloth bag. Its handle was as white as jade, and its cap was bright red and crystalline. It was dotted with dark golden spots. Derek couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva when he saw the plant, as though he had been starving for days. Under the dim candlelight, the beautiful mushroom-shaped object constantly swirled with an alluring luster. It was especially appetizing, making it hard for one to control their appetite. "Here's one for you." Dark smiled warmly. Okay. Derek almost took action on the spot. He picked up the mushroom-shaped plant and stuffed it into his mouth, but in the end he endured it and forced himself to open his mouth. "I'll give it a try tomorrow." Dark didn't say anything else as he pushed the mushroom in front of Derek and continued to chew on the doom fruit. Derek spent a great deal of effort to move his gaze away from the mushroom. He asked with great difficulty, "Did you discover anything during this exploration?" "Yes." Dark stopped eating his snacks and held a black doom fruit in his hand. He replied very seriously, "We found many murals, connected murals." "Do you remember the statue in the temple?" "Yes." Derek glanced at Mushroom and nodded. A huge cross with a naked man hanging upside down nailed to it. Its surface was deliberately smeared with a lot of blood. Dark twirled the doom fruit in his hand. The newly discovered murals tell us that the builders of the temple believed that the statue represented the Lord who created everything, the omniscient and omnipotent God. They believed that the Lord did not abandon this land, but helped us bear most of the sins when the cataclysm came. Therefore, he changed from standing upright to hanging upside down, from walking freely to being nailed to the cross, and shed blood for us. God's grace is as boundless as the sea. We are not abandoned people. Instead, we are doted on. Without the Lord bearing the sins and bleeding for us, the city of silver would have long been destroyed. Humans would have long ceased to exist. However, in the outside world, in the lone kingdom where Mr. Hangman and Miss Justice are, there's no curse at all. There's no extreme darkness, and there aren't all sorts of monsters in the depths of the darkness. We aren't blessed, Derek silently retorted. If that's true, we just need to change some of the symbols and corresponding honorific names during the ritual, and we will be able to obtain the Lord's response again. Dark endlessly described the murals at the bottom of the temple and voiced his guess. As for Derek, he found it increasingly difficult to resist the temptation of the mushroom. "No, I can't eat it. If I eat it, I might end up like Dark and the others, completely corrupted by the fallen creator and become a fanatical believer. Even if there's someone monitoring me, they won't discover any problems." Derek felt a sense of horror as he felt that he had to do something to escape his current situation. Chase Dark away and return the mushroom to him? But that would be equivalent to giving up the opportunity. Opportunity. Derek subconsciously cast his gaze towards the dim yellow candle flame that was quietly burning. "I'll get you a glass of water." He quickly went through the plan he had discussed with Mr. the Hanging Man and stood up calmly. As Dark nodded, he threw the thumb-sized black doom fruit into his mouth, causing a crisp smacking sound to echo. As Derek poured the water, he deliberately slowed down his movements, lowered his head, and chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name. At the end, he said, "Your loyal servant prays for your attention. I pray that you accept his offerings. I pray that you open the door to the kingdom." Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly blew in the room, and the powers of nature produced obvious fluctuations under the influence of the incantation. At the same time, Dark, who had just picked up a black doom fruit, suddenly raised his head and looked at Derek, who was facing him. "What happened?" Derek didn't answer. He pressed down on the axe of Hurricane with one hand and reached into his pocket with the other, removing the wall of spirituality on the outer layer of the metal box. The faint ravings and the feeling of evil and depravity began to vaguely and weakly emanate outwards. Derek cast his gaze at Dark with abnormal wariness. only to see his classmate and teammate's expression suddenly turn gloomy. Traces of redness appeared in his blue eyes. The doomed fruit in his hand had strangely lost its blackness and was dyed with a slightly pale color. It wasn't a doomed fruit. It was a finger, a bloody finger, a human finger. The pile of doomed fruits on the table was actually a bunch of human fingers. The bright mushroom had also changed in appearance. It was no longer as beautiful, and it no longer had a luster that aroused one's appetite. It was a layer of blood-stained scalp with short black hair. Dark stared at Derek and opened his mouth. His voice was cold and ethereal. "What are you doing?" 15 Minsk Street, Bakeland. Klein, who had already crawled into bed and was in the warm world, heard a prayer that seemed to come from Little Sunday. He struggled to get out of bed and created a wall of spirituality. Then he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog, sitting in the seat belonging to the Fool. He wasn't in a hurry to examine Little Sun's request. Instead, he got the Dark Emperor card, the paper figurines, and other items to be neatly placed on a long bronze table in front of him. According to the hanging man's idea, the scene where Sun stimulated the members of the exploration team to mutate would be in the sacrificial ritual. This way, when the matter was over, it would be quite simple to make the item borrowed by the world disappear from the scene. With no evidence, all the problems could then be pushed to Amon. As for Mr. Fool Klein, he had nonchalantly agreed to Little Sun's request to simplify the ritual and only do the key steps. Chapter 403. City of Silver, Berg Household. Looking at the blood-stained scalp with short black hair, Derek suddenly thought of what it looked like just now. It was a beautiful and alluring mushroom. He nearly couldn't control himself and swallowed it. And the doomed fruit that Dark wanted to treat him to, the doomed fruit that produced a crunching sound when chewed on, was actually a bloody, pale-skinned human finger. At that moment, Derek's stomach convulsed violently, and a sour liquid surged to his throat. He resisted the urge to vomit and quickly sang a line of lyrics with a croaky voice. "God, please descend upon this place. The enemies shall be dispersed, and the believers shall rejoice." The song revealed a hint of warmth and holiness. Derek felt all the discomfort in his body calm down, and his spirituality became abundant and lively. His courage, his strength, and his agility were all significantly enhanced by the song. This was the beyonder power of a sequence 9-barred. Dark stared at his classmate and former teammate who was singing softly, and his expression turned gloomy. The way he spoke became more and more inhuman. "What's on your body? What's on your body? What's on your body?" Suddenly, strips protruded out of Dark's clothes, as if a nest of vipers had been stuffed underneath, and they were slithering and wriggling nonstop. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bloody strips of flesh pierced through the black, tight-fitting clothes, and the surface was covered in rough skin with body hair. The strips of flesh danced outwards, making Dark look like a blood-colored, soft-furred hedgehog. With a whoosh, the strips of flesh surged towards Derek, who was standing at his original spot. Derek was also a patrol member who had seen quite a number of monsters, so he didn't panic too much in the face of such a situation. He twisted his waist, raised his arm, and swung down the axe of hurricane that he had long held in his hand. Uft! The axe of hurricane cleaved at a few bloody strips of flesh, directly chopping them off and causing them to fall to the ground. However, because it was night time in the City of Silver, this strike didn't bring about any lightning. More blood-colored strips of flesh surged over, wrapping around the axe of hurricane over and over again, refusing to let go. Seeing that he couldn't retract his weapon, a pure light suddenly lit up in Derek's eyes, as if 2 small suns had descended into the room. His other hand was already in front of his mouth and nose, as if he was praying. Silently, a bright beam of light that was burning with flames fell from the sky and hit the bloody strips of flesh that were entangled together. Dark couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream, and many bloody strips of flesh fell to the ground, charred and broken. They struggled and pulsed as if they were alive. the spirituality contained in the blood-colored meat strips, which were no longer under the control of the original owner, gradually fused with the natural forces stirred by the sacrificial ritual incantation, gathering into a red wave that grew more and more intense. This wave plunged into the dim candle flame, causing the latter to suddenly expand, forming an illusory and mysterious door. Derek had long drawn the secret symbol of the Fool on the candle. This was the preparation they had made in advance. All of this formed a sacrificial ritual that had simple steps but complete elements. Crack! As the seat shattered, Dark pounced at Derek with the waving, bloody strips of flesh. There was no fear or nervousness in his eyes, only the purest and most burning desire. And at this moment, Klein, who was above the gray fog, responded. Amidst the unreal creaking sound, the illusory door with many strange patterns cracked open a crack. Behind the crack was a deep darkness. In the darkness, there were countless transparent shadows of indescribable shapes. At the top of these shadows, there were 7 rays of pure light of different colors that seemed to contain infinite knowledge. And above the brilliance was an endless grayish-white fog. It was an ancient palace that overlooked the gray fog. Suddenly, a shadow leaped out from a dark corner and covered Dark, who was closest to it. The bloody strips of flesh that were dancing around Dark were completely enveloped by the pitch-black, sticky liquid. His entire body had become like a cat that had entered an opaque bag. The shadow didn't stop. It rapidly extended across the ground and surged towards Derek, who had already dodged to another spot. It shouted sternly, "Stop! What are you doing?" As a monitor, his original plan was to observe the changes from the sidelines and record the corresponding abnormalities. When the situation became uncontrollable, he would then take action to stop the 2 parties that were acting strangely. But when he saw the illusory door covered with strange symbols and labels crack open, he was shocked by the deep, mysterious, lofty, and majestic scene inside. His intuition told him that it had something to do with the terrifying evil god. So he had no choice but to notify Derek while taking action in a hurry, in an attempt to forcefully interrupt Dark's attempt to sacrifice himself to that existence. However, Dark had long determined his location, and the area he chose for himself was far away from him. Therefore, in order to control the youth who had been possessed by the mysterious Amon, the monitor, Shadow, could only first circle around or control Dark regions. And he chose the latter because Dark was clearly abnormal. Leaving his back to him was an absolutely foolish move. Seizing this opportunity, Dark took out the iron box from his hidden pocket and threw it at the illusory door formed by the candle flames. He threw it at the crack that presented a magical scene. As the iron box disappeared, the door covered with strange symbols and labels closed with a clang and then quickly disappeared. At this moment, Derek remembered Mr. the Hanging Man's exhortations. He deliberately contorted the muscles on his face and ferociously faced the shadow. Before the shadow covered him, he suddenly coughed violently. He coughed so hard that he covered his mouth and fell to the ground. The pitch-black shadow spread over and completely enveloped him. The room returned to silence, but there were 2 huge black chrysalises on the ground. After a while, the pitch-black, sticky liquid shrank back and condensed into a shadow again. As the chrysalises disappeared, Derek and Dark's figures appeared again. The former had fallen unconscious, but a strange worm with 12 transparent rings fell from his hand. The latter had already turned into a lump of flesh and blood, squirming and roaring as it prepared to attack. Faced with this situation, the monitor had no choice but to divert a portion of his strength and once again use the shadow-like black liquid to envelop the mutated Dark regions. Looking at the pale fingers scattered on the ground and the blood-stained scalp with short black hair, the monitor couldn't help but draw a deep breath. He used his Beyonder powers to control the shadows outside, forming a tidal wave to inform the chief inside the spire again. After doing this, he seriously examined Derek's situation and saw the strange, translucent worm. This The avatar that Amon hid in Derek's body is dead? The monitor muttered in surprise. He recalled Dark's strangeness, the terrifying mutation, and the mushroom and doom fruit that didn't seem to have any problems at all. He vaguely had a guess. Amon might be a sworn enemy of the mastermind behind the corruption of Dark. In order to destroy the other party's plot, he didn't mind losing an avatar. Derek's visit to the training ground to observe the expedition team and report them to the chief were both attempts made by Amon without exposing himself. As for the mastermind behind the corruption of Dark, he had vaguely discovered Derek's strangeness. So he had sent Dark to control him. The blood-stained scalp and fingers were props to achieve his goal. With this in mind, the overseer suddenly agreed with the chief's worries. The final apocalypse or an even greater calamity was really coming. That was why the City of Silver had repeatedly encountered such strange things. They had repeatedly encountered mysterious existences that hid in the depths of the darkness. Spire in the chief's room. The shadow described everything that had happened in its entirety. The white-haired, scarred Colin Iliad listened quietly and nodded slightly. Derek, or rather Amon, had indeed made preparations ahead of time. The candle with the symbol engraved on it, the evil item that could expose Dark's problem, the excuse of pouring water to make him pray in a low voice, and the sacrificial ritual to send away the item all indicate that the entire matter was developing according to his plan. 2 questions. First, who does the secret symbol on the candle point to? Amon's main body or the deity behind him? Second, why would Amon rather not have this avatar and expose the abnormality of the expedition team? Is it because he's a sworn enemy of the entity behind the curtains? Then, why did he stay quietly in the City of Silver for 42 years? Could it be that he had predicted this matter ahead of time? So he deliberately met the expedition team from before and let his avatar reside in their bodies, so as to destroy the plot of the entity behind the curtains? 42 years of waiting was all for this moment? Upon hearing the chief's question, the shadow monitor suddenly said in enlightenment, "Perhaps that's the case." Your Excellency, think about it. Your Excellency, think about it. Why did Amon wait patiently for 42 years before suddenly causing Utter to lose control after Derek locked him up next door? Because the time in the prophecy is coming, he is in a hurry to change to a parasite that can move freely and destroy the plot of the one behind the curtain. Indeed, we were only thinking about what was wrong with Derek and didn't consider the timing. The City of Silver's chief, Colin, replied thoughtfully. The Shadow Watcher immediately said, "Your Excellency, please take control of all the members of this exploration team immediately. There's definitely something wrong with them. And Elder Lovia, there's a high chance that she's been contaminated as well." Colin frowned slightly. "Before you reported this, even before Dark left, Lovia came to me and told me that she suspected that the members of the exploration team had been contaminated by something. She suggested that we monitor them in secret and let them guard Elder Hoyk's inverted mausoleum if necessary." Hoyk was the former chief of the City of Silver. He had built a mausoleum that went deep underground for himself. After that, he lived inside and appeared less and less. Finally, the door closed and could no longer be opened. Elder Lovia mentioned the anomaly a long time ago? The Shadow Watcher asked in surprise. After receiving an affirmative answer, he muttered in a half-doubtful and half-relaxed manner, "That's right. As long as Elder Lovia is fine." Chapter 404. In the dark and sturdy room, Derek Berg, who was pretending to be unconscious, suddenly stood up. His axe of hurricane had been taken away and sent for inspection. All the pockets on his clothes had been emptied, leaving nothing behind. Derek took a deep breath and calmly looked around. His eyes suddenly lit up like 2 tiny suns, causing everything in the room to be reflected in his eyes. There was only a table and 2 chairs. Other than that, there was a stone floor with strange patterns. On the table was a half-used candle. This was a standard configuration in every room in the City of Silver, because once it was dark for too long, monsters might suddenly appear. Derek didn't hesitate any longer. He sat down and reached out to pick up the half-used candle. Following that, he broke and tore the candle into 3 sections. One section took up 3/4 of the original length, and the other 2 sections shared the remaining quarter. After Derek's adjustments, the 3 sections of the candle's wick all protruded out. Pah! He rubbed his fingers, creating a golden flame that lit the 3 candles. The 2 at the top represented Mr. Fool, and the remaining 1 represented Derek himself. After finishing his preparations, Derek didn't follow the normal procedure of burning the herbal powder. Instead, he dripped in the essential oil and leaned back. He softly chanted the honorific name of the Fool and quickly entered a state of cogitation. He chanted it over and over again in a monotonous and repetitive manner, as if he was constantly hypnotizing himself. With the help of cogitation, Derek entered a strange state where his mind was asleep and his spirituality was emanating. His entire being was muddled, but he maintained a strange lucidity. His mind kept drifting upwards, getting higher and higher. This was artificial sleepwalking, and with Mr. Fool's permission, Derek could simplify some of the unnecessary steps. Above the gray fog, in the towering ancient palace, the Fool Klein, who was playing with the all-black eye, suddenly saw the crimson star that symbolized the little sun expand and condense into a humanoid phantom. The power of the mysterious space was stirred a little. Seeing this, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, because it meant that little sun had completed the relatively more dangerous preliminary tasks, and all that was left was the final finishing touches. Without any delay, Klein immediately put down the all-black eye and picked up the Dark Emperor card. His level, his status, instantly rose, causing the power above the gray fog to submit to him one by one. Then he grabbed a paper figurine, shook his wrist, and threw it at the crimson star corresponding to Sunday. The paper doll merged with the power that flowed like water and quickly expanded into a giant angel with 12 pairs of black wings. The angel pierced through the crimson light and overlapped with Little Sun's phantom. It burned silently and turned into ashes in less than a second. At this point, Klein could no longer influence the situation in the City of Silver. As for whether his angel substitute could help Little Sun successfully pass the subsequent inquiries and investigations, he didn't have absolute confidence. All he could do was sigh inwardly. After doing what needs to be done and working hard on what needs to be done, all I can do is wait for fate to arrange things for me. I hope it's a good outcome. In a daze, Derek saw an angel descend in front of him with an aura that blotted out the sky. It then wrapped itself in 12 pairs of black wings. He suddenly woke up, and in his eyes there were 3 candlelight flames burning quietly. After thanking Mr. Fool sincerely, Derek ended the ritual and extinguished the 2 candles that only took up a quarter of the original amount. Then he plucked them out and created a golden and clear flame in his palm. Drip, drip. The 2 candles quickly melted, and tears kept falling. They either landed on the remaining candle's body or surrounded it. As the candle wick completely burned out, there was only 1 candle left on the table. It was a little shorter than before, but it wasn't very obvious. It seemed like it had only burned a little longer. After getting rid of the remaining traces, Derek extinguished the last dim candle flame. He sat up in silence and stared ahead in a daze. He didn't move for a long time. He was worried that the 6-member council wouldn't react quickly enough, allowing the exploratory team members to contaminate more City of Silver residents with the mushrooms and doomed fruits. He was afraid that the chief and the others would find other clues elsewhere, causing his preparations to fail. He hated the outsiders who hid in the depths of the darkness and always carried strong malice, including Amon and the fallen creator. He felt guilty that he had avoided the exploration, but he didn't warn Dark and the others, causing them to become corrupted monsters. He was pained that he had personally eliminated a classmate who could be considered a friend. Although Derek didn't see Dark's final outcome, he believed that Dark's transformation was equivalent to his death. Amidst his complicated and chaotic emotions, Derek didn't know how long he waited, and midway he lit the candle again. Finally, he heard the sound of the seal being removed and the door opening. Turning his head, he used the dim yellow candlelight to see a woman in a black dress with her hair tied into a long braid that reached her vest walk in. "Ma am Aflor," Derek subconsciously shouted. Aflor had delicate looks, but there were already some wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She smiled and nodded in response to Derek before briskly walking to sit opposite him. "Do you have anything you want to say?" she asked softly. Derek instinctively raised his head and looked over. Suddenly, he realized that her eyes had turned into pale golden vertical pupils at some point in time. Derek's thoughts instantly turned adrift as he seemed to enter a state of sleepwalking. Aflor adjusted the candlelight, allowing the dim yellow color to completely illuminate the youth's face. Her pale, golden vertical pupils became more and more indifferent, like an emotionless spectator. Suddenly, circles of faint light appeared in the pale, golden vertical pupils, as though they formed a vortex and constructed a maze. In a daze, Derek felt himself floating in the endless darkness and countless bright colors. At this moment, he suddenly woke up. He felt that his sleepwalking state had been cleverly taken over by something. He saw the flickering candlelight and Aflor, who was sitting opposite him, her eyes golden and erect. The white-haired chief elder, Colin Iliad, walked out of the shadows in a corner. After nodding at the chief, Aflor gently asked Derek, "What's the matter? What have you done during this time?" Derek remembered his teachings and maintained his previous state. "I don't know. I've been in a daze. It's like I'm dreaming. I only wake up occasionally." At the same time he answered, two complex dark green symbols appeared in Demon Hunter Colin's eyes. Aflor continued to ask, "Do you know that you had a conflict with Dark Regents?" "I only remember fighting him. I think I saw a man hanging upside down on a cross. I saw a man wearing a pointed hat and crystal glasses. Yes, I saw him in the dungeon. He spoke, smiled, and spoke." Derek recounted the story that he had fabricated for a long time. Aflor glanced at the chief and pressed, "What did he say?" "I can't remember clearly. I can only remember a little." He smiled and said, "Fallen creator, true creator, shepherd." Derek almost couldn't control the excitement in his heart. He had taken such a huge risk just to tell the chief about the name of the fallen creator and the suspicions of the shepherd. The fallen creator, the true creator, matches the contents of the murals at the bottom of the temple. Colin nodded slightly, frowning as he muttered, "Shepherd," and then Aflor's voice was unusually gentle. Derek replied in a daze, "Yes." After that, they collided with each other. There was a lot of light, a very bright light. I woke up and kept coughing. The dark green symbols in Colin's eyes didn't fade as he gestured for Aflor to ask about the details. Derek answered selectively. He told the questions that he had already considered according to the script, and he pushed the questions to Amon, saying that he couldn't recall them. Finally, Aflor asked, "Where did you get that axe? Where did you get the potion formula for the sun pathway?" "I bought the axe from the underground market. That person had his face covered, so I could only tell that he was male. The potion formula for the sun pathway was left to me by my parents. I found it during an exploration," Derek said without any guilt. These were questions that had always existed. The hanging man had believed that they would definitely appear when he was guessing the questions, so he had repeatedly rehearsed the answers. Although the City of Silver's underground market was semi-public, there were also people who attempted to conceal their identities for various reasons. This provided the best explanation for Derek. After listening seriously, Aflor turned to Demon Hunter Colin and said, "He's not lying. It's impossible for him to lie. I have the power of the glorious crown." Colin nodded and said, "In such a state, he didn't show any signs of evil, depravity, or corruption. Discovering these things was a demon hunter's specialty. And as a high-sequence beyonder, the strongest point of a demon hunter was that they could conceal their actions and intentions, making it impossible for targets who could foresee danger to detect them. Therefore, Every demon hunter was the nemesis of a devil. After some thought, Cullen got up and left the room. He said to the shadow in the corner outside, "Let Derek leave later. For the time being, we don't think that there's any problem with him, but secretly monitor him for a period of time. If Amon can create 2 avatars, he might be able to create a third." "Yes, Your Excellency," the shadow replied respectfully. By the time Derek woke up, there was no one in the interrogation room. All that was left was the words that said that he was free to leave. He heaved a sigh of relief and walked out, thinking about Mr. the Hanging Man's exhortations. "You can't relax and be careless. The surveillance in secret will definitely continue for a period of time. Otherwise, your chief will be unqualified." I can't even recite Mr. Fool's honorific name anymore." Derek muttered to himself as he walked down the spiral staircase. As he walked, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was Shepherd Elder Lovia, who was dressed in a purple-patterned black robe. She had a beautiful and elegant appearance. Lovia's pale gray eyes swept across Derek as a gentle smile appeared on her face. After returning to her room, Lovia walked to her desk with an indifferent expression and spread out a piece of paper made of leather. She pinched her right index finger with her left hand and snapped it, but the blood didn't drip down at all. It seemed to have been sucked to the surface. With this finger in hand, Lovia drew a complicated symbol on the paper. It was a symbol formed from half of the pupilless eye, which symbolized secrecy, and the other half of the contorted lines, which symbolized change. After carefully examining it, Lovia wrapped the severed finger with the piece of paper and stuffed it into her mouth. She chewed on it and swallowed it all. The flesh on her right palm, which only had 4 fingers left, squirmed at the wound, and it quickly grew into a new index finger, a slightly pale index finger. Lovia lowered her head, looked at her palm, and whispered, "Don't worry." Chapter 405. Bakeland, in a basement that resembled a temple. Mr. A, dressed in a hooded black robe, quietly knelt in front of the hanging giant statue. He didn't move for a long time. Suddenly, he cocked his ear as if listening to something. After a brief pause, Mr. suddenly raised his hands and snapped his right index finger with his left palm. He stuffed the bloody finger into his mouth and chewed it like he was eating a snack. Gulp! Mr. A's throat squirmed as he swallowed the crushed finger into his stomach. His body suddenly trembled, as if he was being shaken by an invisible person. In this state, Mr. A stretched out his right hand and used the blood that flowed from his wound to write words on the ground. Those words weren't Jotun or Dragonese, which could stir the powers of nature, nor were they Hermes, which was used for sacrificial rituals. Instead, they were the most ordinary and common Ruan. The bright red luster quickly condensed, and the words formed a few paragraphs. Found, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, adored in believers in Bakeland. With the end of the revelation, Mr. A stopped trembling, and a brand new finger grew out of his wound. He lowered his head and carefully looked at the words he had just written. The corners of his mouth curled up in the shadows. "I will only obey your oracle." Mr. humbly prostrated himself on the ground, as if he had found the meaning of his existence. City of Silver, upper part of the spire. Lovia walked to the window and looked down at the flickering candlelight in the darkness. Her expression gradually softened. After an unknown period of time, she heard a knock on the door. "Your Excellency?" Lovia turned around lightly and asked with a smile. The door opened by itself without any wind. Standing outside was Demon Hunter Colin Iliad. He wore a brown coat and had a leather belt with hidden compartments around his waist. "Lovia, the abnormality of the exploratory team members has been confirmed," Colin said straightforwardly. "As the captain, regardless of whether you have any problems, you have to stay in the dungeon for 7 days and receive the baptism of the glorious crown. You should know very well that this is the rule." Lovia wasn't angry at all. "I know. I've already made preparations to stay in the dungeon for a long time." If you're still worried when it's over, I can accept any arrangement." As she spoke, she had already walked to the door and walked past Demon Hunter Colin. Colin turned around silently and followed her diagonally down the spiral staircase. Halfway there, the two of them heard heart-wrenching cries and shouts. "Is it starting again?" Lovia asked with a confused expression. Colin nodded and replied hoarsely, "Yes, this is our fate that we can't escape." At this moment, in a hall in the middle level of the spire, the exploratory team members and the few residents of the City of Silver that they had contaminated were pressed to the ground by the corporeal holy luster. They were unable to move, as though they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. A dark-skinned couple in their 40s walked up to a young man in his early 20s, each holding a straight sword with complicated patterns. The young man's body had already collapsed like a pile of meat paste, but his head was still intact. Only a few blood-colored hairs had grown out of it. Seeing the couple approaching, he cried out in alarm, "Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to eat roasted iron scorpions together tonight?" "Dad, Mom, I caught a lot of iron scorpions for you." The couple could not bear to look sideways, but the swords in their hands were raised high. After 2 puffs, the young man stopped crying. He first twitched, then completely lost all signs of life. On the other side, a 10-year-old girl also raised a sword with complicated patterns, and with tears streaming down her face, she stabbed her sister. The woman lying on the ground suddenly laughed and said in a gentle tone, "From today onwards, you will have to live on your own. Don't be so naive." The girl cried until her vision blurred, and the sword in her hand stopped in midair. However, a strong and forceful palm pressed on the back of her hand and pushed it forward. Puff! The girl stood there in a daze, as if she couldn't hear or see anything. This was the ancient curse that enveloped everyone in the City of Silver. They had to kill their own blood relatives with their own hands to prevent them from turning into a terrifying and strange evil spirit after death. Therefore, even though Dark had completely mutated into a monster and had been corrupted by an unknown existence, making him worthless for interrogation, the Shadow Watcher didn't dare to kill him on the spot. Instead, he tried his best to restrain him and bring him back to the spire to wait for his parents. Otherwise, things would become even more troublesome. The members of the exploration team who had also been corrupted were currently undergoing the same treatment that hadn't changed for more than 2,000 years. Although no one knew if they would mutate after death in such a state, no one dared to take the risk. Fortunately, the City of Silver didn't have a large population, and they were trapped in one place. Under the arrangements of the upper echelons, there were quite a number of people who were related by blood. Even if it had to be limited to 3 generations, there were still quite a number of them. It was precisely because of this that the Beyonders in charge of the patrol team had to first consider the factor of bloodline to prevent any accidents from happening. For the exploration team, the requirements weren't that strict. This was because their missions often went deep into the darkness and were extremely far away from the City of Silver. Even if they died or mutated, it wouldn't affect everyone's safety. Once a resident no longer had any blood relatives within 3 generations, they would be strictly monitored. As long as they were seriously ill or showed obvious signs of aging, they would immediately be sent into the depths of the darkness, far away from the City of Silver. When the former captain of the exploration team, Udall, who had been isolated in the dungeon, mutated, there were actually 3 elders in the spire. However, the one who ultimately took action was Chief Colin Iliad. Otherwise, he could only attempt to seal it. This was because Udall was his biological brother. Shepherd Lovia and Demon Hunter Colin silently entered the lowest level of the spire. Under the company of a few Dawn Paladins, they arrived at the depths of the dungeon. Soon, the 2 of them stopped outside a cell. The Dawn Paladins were scattered in the distance. Lovia didn't show any abnormalities as she unhurriedly walked into the room that only had a bed, a table, and a candle. Before the metal door closed, she turned around and looked at Demon Hunter Colin with her light gray eyes. She calmly said, "Your Excellency, You once told me that when the residents of the City of Silver leave this place and die in the depths of the darkness, they won't immediately mutate into evil spirits. They will have to wait for a few days. Therefore, the other members of the exploration team have plenty of time to distance themselves. Colin nodded, indicating that it was indeed the case. Lovia closed her eyes and revealed a sorrowful smile. 2 months ago, during an exploration, a member of the team died in front of me. I pretended to be separated from the other team members and waited there for 5 days, but he didn't mutate into an evil spirit. Demon Hunter Colin looked at her in silence until the metal door closed with a clang and the seal took shape. Above the gray fog in the ancient palace, Klein waited for a while, and seeing that the crimson star that symbolized the little sun didn't change, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. It should be a success. He rubbed his temples, wrapped himself with his spirituality, and fell back into the real world. As soon as he felt the existence of his body, Klein tasted the cold. He sneezed, quickly dispelled the wall of spirituality, and got back into bed. Sadly, his bed was already cold. Thankfully, my body received a certain degree of protection after entering the gray fog. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll catch a cold tomorrow. Klein wrapped himself in the blanket and sighed. His current state reminded him of a witty saying he had heard in his previous life. Keeping warm basically depends on shaking. Before his bed warmed up again, he could only let his thoughts wander and consider all kinds of problems. I don't seem to have anything urgent to do recently. I've concluded the magician's code of conduct. Even if I don't challenge the impossible and just do a normal performance, I'll be able to digest the potion step by step around the new year. My next plan is to gather the Beyonder ingredients for the faceless potion and save up the corresponding money. However, this can't be rushed. The tense strings in Klein's mind gradually relaxed, and he suddenly had the thought of resting for 2 or 3 days. As his bed warmed up, he fell asleep unknowingly. When he woke up, he happened to hear the cathedral bell strike 8 times. Klein stretched out his arm, felt the cold outside, and silently retracted it. It seems to have cooled down again today. I don't have anything urgent to do, so it seems like I can sleep in. He closed his eyes again, relaxed. But after lazing in bed for a while, he heard his stomach rumble and felt his abdomen swell. Life is really full of difficult choices, Klein mumbled. After trying his best to resist the 2 feelings for about 10 minutes, he finally gave up. He abruptly got out of bed and rushed to the bathroom next door. After changing his clothes and washing up, he went down to the first floor and dug out the ingredients to make Faina Potter noodles. This time, he didn't plan on using the meat sauce he had bought. He wanted to try the meat paste that he had made 2 days ago. This was the meat paste that he had carefully selected and stir-fried according to the taste he remembered. Although some of the ingredients from the 2 world were ultimately a little different, making it difficult to truly replicate the taste, Klein found it pretty good after tasting it. Before long, he had Faina Potter noodles mixed with sauce and meat paste, and he felt that it was a beautiful morning. Adhering to the tradition of this world, he flipped through the newspapers as he ate, and he first confirmed that old Mr. Eye of Wisdom hadn't placed an advertisement. Based on the thoughts he had last night, Klein decided to have some entertainment today, so he considered whether to attend a concert, an opera, or a play. Tickets to many music halls in Westborough, Hillstonborough, and Sherwood Borough cost at least 6 soldi. If one encountered a famous musician, it would even be priced in pounds. Professional music halls targeted at commoners cost 6 to 9 pence, and those open to the poor in Eastborough who have spare cash only cost 1 penny. Klein flipped through the corresponding information to choose today's entertainment. At that moment, he heard the doorbell ring. Chapter 406. Who is it? Klein jerked his head up and looked at the door. He felt like he had contracted a disease where he was afraid of the doorbell ringing. It was just like how he was afraid of his phone ringing on Earth. Putting down the newspaper and magazine and looking at the empty plate without any seasoning left, Klein got up and walked to the door. Before he even grabbed the doorknob, he already knew that it was Dr. Allen outside. Don't you need to go to work? Klein mumbled and reached out to open the door. Good morning, Alan. The fog is gray today, he said with a smile. Alan still wore his cold expression, but there was a hint of anxiety and fear. He nudged his gold-rimmed glasses and didn't bother to greet him. He went straight to the point and said, Sherlock, I had a dream again. I dreamed of Will Ossipton again. Ah, Klein was nearly stunned. That's not right, right? The authentic paper crane is with me above the gray fog, and the paper crane I folded is with the nighthawks. You can still dream of Will Ossipton with an inferior paper crane folded by the nighthawks? This isn't scientific. No, this isn't mysticism. Klein suddenly turned serious. He immediately asked, Is it the same dream as before? No, it's not that scary this time. Alan calmed down a little. I dreamed of Grim Cemetery. You know of Grim Cemetery, right? Yes, Klein answered simply. Outside Grim Cemetery, he had caught a group of spirit dance students and a noob mysticism enthusiast, Kapusky. He had obtained another copper whistle that could summon a messenger from the latter. Alan took a deep breath of cold air and continued. I dreamed of the forest outside Grim Cemetery. I dreamed of the forest outside Grim Cemetery. I dreamed of a birch tree that had shed a layer of bark from its waste. Will Ossipton was sitting under this tree, quietly watching me. And then Klein pressed. Alan shook his head and said, The dream ended here. What a strange thing. Could it be that Dr. Allen's dream had nothing to do with the paper crane? No, if it's unrelated, the dream wouldn't have changed after swapping the paper cranes. Besides, I've also used the paper crane above the gray fog for divination and received the corresponding revelation. Klein deliberated and said, That's right. This is no longer within my scope of understanding. Alan, what do you want from me? Alan's hot breath dispersed into white mist in the air. I want to take a look outside the Grim Cemetery. Now, in the daytime, can you protect me? I'll pay the commission fee, £1. Now he was going to explore the scene that appeared in his dream. It's unlikely that I'll encounter anything too strange during the day. Klein thought for a moment and said, I can accept this commission, but I suggest that you make a trip to the cathedral first and tell the bishop you're familiar with about the dream. Alan tersely acknowledged before asking in puzzlement, Why do you always suggest me to go to the cathedral? I know that you've explained it in a very logical way. If there's magical power, the church that can dominate the human world is definitely the faction with the strongest magical power. If there isn't, going to the church will at least give you psychological comfort and the corresponding resources. However, why do you suggest me to go to the cathedral when it's not too strange? Klein considered for 2 seconds and replied in all seriousness, I'm a detective. I come into contact with many unusual things, so I understand the uniqueness of the church. I also know when to seek help from them. Really? Alan's expression turned solemn. Klein immediately curled the corners of his mouth. I'm joking. Alan, relax. I'll go change my clothes first. I'll also wash the cutlery. He didn't wear a thick coat and chatted with Alan for a long time at the door. His body was a little stiff from the cold wind. Taking this opportunity, Klein went to the bathroom and went above the gray fog. He divined the danger level of the commission and came to the conclusion that there was almost no risk. If he received a very dangerous revelation, his plan was to use the Church of the Evernight Goddess to repudiate the commission. Helstonborough, Myriad Star Cathedral. Sherlock, why don't you hire a maid? As a detective, you can handle several servants. Alan asked curiously as he led Klein into the largest cathedral of the Church of the Evernight Goddess in Helstonborough. This was something he had wanted to ask on the carriage, but he had never found a chance to broach the topic. Klein sighed and said heavily, Alan, let me tell you a story. Ellen, let me tell you a story. There was once a detective who hired 2 maids, a cook, and an assistant. He was doing quite well, but one day he took over a case and successfully locked onto the murderer. The murderer was a very savage and cruel person. He snuck into the detective's house with the idea of revenge. Ellen, let me tell you a story. Ellen, there was a detective who hired 2 maids, a cook and an assistant. The detective was a combat expert, and he only suffered minor injuries in the end. However, 2 of his servants died as a result. Alan, do you understand? I understand. Alan's tone was filled with obvious sympathy. Sherlock, I didn't know you had such an experience. No, the protagonist has nothing to do with me. This is just a story I just made up. I can't tell you directly that I'm involved in many strange and mysterious matters. There are often unspeakable secrets at home, so it's best not to hire a servant if possible. Klein looked ahead and let out a long sigh. The cleaning of his room was mainly done by Mrs. Stellan, Sammer's maid. Twice a week. She only did the most basic cleaning for one solely. As they spoke, the 2 of them had already entered the hall of the Myriad Star Cathedral. It was dark, quiet, and sparse in the style of the church of the Evernight goddess. At the very front of the hall was a sacred altar engraved with the dark sacred emblem. On it, stars were inlaid with glowing pearls, and the crimson moon was formed with red gems. The rest of the place was pitch-black night. At a glance, it was dotted with stars, and the crimson glow made it look especially holy. However, Klein felt that it wasn't as good as the design of St. Selena Cathedral in Tingen City. The hall was pitch-black, with only light shining through the fist-sized holes in front of it. It made one feel as if they could see the starry sky directly, giving them a sense of awe. However, there's a problem with that design. At night, the effect is gone. Klein found a random seat and sat down. He took off his half-top hat and leaned on his black hardwood cane. As for Alan, he continued walking down the aisle and headed straight for the confessional in search of the bishop. Sitting in such a hall and looking at the devotees who were focused on praying, Klein suddenly felt tranquil. Speaking of which, this is only my 3rd time entering the goddess's cathedral. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Winter County, inside the Cathedral of Serenity. Leonard Mitchell put on a black trench coat and red gloves and entered the high-ranking deacon, Christette Sesamir's room. Congratulations on officially becoming a Red Glove. May the goddess bless you. Sesamir drew a crimson moon on his chest. He still covered his mouth with his high collar. Praise the goddess. It's my honor. Leonard raised his right hand and tapped it 4 times in a clockwise manner. Sesamir didn't speak further and went straight to the point. According to your request, I've placed you in Sostel's team. He's a soul assurer and has his own mystical item. I've also instructed someone to prepare the Beyonder weapon you need for you. You've been in charge of a devil summoning case recently, and you've also taken care of the collection of clues. For example, the continuous incidents in Bakeland related to the tarot ritual. Yes, Your Excellency, Sesamir. Leonard didn't have any objections. This will be the beginning of my revenge, he said silently in his heart. Westboro, the periphery of Grimm Cemetery. Klein accompanied Dr. Allen as they walked in the nearby woods for a long time. From time to time, he would cough because of the falling, grayish-white dust. Perhaps there isn't such a tree. It's impossible for a dream to be completely reflected in reality. In the end, even Allen was a little uncertain. Thankfully, I'm good at finding things. Klein pointed in a direction with his cane. Let's take a look over there and make a final effort. All right. Allen took a deep breath. After walking for a while, Allen suddenly stopped in his tracks. He pointed to the front and said, There. More than 10 meters away, a birch tree with its waist peeled off stood there quietly, as though it was waiting for the 2 of them. It's exactly the same as in my dream, Allen said with great certainty. Klein smiled warily. But there's no Willoseptin. Allen approached the birch tree and frowned for a while. Suddenly, he pointed to the side of the tree root and said, Willoseptin was sitting here back then, and he had one hand pointing at the soil below. Pointing at the soil below? Klein stood by the side and looked down at the area where there was almost no withered grass. You want to dig it up? Alan nodded. Since we've already found this place, we have to confirm what's inside. Sherlock, go to the cemetery and borrow 2 shovels. I'll stay here. You go to the cemetery. I'm worried that an accident might happen, Klein said cautiously. All right. Alan didn't decline and immediately left the woods. After a while, he spent some money and returned with 3 shovels and a gravekeeper before attempting to dig. As Klein dug, he suddenly smelled something familiar. As the soil on the surface parted, what was underneath was gradually exposed. It was the highly decomposed corpse of a child. His skin and flesh looked as though they were about to melt, and there were many worms crawling in and out of his nose and mouth. Clang! The shovel in Alan's hand fell and smashed into a rock. He pointed at the corpse's legs, his mouth frantically quivering, but he couldn't say a word. Klein held back his disgust and looked carefully. He discovered that the child's corpse's left leg was clearly missing its lower half. At the same time, Alan took 2 steps back, fell to the ground, and shouted in a shrill voice. He shouted with a sharp voice, Will Ossepton! Will Ossepton! It was Will Ossepton's corpse. Chapter 407. Dead. Will Ossepton is dead? Furthermore, he seems to have been dead for quite some time. Could this be fake? Klein looked at the child's corpse in surprise and suspicion as many thoughts popped up in his mind. From what he knew, Will Ossepton was a child with a special trait. He might be related to the sequence, one snake of Mercury of the monster pathway. In the divination game he played, he had casually said, Doctor, your luck will turn for the worse, causing Alan to suffer for a long time. The paper cranes he folded allowed Alan's astral projection to be located in the spirit world, giving him a man-made revelation. Even Klein could only catch a glimpse of his whereabouts above the gray fog, making it difficult for him to come to an effective conclusion. How could such a child die for no reason? He died before Dr. Allen had a dream? Where are his family? Klein narrowed his eyes and endured the intense disgust. He carefully examined the highly decomposed corpse and discovered some torn tarot cards in the surrounding soil. His spiritual intuition told him that the corpse in front of him was most likely Will Ossepton. It's really shocking and puzzling. I'll head above the gray fog to confirm if Will Ossepton is faking his death. Wait, what has this got to do with me? I've long decided not to get involved in this matter, lest I get entangled by some snake of Mercury. This might be even more terrifying than sealed artifact 0-08. Klein snapped to his senses and said to the dumbfounded tombkeeper and Dr. Allen, who was on the verge of breaking down, Call the police. Okay. Good. The tombkeeper was stunned for a moment before replying repeatedly. He held the shovel and turned to run out of the woods. He was so fast that it was as if a zombie was chasing after him. He's indeed just an ordinary person. He's not cautious at all. Under such circumstances, shouldn't I be wary of the people around me? By exposing my back, it's easy for someone to smack me with a shovel. Klein glanced at the tombkeeper's back and sighed as he shook his head. When he was in the Tingen Nighthawks, he had read many case files and discovered that many victims had been scammed by their accomplices. With this in mind, Klein walked to Dr. Allen's side, bent down, and extended his hand. There's nothing to be afraid of, he's already dead. It's the death that scares people. Allen calmed down a little. He didn't accept Klein's help and got up on his own. His black robe was already stained with mud, which made Klein feel an inexplicable heartache. I can't bear to see anything valuable get damaged. He sighed in his heart. Seeing that Allen was still a little panicked, Klein smiled and said, At times like this, praying to the God you believe in will have a good effect. Really? Allen was taken aback for a moment. He tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner and chanted softly, Evernight goddess, loftier than the starry sky and more eternal than eternity, your devout believer prays for your favor. After repeated whispers, he slowly calmed down and was no longer as fearful as before. Klein also drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest and silently muttered to himself. That's right. He silently muttered to himself. god of steam and machinery. You not devout believer prays for your favor at all." As he spoke, he couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh, suspecting that he might be struck to death by lightning on the spot. However, lightning and thunder belong to the Lord of Storms, not the domain of the god of steam and machinery. Klein thought rather casually. After about 20 minutes, the two of them sat in the interrogation room of a nearby police station. During the recording of the statement, Klein frankly told the police that he was only a commissioned private detective and didn't know what had happened. Dr. Allen, on the other hand, described his dream in detail, as well as the reason for digging up the corpse. Klein could tell that the police didn't believe him at all, but after they circled the area, they immediately changed their attitude and indicated that Dr. Allen and Detective Moriarty weren't suspicious. All they needed to do was sign the statement and leave. Allen was rather surprised, but Klein didn't find it strange at all. It was obvious that the Nighthawks had appeared. The benefits of getting the doctor to go to the Myriad Star Cathedral in advance to find the bishop showed itself. Before leaving the police station, Klein wasn't surprised to see a familiar figure. It was the Nighthawk who had entered his dream previously. This Nighthawk, who might be the captain, was still wearing a gray trench coat. It was obvious that he was more resistant to the cold than Klein. His blue eyes swept the area and looked away from Klein's face without any abnormalities, pretending to be an ordinary high-ranking inspector. Klein, who was also pretending to be an ordinary private detective, nudged his glasses, put on his half-top hat, and left the police station with Dr. Allen and got into a carriage. After instructing his coachman to go to Minsk Street first, Allen turned to look at Klein. "Sherlock, do you think this will end here? If that corpse is really Willa Septon, you shouldn't be troubled anymore." Klein paused and said, "Allen, have you felt anything strange during this period of time? No matter what it is." Allen thought seriously and shook his head. "No, that's worth celebrating." Klein exhaled and said with a smile, to him, it was best for Willa Septon's matter to end like this. Although the paper crane Klein folded above the gray fog wouldn't expose anything, and there weren't any problems with the divination afterward, he was still a little worried that some Nighthawk would suddenly have a whim and use it to find some clues. And now, with Willa Septon's death, this case might soon reach a dead end. It would be placed in the dossier and temporarily declared closed. No one would pay attention to it without any new developments. Allen relaxed and asked in puzzlement, "Frankly speaking, I don't think my testimony is very convincing. Why did the police choose to believe me in the end?" "I don't know either." Klein deliberately played dumb. "I thought I would have to get my lawyer to take me home again." "No, bail me home." Allen curled the corners of his mouth, which was a rare sight. "Sherlock, you seem to have a lot of experience when it comes to entering a police station?" Klein laughed and replied in a deep voice, "This is the fate of every private detective. This is the fate of every private detective." Just as Klein and Allen were being taken to the police station near Grim Cemetery, Furswall walked into the quiet cemetery in an elegant black dress and a black bonnet with a fine mesh hanging down. She found Mrs. All-Lysa's grave. She and Zio had already gone to Empress Borough to look for Viscount Gleant an hour ago and received a reply that he was willing to borrow £400 without any interest. Viscount Gleant's only request was for the two Beyonders to accompany him to the gathering that Mr. A was holding that night to ensure his safety. He was in a hurry to find the crown jellyfish's venom crystal to complete the concoction of the apothecary potion. The horn of an adult Pegasus had already been found by Audrey in her family's treasury. She had obtained one in the name of a biological experiment, effectively offsetting part of her debt. She also raised an additional condition. She wanted Viscount Gleant to use the Duke of Negan's children to confirm if the dragon specimen in his treasury belonged to the thousand-faced hunter and if there were any spots of light shimmering inside. After settling the loan, Furs wasn't in a hurry to pray to Mr. Fool. She wanted to complete the transaction as soon as possible because it would be too fast. It would make Zio instinctively feel that something was wrong and become suspicious. Taking advantage of her free time, Furs changed her clothes and rented a carriage to Grim Cemetery on the outskirts of Westboro. After learning about the law of Beyonder characteristics, indestructibility, and conservation, Furs already knew that the main ingredient for her to become an apprentice was the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Mrs. Elisa. It was equivalent to her inheriting her power. Therefore, she couldn't help but want to come here and place a bouquet of flowers in front of Mrs. Elisa's tombstone to thank her. It was already early winter, and most of the flowers had already withered, but Furs still managed to buy a bouquet of simple yet elegant flowers. This was a flower cultivated in a glass greenhouse, so it was quite expensive. "Thank you, Roselle the Great, for your invention," Furs said sincerely in her heart. As far as she knew, most of the flowers used by the nobles at the winter banquets came from glass greenhouses, and a small number were sent directly from the warm southern regions by airship. This was beyond what the average middle class could afford. Standing in front of the black tombstone, Furs took a few deep looks at the photo of Mrs. Elisa. She bent down to put down the flowers and said softly, "Thank you." She immediately stood up straight, closed her eyes, and quietly recalled the past. At that moment, she heard a slightly aged voice. "You really are a kind lady." Furs opened her eyes and turned her head, only to find that Mr. Lawrence from the House of Abraham had appeared there at some point in time. He was also holding a bouquet of simple yet elegant flowers in his hand. "No, this is not kindness nor kindness. Mrs. Elisa once brought me an unforgettable period of warmth when I lost my mother," Furs said sincerely. Her eyes suddenly became a little moist. Lawrence only had some wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. As he put down the flowers, he sighed. "This shows that you value friendship." After chatting casually for a while, Furs was about to leave. Lawrence was waving his hand when he suddenly coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed until his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground, as if he would suffocate to death at any moment. As a doctor who had graduated from a formal academy, Furs did not hesitate to turn around, squat down, and start the first aid. After a while, Lawrence's condition finally stabilized. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and smiled at Furs. "Ma, can you send me back to the hotel?" "No problem." Furs helped him up. Lawrence looked ahead, his eyes slightly out of focus. He coughed lightly and laughed in a half-sad, half-self-deprecating manner. "My life may have come to an end." Chapter 408. Westboro Carlpensa Hotel. Furs helped Lawrence into his room and laid him down on the bed. This was a rather luxurious hotel. Apart from the bathroom, every place was covered in a thick, soft, grayish-yellow carpet. The walls were hung with replicas of famous oil paintings. Lawrence took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, Miss Wall." "Thank you, Miss Wall. Please forgive a dying man for not being able to bow." "No, Mr. Lawrence, your problem has been alleviated. As a former practicing doctor, I can tell you without a doubt that you can still live. After you rest for a while, we'll go to the clinic or the hospital," Furs consoled him. Lawrence smiled and said, "I know my physical condition very well. You don't need to console me. Besides, I'm an astrologer. I already have a premonition that I'll die in Bakeland in this hotel." Apart from the superficial decorations, everything he said was the truth. He was nearly 80 years old, and he was no longer the strong and spirited lad from before. If not for the sequence potion improving his physical fitness, he might have already been buried in some cemetery. Lawrence originally believed that he could live for another 10 years, but who knew that he would encounter the rebellion instigated by the former Traveler Bootes. He suffered serious injuries at the hands of the Aurora Order, and his remaining descendants all died in that disaster. This dealt him a huge blow, and he almost couldn't recover from it. And when he went to Bakeland to search for his 2 brothers and their descendants, he only found out that they had long passed away. This caused a certain level of mental trauma to him, With all these things added together, Lawrence clearly felt that his life was coming to an end. His original plan was to pay a bouquet of flowers at Labero and Elisa's graves before immediately returning to meet the other members of the Elder Council of Families and make arrangements for his funeral. However, the condition of an elderly person was really bad. It didn't take long for him to reach his end. Without waiting for Furs to speak, Lawrence struggled to take out a palm-sized notebook from his half-opened inner pocket. The notebook's hardcover was a coppery green, giving off a very ancient vibe. On its surface was a paragraph written in ancient Fasak. I came, I saw, I recorded. Lawrence placed the notebook on the blanket in front of his chest and took a deep breath. Miss Wall, if I die here, can you help me send this to Pritz Harbor? Mr. Lawrence, you'll be fine, Furs emphasized. At the same time, she subconsciously glanced at the notebook and found that it was not thick. There were 3 kinds of paper in it. One was burnt yellow and had a very small amount. Another was yellowish-brown parchment and had a medium amount. The last one was ordinary white paper and had the largest amount. The third was ordinary white paper, which had the most numbers. I mean, if Ms. Wall, would you help? Pritz Harbor isn't far. It can't even be considered a trip. If I'm in a rush, I can even make a round trip in half a day with the steam locomotive. Furs nodded. Lawrence heaved a sigh of relief. He seemed to have recovered a little. After I die, wait 10 minutes, take a glowing item from my corpse, and send it along with this notebook to Dorian Gray of the Pritz Harbor Fishermen's Association. My wallet and the 42 pounds in cash are my reward and gratitude to you. My clothes will accompany me to ashes. No, you don't have to give me anything. No, you'll be fine, Mr. Furs, Furs said sincerely. Lawrence didn't seem to hear what she said and continued to mutter to himself. Maybe Dorian will give you some other rewards, but it's up to you. I believe in you. I can see that you are a good girl from what happened to Elisa. He suddenly came to his senses and said to Furs, Ms. Wall, can you go to the first floor and get me a bottle of boiling water? I don't know when the waiter will come. No problem. Furs didn't think too much about it. She took the bottle of boiling water and walked out of the room. After taking a few steps, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. The water bottle in her hand was heavy, and it was obvious that there was still a lot of it left. Furs was about to turn around and ask when she suddenly sensed a strong spirituality fluctuation in the room. This is... Furs was stunned at first, but she immediately understood Mr. Lawrence's intentions. As death approached, he clearly felt that something was wrong with his body. He was afraid that he would lose control and become a monster. He wanted to die as a human, not a monster, so he chose to end his life himself. This was the last dignity of a Beyonder. Of course, if he became a monster, all his arrangements would be for naught. With this in mind, Furs felt gloomy. She stood outside for nearly 10 minutes before pushing the door open and entering. She saw Lawrence lying silently on the bed, as though he had aged a lot in an instant. Beside him was a diamond the size of an eye. Light shone in from outside the window and constantly refracted on the diamond, forming a scene as beautiful as the starlight. Phew! Furs exhaled and did a serious check. She discovered that the cause of Lawrence's death was the most common cause of cardiac arrest. Sherwood Borough, 15 Minsk Street. After returning home, Klein rested for a while before going above the gray fog. He planned on divining Will Osseptin's death. He made the paper crane fly out from the junk pile in the corner and land on the long bronze table in front of him. Then he removed the topaz pendant wrapped around his sleeve. As he held the spirit pendulum in his left hand, Klein used cogitation to adjust his state and recalled the scenes he had seen in the forest outside the cemetery. There were some details that he might not have noticed, but his spirituality definitely wouldn't miss out on them. This divination was mainly using this point and relying on the gray fog to eliminate any interference. After finishing his preparations, Klein conjured a new piece of goatskin and wrote the divination statement. Will Osseptin is completely dead. Right on the heels of that, He pressed the paper crane to the side of the divination statement, causing the topaz pendant to nearly touch the words. After entering cogitation and completing all the steps of the spirit pendulum, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the results. The topaz pendant was spinning counterclockwise at a rather fast speed. This meant that it was negative. This meant that Will Septon wasn't completely dead. Klein was stunned, but he also felt that it was within his expectations. He thought for a moment and changed the divination statement. That corpse is Will Septon's. This time, the spirit pendulum gave him a positive revelation. That corpse was indeed Will Septon's. Klein had a vague idea as he wrote a new divination statement. Will Septon's corpse will revive. After calmly busying himself, Klein saw a revelation. It was spinning counterclockwise at an extremely fast speed. This meant that Will Septon's corpse wouldn't revive, which meant that it wouldn't morph. From the looks of it, Will Septon had either actively or passively abandoned his previous body and used another method to survive. This matter has something to do with the Snake of Mercury. Klein attempted to divine other matters, but all of them resulted in failure. This included Will Septon's current state. However, when he repeated the previous divination using dream divination and asked Will Septon's current location, he still received a similar scene. A dark room with the sound of flowing water. But this gave him a slightly different feeling. Forget it. There's no need to waste time. It's not like I plan on getting involved. Klein put away the spirit pendulum and prepared to return to the real world. Through the divination and the various matters from before, he had a vague guess about Will Septon, but he was unable to verify it. He suspected that Will Septon was another Snake of Mercury. As a sequence one, the Snake of Mercury wasn't unique. At most, there could be 3 of them existing at the same time. The Snake of Mercury that wielded fate could easily locate Alan's astral projection through the paper crane and create a false revelation to him. Without a doubt, it had the ability to change a person's fate with a single word. For some unknown reason, Will Septon had become weak and was under the threat of a second Snake of Mercury. Everything he did was to escape him. As for the reason for their conflict, the answer was simple. Without a sequence 0, there could be 3 sequence 1s at the same time, but once there was a sequence 0, there wouldn't be a sequence 1. As for this sentence, the Dark Emperor Potion formula explained its true meaning. One of the main ingredients of the formula was the beyonder characteristics of 2 princes of disorder. The Prince of Disorder was a sequence, one of the Dark Emperor pathway. As a sequence 1, to advance to sequence 0, one had to obtain all the beyonder characteristics of 2 other sequence, ones of the same pathway. It was precisely with such a guess that Klein didn't dare to get involved in Will Septon's matter. If my deduction is correct, then this is a genuine fight between deities. I can't afford to offend them. Klein's spirituality descended and disappeared from the ancient palace above the gray fog. In Empress Borough, in an inconspicuous house, the beyonder gathering that Mr. A had convened was carried out as scheduled. Furs and Zio changed their attire and accompanied Viscount Glaint, who was wearing an iron-black mask, into the hall. They found a random seat and sat down. Before the gathering officially began, Viscount Glaint rushed to write his request to the attendant and prayed to the goddess, hoping that someone would respond. Furs was as languid as usual. She wore a hood, which she rarely did, and used the shadow to cover her face. She was recalling the matter regarding Mr. Lawrence. She knew very well what the diamond the size of an eye was. It was the beyonder characteristic left behind by him, but she was temporarily unable to confirm which sequence it belonged to. Furs casually flipped through the notebook and found that many of the pages were still blank, and the contents were filled with all sorts of strange and mysterious symbols and magic labels. They were completely beyond the scope of Furs's knowledge. It doesn't matter what it is. What's important is that I have to keep my promise. Furs warned herself. At this moment, Mr. A, who was sitting on a single-seater sofa with an exaggerated hood, spoke in a hoarse voice. I have a mission. Help me find some people who believe in the Fool. Ah, Furs snapped out of her thoughts. Chapter 409. The Fool. The Beyonders at Mr. A's party chewed on the word to themselves, or whispered to their companions about whether they had met anyone with similar beliefs. When did such a cult appear? Someone asked in a low voice. At this moment, Mr. A asked the waiter next to him to raise a blackboard with a few lines written in Rouen. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. While everyone was examining the blackboard, Mr. A said in a hoarse voice that made people uncomfortable, Jotun, Elvish, Dragonese, and ancient Hermes won't do either. You can't even use them to write the corresponding descriptions. Otherwise, there's a high chance that something terrifying will happen. Help me find those who believe in the Fool. Of course, they might also be followers of the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black, who wields good luck. As long as you find any clues, tell me immediately. I'll reward you handsomely beyond your imagination. This description, it sounds like an incredible existence. I've only seen such a title in the books of the 7 gods. A member of the gathering exclaimed. His companion shook his head. Many cults have similar descriptions of the targets they worship. Is it really a cult? Another member of the gathering heard their discussion and blurted out in shock. It should be. Usually, the spirit world creatures we summon would also have such a 3-paragraph description. But one of them would definitely be something along the lines of someone's favor, or something along the lines of something that belongs to someone. It wouldn't be in this form. A gathering member who was proficient in mysticism provided a theoretical basis. While they were enthusiastically communicating, Furs was dumbfounded. Isn't that Mr. Fool's honorific name? Although it's described in Loanese, I'm certain without a doubt. Why would Mr. A want to find Mr. Fool's believers? Was this the Aurora Order's intention? Furs's mind was in a mess. She knew that Mr. A was a member of the Aurora Order because a certain terrorist organization had publicly announced responsibility for the assassination of Ambassador Intis, Bakerland. After a brief moment of shock, Furs subconsciously examined herself, worried that someone would discover that she was already a member of the Tarot. In a sense, she was a blessed of the Fool. I only recited Mr. Fool's honorific name according to the ancient Hermes on the piece of paper, and I was pulled above the gray fog. No one knows of this matter, so there's no need to be afraid of investigations. But that piece of paper with Mr. Fool's honorific name has a source. It's hidden in a book we borrowed from Viscount Glaint. Furs's thoughts raced. The Fool that doesn't belong to this era. Isn't that the description I saw on that piece of paper? I even dreamed of an evil spirit. At the same time, Zio also recalled a matter that left her with lingering fear. But her long experience as a bounty hunter prevented her from exposing anything abnormal. Following that, she traced it back and thought about the origins of the piece of paper. It was hidden in the middle of History of the Nobles of the Rouen Kingdom. I borrowed History of the Nobles of the Rouen Kingdom from Viscount Glaint's study. Suddenly, a person's name flashed across Furs and Zio's minds at the same time. Viscount Glaint. At this moment, Viscount Glaint was looking at the blackboard and muttering to himself with interest. This honorific name is very rare, but it sounds very powerful. Just as he said that, he looked around in confusion and said to Furs and Zio, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing, nothing." Zio and Furs shook their heads at the same time. "Nothing, nothing." Zio and Furs shook their heads at the same time. After dinner, in an elegantly decorated house, Audrey brought Susie into the living room under the guidance of her psychology teacher, Escalante. This was the academic gathering that had been agreed upon last week. Her maids and bodyguards were all left here, while she and Susie walked to the spacious living room. In the living room, it was unknown if it was due to the atmosphere or some other reason, but the gas wall lamps weren't lit. The light in the room came from the candles on the coffee table and a few gold-plated lamp holders on the cupboard. Before Audrey could take a closer look at her surroundings, she saw a gentleman in his 30s wearing a gray tuxedo walking towards her. "This is the owner of this place, Mr. Stephen Hamplister, a furniture merchant," the waist-length Escalante introduced. She was about to tell him about Audrey's identity when Hamplister chuckled and said, "Escalante, don't speak. Escalante, don't speak. Give me a chance to guess." He had a neatly trimmed mustache and a pair of charming dark brown eyes. He looked very cultured and refined, not like a furniture merchant, but more like a university lecturer. After seriously sizing up Audrey, he smiled and said, "Escalante only said that you're her student." "Ha ha! I think you're a cultured, noble lady, and you're not the type who only looks impressive. There's no doubt that you don't have to worry about your quality of life dropping. You're a little agitated, you're very curious, and you're relatively simple and compassionate. Of course, the most obvious point is that you're very beautiful, just like an angel." He made a final joke before pressing his hand to his chest and bowing. "Welcome, Miss Beautiful Angel. You're right, as expected of a member of psychological alchemy. However, what you observed was me from a few months ago. It's all me that I deliberately presented myself." Audrey said in surprise and astonishment, "Mr. Hamplister, did you know me from before?" She didn't let the astonished expression linger on her face for too long, because such emotions were instantaneous reactions and couldn't last for too long. Once someone was surprised for a few seconds, it meant that they were likely faking it. Audrey didn't notice this at first, but after observing other people's acting for a long time, she naturally concluded many patterns. "No, I still don't know you. This is just a basic quality of a psychology hobbyist." Hamplister chuckled. Before he finished speaking, Audrey had already completed her observation and made the corresponding judgment based on the surrounding environment. His clothes and the furnishings of his house all indicate that he's a person who cares a lot about his own dignity. The sapphire on the ring on his left hand doesn't look small, but its quality is actually very ordinary. Furthermore, it doesn't have any symbols or magic labels. His financial situation isn't as good as it appears. He's very vain, although he was very enthusiastic just now. The way he stood, the pointing of his feet, and the changes in the color of his emotions all indicate that he still has a lot of concerns and is rather wary. He sincerely praised my looks, but it doesn't seem like a man looking at a woman. There are traces of skincare products on his face, and his eyebrows must have been drawn. His skills aren't as good as my makeup maid, Sonia, but they're better than mine. The perfume he's wearing is Confusion, which I've only seen women use. He probably likes men, and he's playing the relatively weaker side at the same time. Audrey skillfully expressed her yearning. "Mr. Hamplister, I really want to have your powers of observation." As she spoke, she smiled faintly. Under Hamplister and Escalante's lead, she got to know the other 7 or 8 people in the activity room. Some of these dual enthusiasts of mysticism and psychology were descendants of declining nobles. Some are university associate professors, and some were the children of rich people. For example, there was a young man whose father was the owner of the most famous department store in Bakeland, Philip's department store. For the rest of the conversation, Audrey only listened and did not speak. Even when she spoke, she would ask questions, fully expressing her curiosity and yearning. In this academic discussion, Escalante, Hamplister, and the others had deliberately mentioned the ether body and the body of heart and mind, as well as the spirit world and the collective subconscious. They had also given some relatively unique viewpoints, allowing Audrey to gradually figure out some of the questions that had accumulated over the years. When it was over and they walked out of the house, Audrey glanced at Escalante and asked innocently, "Ms. Escalante, when can I be as excellent as Mr. Hamplister in the field of psychology?" Escalante curled the corners of her mouth, turned her head slightly, and looked at her. "Very soon." At night, Klein, who was about to get into bed, once again went above the gray fog. The somewhat sleepy Klein was immediately jolted awake by Miss Magician's news. The Aurora Order knows of the Fool? You know my name? The true creator has locked onto me. Klein suddenly sat up straight, as though he was facing a formidable enemy. He quickly rejected the last guess. If the true creator had really locked onto him, Mr. A would have long come to collect the copper pennies in the gas meter. There might even be a saint. In other words, he only knows of the Fool and the corresponding honorific name, and knows that the clues are in Bakeland. Who leaked the news? Klein frowned and thought carefully. Soon he discovered a possibility. Recently, Little Son chanted my honorific name, and it was when he interacted with the members of the expedition team who had been corrupted by the true creator. He held a sacrificial ritual, and there should be a symbol corresponding to the Fool at the scene. There should be an ancient palace above the gray fog. Therefore, the true creator has sensed the existence of the Fool and determined that I'm the one who previously blasphemed. No, harassed, and no, spied on him. Also, Little Son used the all-black eye back then, and it contained the mental corruption of the true creator. Through this, he confirmed that my adorer or believer is in Bakeland. I can't bring the all-black eye out in the future. After roughly understanding the problem, Klein fell into another dilemma. Mr. A is offering a bounty to find the Fool's believers in a relatively open Beyonder gathering that isn't considered too private. Is his brain really lacking, or is he deliberately fishing? Sigh, the Aurora Order is full of paranoid lunatics. Their brains are almost broken, and there's no way to guess their true intentions. Chapter 410. Above the gray fog, the towering palace stood silently. Klein wrapped his fingers rhythmically on the edge of the long bronze table as he focused on the countermeasures he should take against the threat posed by the Aurora Order and Mr. A. In a situation where he couldn't figure out their true intentions, he instinctively had an idea. Report Mr. A. Report an illegal gathering. Klein could easily find out the location of Mr. A's gathering for Miss Magicians and secretly report it to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind. An oracle of the Aurora Order would definitely attract enough attention. When the time came, Mr. A might not even be able to protect himself, much less track down the Fool's believers. But the problem was that this would definitely implicate a group of innocent Beyonders. Furthermore, Klein suspected that this was the reason why Mr. A had directly offered a bounty on the Fool's believers. He might have already arranged an escape route. Once he was reported, he could clearly confirm that there were people from the Fool at the previous gathering. As for who it was, it didn't matter. Mr. A and the lunatics from the Aurora Order would definitely do something that left no room for error. And as long as a Beyonder fell into their hands, most people would no longer be able to hide their secrets. The Aurora Order, or rather, the Shepherd Pathway represented by the true creator, was best at corrupting others. When a Beyonder's worldview was completely distorted and they began to believe in the true creator from the bottom of their hearts, what else could be kept a secret? It's not that there's no other way, but it's best not to report it. Klein leaned back in his chair, reined in his chaotic thoughts, and reorganized the entire matter. As he thought, he suddenly realized a problem. There were no believers or blessed of the Fool in this world. Even the tarot only had a few members, and no one had revealed the corresponding situation to the outside world. That is to say, the Aurora Order won't be able to find any corresponding clues. There's nothing to worry about. The only bad outcome is that the Fool will be marked by the true creator. It doesn't feel good to be constantly targeted by an evil god, but it basically won't affect anything else. Klein nodded in thought. He had thought it through very clearly. The only flaw in the entire matter was that he had once used the title of the Fool, written in ancient Hermes, as the password for his anonymous account. However, with the sacrificial and bestowment ritual being proven to be effective, this account had been abandoned for a long time and had long been forgotten. This could be inferred from the fact that no one had been noticed by Klein for copying passwords in the past month and a half. As such, the bank employees who had come into contact with passwords but clearly didn't understand mysticism wouldn't reveal this matter to anyone. As for the Beyonders, they would at most ask in Rouen. Even if they found the right person, The other party wouldn't be able to link the contents of the Rouen text to the ancient Hermes password. If anyone were to copy it, I would know immediately and be able to respond effectively. Besides, even if someone were to discover the problem with the password, it would be difficult to trace it back to Sherlock Moriarty. I've always used certain methods. Miss Justice is also very careful when saving money. Amidst the tapping sounds, Klein relaxed and chuckled. Do you think that the fool has many blessed and believers, so there must be many clues that can't be erased? Wrong, very wrong. There's only one believer and blessed of the fool. That's me. Having said that, he couldn't help but give a self-deprecating laugh. This doesn't seem to be something to be proud of. I have to be more careful in the near future. I shouldn't use the banner of the fool. Klein reminded himself and responded to Miss Magician's prayer. He adjusted his posture and said in a low and gentle voice, "Don't mind it. Don't mind it." Furs received an answer that surprised her, but also made sense. In Mr. Fool's eyes, the Aurora Order was just a bunch of ants. Furs recited the honorific name again and asked curiously, "Honorable Mr. Fool, which existence does the Aurora Order believe in?" Then she saw Mr. Fool sitting on a high-backed chair in the middle of the gray fog. He said in a leisurely manner, "True Creator, the true Creator." Furs's eyes widened as she instantly understood why Mr. A was suddenly seeking the Fool's believers. With the help of Tarot, the Sun Youth from the City of Silver had successfully exposed the abnormality of the expedition team and thwarted the true Creator's plans. Behind this matter is the struggle between Mr. Fool and the true Creator. Furs didn't dare to ask further, as she quickly recounted her encounter with the members of the House of Abraham. She also mentioned Lawrence's will, the strange notebook, and the Beyonder characteristic he left behind. "Honorable Mr. Fool, what should I do?" she asked without much confidence. "What should I do? Miss Magician's luck isn't bad. Why haven't I encountered such a good thing?" Klein chuckled in response. "Do it according to the truest thoughts in your heart." He wasn't worried at all that Dorian Gray of the Pritz Harbor Fishermen's Association would harm Miss Magician's, because he knew that her bracelet still had 2 stones that could teleport her to the spirit world twice. "The truest thoughts in my heart?" Furs lowered her head in thought and said, "I understand. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Fool." She decided to buy a ticket for the steam locomotive tomorrow. With such transportation, it would only take a little more than an hour to travel from Bakeland to Pritz Harbor. It might even take less than that. After reporting everything, Furs requested to hold a sacrificial and bestowment ritual and received a positive response. Hence, she used £600 in exchange for the Sheriff Beyonder characteristic. Picking up the fist-shaped object that was made up of iron black, dark red, and silver, Furs was both delighted and sighed as she looked at the beautiful spirituality luster. Zio has long gathered the supplementary ingredients, and she'll soon advance to sequence 8. As for me, I still don't know when I'll become a trick master. I hope that Mr. the Hanging Man and the others can help me find the corresponding Beyonder ingredients as soon as possible. Zio had been subconsciously acting as an arbiter, so she didn't have to worry about her digestion of the sequence 9 potion. But what should she do after becoming a sheriff? Should I request Mr. Fool to pay a certain price in exchange for the teaching of the acting method? Or should I directly suggest that she join the police? At the end of the long, mottled table, Klein looked at the thick stack of cash in front of him and carefully counted it a few times. This way, I'll have £1,230. I'm just short of £300 to gather the money needed for a sequence 6 Beyonder ingredient. Of course, £1,500 is only the lowest price. The actual transactions are often much more expensive than that. Where else can I get money in the near future? I'll sell a portion of the shares the moment the bicycle patent is granted. Right? I almost forgot about the uniqueness of the tarot. The werewolf Beyonder characteristic can't be sold in Bakeland for the time being to prevent the high-sequence Beyonders from Rose School from discovering it. However, I can sell it elsewhere. I'll get the world to appear at the next gathering and entrust Mr. the Hanging Man to sell this item on the Sonia Sea. I'll get a corresponding commission as payment. After deducting all the expenses, the werewolf Beyonder characteristic can give me at least £1,000. It's more than enough for a sequence 6 Beyonder ingredient. Klein quickly came up with an idea, and his heart calmed down. He found it a pity that Miss Zio didn't seem to have much money. After becoming a sheriff, even if she could quickly digest the potion, it would take her a long time to buy the corresponding Beyonder characteristic of an interrogator. And if Miss Magicians were to be fancied by the House of Abraham, he wouldn't be able to sell the subsequent astrologer potion formula. What a pity! Klein sighed and returned to the real world. Wednesday morning. Klein didn't lose sleep because of the true creator's thoughts and the Aurora Order's investigation. He slept all the way until dawn and happily went out to buy a Desi pie for breakfast. And there was no doubt that Desi pie needed to be paired with sweet iced tea. As he enjoyed the delicacy and flipped through the newspapers, he saw an advertisement from the Ernst firm and learned that there would be a Beyonder gathering tomorrow night organized by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. This time I can seek to purchase the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. However, there's a high chance that there won't be any there. Even if there is, it would only be supplementary ingredients like deep-sea Naga's hair. Klein seriously considered which channels he could use to gather the ingredients. He spread out his left hand and counted silently with his fingers. The interior of the tarot includes Little Sun, Mr. the Hanging Man, and Miss Justice's respective channels. Old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's gathering, Miss Bodyguard and Merrick, but try not to contact them in the near future. And write Vampire Emlyn White. Didn't he say that I can write letters to consult some powerful sanguine? This is what it means to have connections. With this in mind, Klein immediately decided to go to the Harvest Church to wait for Emlyn White. Although it was impossible for the Aurora Order to track him down, it still gave him a sense of urgency. It made him want to gather the Beyonder ingredients as soon as possible. Once he digested the potion, he would quickly advance to sequence 6, 10 in the morning, south of the bridge, Rose Street. Dressed in a double-breasted frock coat, Klein took off his half-top hat and slowly walked into the rather small Harvest Church. At a glance, he saw the giant-like Father Utrapsky and the brown-robed Emlyn White. The latter was wiping the candlesticks, looking numb as though his heart had already died. What a coincidence! Wait, he can't be staying here all day, right? Only returning home at night? Klein randomly found a seat and sat down. There were no more than 5 believers in the entire church. Emlyn White also saw him. He put down the rag, walked over, and sat beside him. The vampire's expression instantly turned lively. He raised his chin slightly and chuckled. Chapter 411. In the Harvest Church. Klein turned his head to glance at Emlyn White. Without destroying the peaceful atmosphere, he deliberately suppressed his voice and chuckled. "Are you short of money?" As soon as he said this, he felt as if he was asking if the other party knew about Amway. Emlyn was first taken aback before he scoffed. "Don't use money to insult the noble blood breeds." Klein immediately snorted and looked at the tall and burly Father Utrapsky in front of him. "As far as I know, those exquisitely crafted dolls aren't cheap. They can even be considered expensive, especially those that are as tall as humans." Emlyn opened his mouth in an attempt to retort, but he ultimately failed. After a moment of silence, he coughed twice and pretended to be nonchalant. "Tell me, what do you want me to help you with? I am not a vampire who likes to guess riddles." Klein didn't look at the vampire beside him as he smiled and said to himself, "I have a friend who's about to advance and needs to gather the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. I wonder if you can help? Are you doubting the abilities of a vampire?" "Even if I didn't, I could have written to ask the nobler excellencies." "That's what I want." Klein immediately replied, "That's right. Thousand-faced hunters, mutated pituitary gland, 100 milliliters of its blood, the human-skinned shadow characteristic, and 5 strands of hair from the deep-sea Naga. As long as you can get any one of these, I will pay you. It will depend on the price. The cheaper the price, the more you will get. He had purposely reported a larger portion of the supplementary materials to avoid losses. Upon hearing this description that didn't stutter at all, Emlyn White immediately felt like he had fallen into the other party's language trap. He calmed himself down and said, "The reward for the extraordinary materials is at least £100, and the supplementary materials are at least £10. Although I don't know what level the things you want are, I believe that they are definitely not cheap or common. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to me for help." Very smart. Klein smiled. Deal. In that instant, Emlyn White deeply suspected that the remuneration he asked for was too little, so he added another sentence. "Detective, do you have any clues on how to remove the hypnosis?" Seeing that Father Yutravsky was focused on praying in front of the altar, Klein turned his head and glanced at the vampire. "I have the simplest solution." "What?" Emlyn White's eyes lit up. "Defeat Bishop Yutravsky and snatch his mental terror candle." Klein chuckled. "After you meet up with your parents, you should have enough strength. Do you think that 3 vampires can't defeat a Dawn Knight?" The corners of Emlyn's mouth twitched as his expression crumbled. "I lost. I can't beat him. My father and mother were almost captured as well. That mental terror candle was extremely evil, so you've already tried. Your entire family almost converted to Mother Earth. 3 sanguine couldn't even defeat Father Yutravsky? With the help of the mental terror candle and the blood collector, Father Yutravsky is that terrifying? Or were vampires too weak? However, all the rumors say that vampires are rather powerful." Klein said thoughtfully, "Then you can write a letter to seek help from the nobler excellencies. Then you can write a letter to the nobler sirs for help. There should be no lack of experts in the blood race." Emlyn White replied with a numb expression. They rejected it. Suddenly, he looked at Klein with hope in his eyes. "Can you defeat Father Yutravsky? Or should I say, can your friend defeat him?" After obtaining the brooch of sun and the biological poison bottle, as well as digesting quite a number of potions, I originally believed that I could defeat Father Yutravsky in my spirit-body state, but your description makes me unsure. Is the mental terror candle really that evil? This sealed artifact is obviously very good at restraining spirit bodies. Klein shook his head rationally. No. He quickly changed the topic. "Why would the noble excellencies of the sanguine reject your request? To them, this should be a simple favor." Emlyn White's expression turned cold like ashes. "They said that Father Yutravsky is a blessed of Earth Mother, and they don't wish to directly clash with him. They are researching other ways to dispel the psychological cue, such as going deep into the Sonia Sea, Fog Sea, and Berserk Sea to find the dragons that have lived in seclusion for a long time." With a smile that was uglier than crying, he added, "By the time they finish their research and find a dragon in the mind domain, perhaps I'll already be a loyal believer of Earth Mother. I'm beginning to feel that life is more and more precious, and that the harvest is a delightful one. A blessed of Earth Mother? Father Yutravsky is a blessed of Earth Mother? It's no wonder he has so many mystical items. From the looks of it, as a powerful pirate, it's not that simple for him to suddenly believe in Earth Mother." Klein first sighed before he felt a lingering fear. He had almost agreed to Emlyn White's request and attempted to defeat Father Yutravsky. If I had lost, I might have been locked in a basement and forcibly detained. If I had won, I would have offended another deity. No, I wouldn't have been able to win at all. A blessed of Earth Mother definitely has a corresponding trump card. If it wasn't for Father Yutravsky suppressing his split personality, I probably wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Klein wisely didn't delve deeper into the topic. He looked straight at Father Yutravsky's figure and said, "You can try to find an organization called Psychological Alchemy. Otherwise, you can only wait for our tarot's Miss Justice to become a psychiatrist. When that happens, Perhaps you won't be able to bear to break away from your faith in Earth Mother. Klein silently added. To him, it would be best if Emlyn White could join psychological alchemy. This way, if Miss Justice were to encounter any problems in the organization, he would have other resources to help her. He wouldn't have to constantly summon his trinity of the fool, blessed, and believer. Psychological alchemy? I've never heard of it. Emlyn shook his head in disdain. It must be a secret organization that recently appeared. This organization has been around for a century or two, at the very least. Klein denied his statement. To the sanguine with long lifespans, a century or two is equivalent to having just appeared. Those noble excellencies might sleep for 100 years, Emlyn White said proudly. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he turned his gaze forward and cleared his throat. Do you know how to contact that organization? Klein originally wanted to answer that there was a doctor named Daxter Guderian in the Tingen City's mental asylum who was a member of psychological alchemy, but he swallowed the words back down his throat. Having been targeted by the true creator, it's best that I don't get involved with the people and matters in Tingen. There's a certain risk of exposure, and once I'm exposed with the madness of the Aurora Order, they definitely won't let Banson and Melissa off. Klein shook his head slightly. I've only heard of this organization. You can write a letter and ask the other sanguine. Emlyn White was disappointed and didn't mention the matter again. He turned his head to look at Klein and chuckled. I'm guessing that friend of yours who's about to advance is you. Klein looked ahead indifferently and replied leisurely, Congratulations, you got it right. Emlyn White was stunned. This reaction was completely different from what he had expected. Emlyn White was stunned. This reaction was completely different from what he had expected. Mr. White, actually the most suitable occupation for you isn't an apothecary but an actor. Mr. White, actually the most suitable profession for you is not a pharmacist but an actor. Mr. White, I'm a profound and noble sanguine. I don't rely on my looks to make a living. Emlyn was first taken aback before he arrogantly raised his head and said, I'm a profound and noble sanguine. I won't rely on my looks to make a living. Klein slowly got up and smiled. No, what I mean is that you have a talent for comedy. Just as Emlyn White's expression froze, he squeezed his way to the corridor and said, That's right. Don't forget the commission. Pritz Harbor, White Oak Street. Furs Wall had taken the steam locomotive early in the morning to arrive at the kingdom's largest and most important port. She had booked a return ticket for the inland waterway. It was relatively cheaper. As she breathed in the smell of the sea in the air, Furs saw many dockworkers in a hurry. During the peak season, there would be a surge of temporary workers at the port in order to obtain relatively good pay. Many of the poor who lived in Bakelin's East Borough would head southeast in groups, walking the distance of more than 60 kilometers by foot. This was the same as them participating in the harvesting of hops. The road is much wider than Bakelin streets, and the air quality isn't bad, but it's a lot dirtier. Furs looked around and found the Fishermen's Association in an old building. Without any twists and turns, she easily met Dorian Gray in an office. This gentleman was of medium build, but he had exaggerated arms. His hair was combed rather neatly, completely different from the bird's nest-like hairstyles of most people in the association. This should also be an Abraham. Furs briefly explained the reason for her visit and handed Lawrence's suicide note, strange notebook and diamond-like beyonder characteristic to him. Dorian received the items with a complicated expression and opened the suicide note first. After reading it carefully, he raised his head and looked sincerely at Furs with his blue eyes. I commend you for your kindness and trustworthiness, Ms. Wall. I will always remember the help you provided to Elisa and Lawrence. Can you accept my thanks? I would like to treat you to lunch. No problem. Furs was just worrying about how to spend the time before the ship set sail. Dorian immediately arranged for her to wait in the lounge beside her and provided her with black tea, snacks, newspapers, and magazines. After returning to the office, The gentleman opened a hidden cabinet with some doubts and took out an item. Chapter 412. Dorian drew the curtains and made the office dim. Then he sat down. He held the crystal ball in his left hand and touched the top with his right palm, stroking it back and forth. He kept murmuring as if he was murmuring. Gradually, the spots in the crystal ball became brighter and more obvious, as if the night sky was casting a reflection. The stars that were often used to determine the direction of fate and life appeared one after another, forming a three-dimensional astrolabe. There were also many revelations from the spiritual world that seemed to be symbolic symbols. Dorian Gray finally stopped what he was doing and looked at it intently. She didn't lie. That's indeed the trajectory of things. She seems to be able to bring about certain changes to the house of Abraham, optimistic changes. The light in the crystal ball gradually dimmed. Dorian stood up and made a decision in his heart. Lunchtime in the Four-Winged Bird Restaurant. In front of Furs was a deep-fried fish that had been sprinkled with rosemary. Its skin was crispy and fragrant, and the meat was delicious. It didn't have any fine bones, making it rather delicious. The only problem was that the chef's aesthetic was very odd. He kept the fish's bulging eyes, and with the way he presented the dish, he made them look up at the same time, as though expressing his indignation towards death. Furs pushed the fish head down, cut off the tail, and covered the eye that was looking up. At this moment, Dorian Gray moved his knife and fork and said casually, Eliza was very fond of mysticism and had done some research in this area. Eliza was very fond of occultism and had done some research in it. When you were packing up her belongings, did you see any related books, notes, or items? There were some notes and books, Furs answered frankly. I became a mysticism enthusiast because of this, but unfortunately I couldn't understand some of the content at all. For example, sights in the spirit world. Not only is it absurd, but it's also illogical and doesn't convey its meaning. Even if I force myself to continue reading it and calm my anxiety in a regular manner, it's difficult to remember the contents. I'll forget it after reading it, much less understand it. Furs added inwardly. Dorian nodded slightly and laughed. Then you can ask me. I'm also a mysticism enthusiast, the relatively proficient kind. Really? That's great. Furs chimed in. Seeing that she was indeed interested, Dorian immediately changed the topic to mysticism. Sometimes he mentioned the spirit world, and other times he talked about his cogitation experiences. He was already prepared for this. When he entered the restaurant, he deliberately chose a quiet and secluded spot. He wasn't afraid that their conversation would be overheard by the customers around them. At the end of lunch, Dorian took the initiative to suggest, I didn't know how to express my gratitude, but now I don't have to worry about this problem anymore. Hee, although Lawrence gave you a reward, I don't think it's enough to match your kindness, and trustworthiness. Ms. Wall, you can write to me if you have any questions in the field of mysticism. This is my humble thanks. That's exactly what I want. Furs didn't refuse. From the exchange just now, she could clearly tell that Dorian Gray had a solid and rich system of mysticism knowledge, as expected of a member of the ancient house of Abraham, and this was also considered Furs's shortcoming. Although she had grasped quite a bit of general knowledge about the beyonder world, it came from a few books and notes that weren't considered in-depth, as well as the scattered words she had heard from various encounters at various gatherings. It wasn't comprehensive enough, systematic and flawed. Upon hearing her answer, Dorian raised her cup and smiled. I hope that one day we can also possess mysterious and extraordinary powers. North Borough of Bakeland, St. Samuel Cathedral. A group of people in black trench coats and red gloves entered the underground area. Leading them was a man in his 40s. He had soft facial features and long hair at his temples. He wore an exaggerated top hat and held a black cane inlaid with gold. He quietly followed behind the Nighthawks, leading the way, and entered a rather spacious room. There were bookshelves in the room, with many dossiers placed on them. A woman in a black robe with blue eyeshadow and blush sat leisurely on a high-backed chair. She didn't get up to welcome them. She was none other than the former spirit medium, Daly. Sostal, the information you need is over there. Daly pointed at the table by the door with her chin. The middle-aged man, known as Sostal, smiled. Daly, why were you sent to guard this place? You should be in charge of more important matters. No, this is my own idea. I need to settle down and read more information. Daly chuckled in a low voice. This is for better progress. Human beings are fragile creatures, and they need a certain period of peace. No one can always be at the peak and enjoy excitement and pleasure. Your style really hasn't changed. It's a pity that you never give me a chance. Soist couldn't help but laugh. Daly shook her head seriously. Obviously, you don't understand me. My hobbies are even more curious now. If you can turn yourself into a rotten corpse or expose your white bones, then I will definitely be interested in you. She turned to look at a red glove standing behind Sostal. Leonard, why did you choose to join his team? This guy is arrogant, and cowardly. He always fantasizes that the lady he likes will take the initiative to lie in bed and wait for him. Frankly speaking, maybe this is the characteristic of a nightmare? When she mentioned nightmare, Daly paused for a moment. Leonard replied helplessly, Ma, I'm Daly. This was arranged by His Excellency, Casimir. Is that so? I can tell that you agree with my views on Sostal, Daly concluded with a slightly hoarse voice. Leonard was momentarily at a loss for an explanation. Fortunately, soul assurer Sostal didn't mind Daly's words. He walked to the table, filled with information, and picked up a dossier to read. Leonard and company immediately surrounded him and mimicked their deacon. Amidst the long sound of paper flipping, Sostal casually asked, What's the latest situation in Bakeland? What do you think is worth paying attention to? Daly's eyes flickered slightly as she thought for a moment. A few Beyonders who work with us have sent news that many people have recently been searching for an organization that believes in the Fool, and they've given the corresponding honorific name after describing the Fool's honorific name in Rouen. She chuckled. I think I'm witnessing the birth of a brand new cult. Of course, it might be the incarnation of an old friend. Sostal, what do you think? Sostal gave it some serious thought. No, I've never heard of such an organization. At this moment, Leonard looked up from the dossier and pondered for a moment before saying, Could this be related to the 2 tarot rituals we're investigating? The Fool is the first and most important card of tarot cards. Daly was stunned for a second and nodded thoughtfully. Your idea is very interesting, but there's no evidence for this. It's pure conjecture. It can't even be considered a deduction, Sostal said in disagreement. Leonard smiled. Roselle the Great once said, Make bold assumptions and verify them carefully. Hillston Borough Quelleg Club. After leaving the Harvest Church, Klein had rushed here. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw the equestrian teacher, Talem Dumont, sitting in a secluded spot, deep in thought. Seeing that lunch was still a while away, Klein leaned over and greeted him with a smile. Good afternoon, Talem. You seem to have encountered another problem? Talem jolted awake and hurriedly shook his head. No. You seem to have done something shameful? Klein muttered to himself and sat down. He then smiled. It's a pity that Alan and Mike aren't here. Otherwise, we would have had another pleasant afternoon. Talem smiled as well. They're all very busy and have very little free time. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he looked around and said, Sherlock, an important figure, is very interested in you after hearing about your deeds. He wants to meet you. Are you willing? Frankly speaking, I'm really envious of this. This is a very rare opportunity. Wait, what deeds could I have? Help Mrs. Mary catch an adulterer? Accompany reporter Mike to a brothel? Even though I went to Eastborough a few times, I didn't do anything impressive. At most, you only know that I contributed to the serial murders and helped Dr. Aaron resolve the problem of his nightmares by providing advice. Klein was confused by what he heard. After 2 seconds, he suddenly understood the reason. It must be that when the important figure asked Talon if he knew any outstanding detectives, he could only think of me. So he took the initiative to add some descriptions that sounded impressive. For example, in the serial murders, the real person who solved the case behind the scenes. In the case of Mrs. Mary's ex-husband and his mistress transferring the coin company's assets, I'm a detective with great mobility, a keen sense of smell, and a precise strike. This is business flattery. Klein sighed inwardly. He deliberated for a moment and said, Talon, I'm sorry. As a detective, I have my own principles, and that is to try my best not to get involved in matters involving important figures. To the upper echelons of society, a small sneeze might very well bring me an unbearable disaster. I don't label myself, so I won't meet that important figure. This was actually something Klein had thought of before he became a detective. Once he got involved with high society, it would be easy for people to dig into him. Before he became a faceless, he didn't want to take such a risk. You're very rational, Talon said after some thought. That important figure expected such a reaction and believes that such a detective is more trustworthy, so he hopes that you will accept a commission that doesn't involve high society. What commission? Klein asked. Talon chuckled. Chapter 413. What? You want me to investigate myself again? Klein almost suspected that the other party was deliberately testing him. An organization that uses tarot cards as a symbol is indeed interesting. I think so too, but I don't want to betray myself. Right, Capham's matter is clearly not simple. He has a total of 4 Beyonders protecting him, so there must be a sizable faction behind him. What's the difference between investigating this case and being embroiled in the strife of high society? This isn't something Sherlock Moriarty should know. Klein revealed a thoughtful expression and deliberated. It's not easy to find a mysterious organization, and it's very dangerous. Talon seemed to have expected his answer and chuckled. Sherlock, there's no need for you to take the risk. That important figure wants you to pay more attention and gather more relevant information or rumors. Here's £5 in cash. It's the expenses he's giving you. Even if you don't obtain any valuable information, he won't ask you to return it. And once you obtain any useful clues, he'll pay you one by one and reimburse you for your expenses during the entire process. Such good conditions? That important figure places great importance on this matter. Does he have something to do with the faction behind Capham? Or does he hope to find a mysterious organization that uses tarot cards as a symbol to help him? Reimbursement. It's been a long time since I've heard someone promise me something like this. With the other party saying so much, it would be too suspicious if a private detective were to reject it. Furthermore, it's obvious that I should be the one investigating me. Klein hesitated for a few seconds before saying, All right, I'll do my best. He didn't stand on ceremony as he accepted the 5 one-pound notes from Talon. He planned on providing a plausible clue every week or two. Isn't the Aurora Order looking for the Fool? The Fool is clearly a tarot card. I hope that important figure pursues all the way and gets rid of Mr. A. Klein gradually had some thoughts. In the underground section of St. Samuel Cathedral, Sole Assurer Sostel gathered his team members and discussed what to do next. He looked at the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell and asked, half inquiring and half testing him, If I leave it to you, how do you plan on investigating the 2 cases related to the tarot ritual? Leonard raised his hand to comb his hair and smiled. First, follow the previous train of thought and investigate the people or organizations that are searching for the Fool's believers. They might know something. Second, reinvestigate the previous 2 cases and place all the people involved on the list, regardless of whether they are suspicious or not. After that, I'll rely on Nightmare's powers to interrogate and eliminate them one by one. The devil might be hidden in the details, hidden in seemingly impossible people. Sostel chuckled. I've looked through the dossiers. These 2 cases involve a lot of people, and they all live in different places. It would be rather difficult to investigate them again. Furthermore, Some of them are beyonders who are active in the underground world. They know how to hide themselves, and we have no way of knowing their whereabouts. If we were to investigate according to your plan, it wouldn't just be our team. The church would have to invest at least 5 sequence 7 Nighthawks and the corresponding support personnel. We're mainly in charge of cases related to devil summoning, another red glove reminded Leonard. Leonard didn't seem angry as he chuckled. I know. I'm just providing an opinion. Whether to use it or not, and to what extent, is Captain Sostel's prerogative. He paused and revealed a puzzled expression. I'm very puzzled. Why aren't the 2 cases related to the tarot ritual a high priority? The former involves an evil god's attempt to descend, and it's many times more serious than a simple devil summoning. Sostel took a sip of his coffee and slowly replied, The Nighthawks have limited manpower, so the cases have to be prioritized. The Nighthawks have limited manpower, so the cases have to be prioritized. As for the secret organization represented by the tarot cards, they haven't shown any obvious malice towards us so far. In a sense, their actions have helped us. For example, they've destroyed the descent of the true creator. For example, they've let us know that this human trafficker, Capim, isn't simple. He has a huge secret hidden behind him. Having said that, he curled the corners of his mouth. Perhaps they can help us find out more bad things. Of course, the necessary investigations will definitely be carried out. No one can guarantee that the secret organization won't become our enemy in the future. I understand, Captain Sostel. Let's focus on the devil summoning case, Leonard said sincerely. Winter in Bakeland was always inseparable from the fireplace and fog. Time passed quickly in this cold and gray feeling. In the blink of an eye, there was only half a month left until the new year. Klein extinguished the charcoal in the fireplace and put on a double-breasted coat over a dark red wool vest. Nearly 3 weeks ago, Leopard finally obtained the bicycle patent and began searching for a suitable second round of investors. The steam-powered car tycoon, from his cage, expressed some interest. After a few contacts, the 3 parties agreed to hold the final negotiations today. And over the past month or so, Klein led a calm and uneventful life. With the help of investigating cases, he digested the potion step by step in a meticulous manner. Now he was just short of completing it on his own initiative. If there's nothing too urgent, there's no need to take the risk. Another month should be enough. Klein's thoughts wandered as he took down the half-top hat from the coat rack and used a brush and a handkerchief to smooth the wrinkles and remove the dust. The badge left behind by Lenevis pointed to the 4th of January gathering, but he had no intention of attending it. During this period of time, the tarot event continued at a frequency of once a week. Klein obtained a few pages of Roselle's early diary entries, witnessing him go from a weakling who only knew how to fantasize but didn't dare take action to a playboy who took the initiative to hunt. Apart from that, he didn't gain anything else. Although the werewolf beyonder characteristic had been sold to the hanging man through World, a business that involved more than £1,000 clearly wasn't that easy to achieve. And the cursed characteristic of a werewolf also made many interested parties shrink back. However, at the tarot gathering a few days ago, the hanging man told World that he had contacted an artisan from the Church of Steam, and the other party was clearly tempted. I hope it'll be settled this week. There's still no clue as to the wind-blessed formula that Mr. the Hanging Man needs. Klein packed his belongings, picked up his cane, put on his hat, and walked out the door. The wind-blessed potion formula was a sequence 6 potion formula, so it wasn't easy to come across one. The Hanging Man Alger had waited for more than a month, but he hadn't heard any good news. After a long period of observation and testing, Audrey finally obtained the approval of psychological alchemy. She reported to Mr. Fool that she should be able to officially join the secret organization this week, and she hoped to receive protection in advance to prevent any accidents. For this, she planned to plunder at least 10 pages of Roselle's diary entries from psychological alchemy and offer them to Mr. Fool without any payment. As for the dragon specimen in the Duke of Negan's vault, she had confirmed that it was a 1,000-face hunter, but the problem was that it was just a specimen. It didn't have the corresponding Beyonder characteristics, nor did it have flowing blood. The 2,000 pounds she owed Mr. Fool's adorer would only be repaid in February or March of next year. This was because after she officially came of age at the New Year's ball, although she would be able to gain control of a portion of her assets, she would still be under the supervision of her parents and wouldn't be able to sell it at will. Furthermore, she was still short of Viscount Glaint's final payment, so she needed sufficient time to secretly raise it. Magicians first finally obtained the blood of a deep-sea marlin through the help of the hanging man. She paid him £320 for it, and her savings were reduced to £120. In order to make up for her losses and for the spirit eater's stomach pouch, she began to rush out manuscripts. Her new book quickly took shape, telling a story that combined adventure, love, travel, storms, pirates, and many other elements. Her correspondence with Dorian Gray hadn't been cut off. She had recently expressed that she would be coming to Bakelin to pay her respects to Alyssa, Libero, and Lawrence. The son followed the hanging man's advice and didn't act out of place. He continued his daily patrols and continued to accumulate contributions without attempting any rituals. Every time there was a tarot gathering, he would skillfully pretend to be asleep, so he didn't expose any problems for the time being. Usually, he would also intermittently catch up on sleep to prevent certain things from happening and arouse suspicion. According to him, Shepherd Elder Lovia didn't leave the bottom of the spire 7 days later. She was still locked up there for unknown reasons. With Klein deliberately keeping a low profile, the Aurora orders Mr. A's search for the Fool's Believers and Blessed didn't yield any valuable clues. As for the Beyonders who knew of the Fool's honorific name, they all knew that they shouldn't casually recite such things. Unless they were in dire straits, they definitely wouldn't have the courage to pray to an existence suspected to be an evil god. Emlyn said the last time that there were clues to the corresponding materials. Perhaps I'll be able to confirm it soon. But the problem is that I don't have enough money. Klein mumbled silently as he walked to lawyer Jurgen's door with his cane in hand. After ringing the doorbell, he instinctively took 2 steps back. Before long, the door opened. Old Madame Doris opened her arms in high spirits, wanting to give Klein a warm hug. "Oh, the doctor you introduced last time was amazing. I haven't been this healthy in nearly 10 years. Seeing that the detective was standing quite a distance away, Doris could only retract her arms and use her words to express her joy and feelings. Klein sighed in amusement and helplessness. "Mrs. Doris, this is the 9th time you've said something like that." He saw the black cat, Brody, squatting at the top of the coat rack behind him. It looked shaky, but it kept maintaining its balance. "I can do it too." Klein evaluated himself. "Is that so?" Old Madame Doris asked in puzzlement. She then threw the question to the back of her mind and smiled. "Are you here for Jurgen?" Klein immediately smiled. "Yes." Chapter 414. St. George Borough, Such Street. As soon as Klein and Jurgen got off the carriage, they saw a behemoth parked in front of Inventor Leopard's door. It was iron-black in color, with 3 sets of 12 wheels, and a chimney towering at the top like a ship. Residual smoke was wafting out of it. This was a steam-powered vehicle that Klein had seen in magazines and on the streets. It was described by the public as an ironclad that walked on land with a rather exaggerated body. If it wasn't for the streets that had been built or rebuilt in the last 20 to 30 years, it would have occupied the entire road, leaving no space for carriages. Therefore, such a vehicle could only be seen in certain areas. At this moment, the heavy car door with the glass window opened, and 2 figures walked out. One of them was the steam-powered car tycoon, Frommes Cage, whom Klein had met before. He had a quarter of the Faysac Empire blood in him. His eyes were very light blue, and he was tall but fat. He had a pipe in his mouth. The person beside him was wearing a heavy black coat and a gray scarf. His looks were nothing special. He had the most common black hair and brown eyes, but he gave off an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Hi, Detective Moriarty, you're on time. This is my lawyer and partner, Pacheco Duane." As he spoke, two burly men got out of the steam-powered car. It was obvious that they were Framus's bodyguards. How unprofessional. "Shouldn't you come down first, and then help the boss open the door?" Klein mumbled, greeted him with a smile, and then introduced his lawyer, Jurgen. While waiting for Leopard to open the door, he casually chatted. "Mr. Cage, is this steam-powered car popular? Will there be a lot of people who like it?" Framus Cage laughed. "Those who think they're decent say that it's too barbaric and crude, and that ordinary people can't afford it. Only a mechanical and steam fanatic like me is willing to buy it. It's mainly because many of the streets are too narrow," Klein consoled. Framus Cage was the investor he had found, not Leopard's doing. When he was playing cards at the Quelleg Club, he had deliberately mentioned this matter. The equestrian teacher, Talem, immediately said that Flamey liked similar inventions and could introduce them to each other. This made Klein very emotional. The club was indeed a good place to develop connections. The most important thing for the members who truly joined was never the free food, drinks, and activity venues. Haha, that is indeed one of the reasons. As the population increases and the cities get bigger, the horse carriages will definitely be eliminated because they are too slow. Right now, the world is pursuing efficiency." Flamey said confidently. He immediately smiled. "And I've already received an order from the military. They want me to make certain improvements, just like what Roselle mentioned in his manuscript. They want me to add bulletproof armor and cover the tracks so that it can travel on simple roads. In addition, I want to add a thick cannon barrel. This will be a brand new weapon of war." Roselle's manuscript. Klein sighed silently, momentarily at a loss for words, until Leopard finally opened the door. In the following discussion, the protagonists were Jurgen and Pacheco. The two lawyers would argue at times and discuss the terms with their employers. The unprepared inventor, Leopard, stood to the side in a daze. Only when someone asked him would he state his opinion. In the end, the three parties reached an agreement. Flamey would invest £1,000 for 20% of the shares, and Klein and Leopard's shares would drop in equal proportions, 28% and 52% respectively. At the same time, Flamey would buy another 18% of the shares from Klein at a premium. He would spend £1,000 after tax. Similarly, he would buy 9% of the shares from Leopard for £500 after tax. After such a transaction, Flamey became the largest shareholder of the newly established Bakeland Bicycle Company, holding 47% of the shares. He would be responsible for the subsequent industrialization and marketing, and the company's accounts would have the £1,000 he had invested, which was the initial startup capital. Leopard was the second largest shareholder with 43% of the shares. His job was to assist in the mass production of the assembly line. Klein only had 10% of the shares left, which was purely a financial investment, and the £1,000 he received from selling the shares had increased his personal wealth to £2,235, almost enough to buy the main ingredient of a faceless. As a private detective, he continued accepting commissions for the past month or so he didn't need to use his savings for his daily expenses. I still have to pay lawyer Jurgen £50, leaving me with £2,185. I have to thank Talon later. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he signed and stamped it. Then he got up and shook hands with Flamey and Leopard. "It was a pleasure working with you." Flamey took out his golden pocket watch, glanced at it, and chuckled. "Normally speaking, we should have lunch together to celebrate the agreement, but there's an important figure waiting for me. I'm really sorry, but there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Important figure, another important figure. The one behind Talon? The one whose expenses were reimbursed by me using some fake information about the Aurora Order? Klein suddenly felt a little guilty as he hurriedly said with a smile that it was nothing and that there was no need to worry about it. After leaving Leopard's house and getting into a carriage, Jurgen suddenly frowned. Sherlock, you agreed too readily. Why do you say that? Klein asked in puzzlement. He didn't even know what lawyer Jurgen was referring to. Jurgen said in a rather serious tone when we were discussing the transfer of shares. According to your description, as well as Flamey's performance, I can imagine the bright market prospects of the bicycle. Although it's only an invention now, and the overall valuation won't be too high, £5,000 is a good price. You should keep more shares so that you can have better returns in the future. I originally thought that you would only sell for 8% and have the confidence to negotiate for £500, but you actually agreed to 18%. Even if it's only £500, you've already recovered your initial investment several times over. You shouldn't be in such a hurry, because I'm in urgent need of money, but I did agree too readily just now. There was no hesitation at all. This is a huge transaction. This isn't like me. Klein recalled the previous scene and gradually had some doubts in his heart. Had I been unknowingly influenced by Framey or Pacheco? One of them is a beyonder. Thankfully, the price is still relatively normal. As Klein pondered, he said to Jurgen, who was waiting for an answer, "That's right. It's almost New Year." He didn't know how to explain it, so he just randomly started with an opening. If the other party was a smart person, they would follow the beginning and make their own connections to perfect the reason. There was no need for Klein to elaborate further. Of course, this was a trick targeted at smart people. Ordinary people would ask, "So, what is it? What happened?" Lawyer Jurgen was clearly a smart man. Seeing Klein's brief silence, he nodded. "I understand." "What do you understand?" "I haven't even thought about it myself." Klein pointed to the steam train station in front of him. "I'm getting off here. I need to find an informant." Inside the powerful steam-powered car that rumbled forward, Framey, who was sitting in the front seat, rolled down the window, blew out a ring of smoke, and said to the inconspicuous lawyer Pacheco beside him, "Did you use your powers just now?" "It was just passively stimulated." Pacheco smiled. "My powers aren't most suitable for such situations. I prefer to face government employees and company employees." Framey nodded slightly. "I'm just reminding you. There's no need to use your powers in such a situation. Don't delay the important matters." "I understand," Pacheco replied in a low voice. Eastborough, a cheap coffee shop. When Klein arrived, old Kohler was already waiting there. He took off his scarf and hat, sat opposite him, took out a stack of one-silly notes and handed it to him. "The expenses for next week's event, plus the reward for the previous information, comes to a total of £1. Recently, he had been giving out rewards quite readily because he had already found someone to reimburse. Old Kohler's face was clearly much rosier than before. He took the cash with some embarrassment. "The information I gave you last time didn't seem too important." "No, whether it's important or not depends on who sees it. Many things that you think are trivial might be the source of money for others," Klein explained with a smile. "What's going on this week?" Old Kohler took the stack of notes and stuffed them into his pocket as he said in thought, "It's the same as before." Just like before, many people are still looking for believers of the fool. "Ha! Why would anyone believe in the fool? That's not a good title." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly. "Have they made any progress?" "The Aurora order sure is persistent." Klein thought helplessly. "No, there's no such person." Old Kohler shook his head and said, "Recently, someone has been organizing a strike. They've approached me several times, saying that they want to fight for more reasonable working hours and pay. It's a very common thing in this era, but it can also lead to rather serious consequences." Klein said thoughtfully, "Pay attention to who's organizing this. Pay attention to who is organizing this, but don't be too impatient. Safety first." "All right." Old Kohler cleared his throat and said, "These past few days, many gangsters and bounty hunters have been looking for a person. I don't know why, but it's likely that someone has offered a bounty." "Who are they looking for?" Feeling the cold weather, Klein picked up his coffee and took a sip. The warm liquid slid down his esophagus and warmed his stomach. Old Kohler thought for a moment. A man named Aztec Eggers. Aztec Eggers. Aztec Eggers? Klein raised his gaze from his coffee cup and looked at Old Kohler opposite him. Isn't that Mr. Aztec's full name? Why would someone suddenly offer a bounty on him? In Sanguil, Klein relied on his clown powers and pretended to ask casually. Did he say what kind of person he was? Old Kohler recalled. Chapter 415. He seems to have Balam blood. University lecturer. It's indeed Mr. Aztec, and not someone with the same name. With the information provided by Old Kohler, Klein basically confirmed that the person being offered the bounty was Aztec, who was suspected to be the descendant of death. Then here comes the question. Who or what organization is looking for Mr. Aztec? The charismatic order whose ultimate goal is to resurrect death? In Sanguil, who likes to be the mastermind behind the scenes? It doesn't seem like the latter. In Sanguil has sealed artifact 0-08, which can make a target act according to his description. Through a series of coincidences, he can achieve his desired goal. There's no need for him to use gang members and bounty hunters to find Mr. Aztec. Wait, what if this is sealed artifact 0-08's arrangement to begin with? In Sanguil discovered that he was targeted by Mr. Aztec, but he wasn't confident of winning the battle. Therefore, he used 0-08 to cause a conflict between Mr. Aztec and a certain faction, hoping to use indirect means to eliminate the enemy. And this bounty was issued by that faction. It's very possible. However, I can't rule out the possibility of charismatic order. Mr. Aztec might have come into contact with them in order to seek revenge. But the two parties had a major disagreement over the matter of resurrecting death, which eventually led to a rupture. Klein instantly thought of two possibilities and the corresponding reasons. He took a sip of his coffee and said to Old Kohler, "Help me find out who issued this bounty mission and the exact price. Help me find out who posted this bounty mission and the specific price. If it's suitable, maybe I'll pay attention to it." "No problem." Old Kohler didn't think there was anything wrong with Klein's request. In a sense, there was no essential difference between a private detective and a bounty hunter. The only difference was in the way they presented themselves. The former would even do trivial things like catching an adulterer, finding a cat, and helping someone walk a dog. Furthermore, they preferred inference over violence. After Old Kohler finished recounting his other experiences, Klein briefly taught him some techniques for eliciting information, as well as the emergency response plans for specific scenarios according to the Nighthawk's tutorials. "It's time for me to go to the dock. Thank you, Detective Moriarty. You've given me a beautiful life again." Old Kohler picked up the worn-out bonnet on the table and thanked him sincerely. In his opinion, the detective had not only provided him with a well-paid job, but he had also taught him many useful things. Even if the detective no longer needed an informant in the future, these skills would be enough for him to survive in the East Side, especially when he was getting older and unable to do heavy work. A good life? In my opinion, what you have right now is the most basic life for a person. After watching Old Kohler walk out of the cheap coffee shop, Klein sat there in a daze. This was the first time he had heard the name of a friend from someone else since he came to Bakeland. It was also the first time he had a chance of grasping in Sanguil's whereabouts. In the past 3 months, especially after killing Lenevis, Klein's main goal had always been to digest the potion and improve himself. This was because he knew very well that there was an insurmountable gap between him and Sanguil, who was most likely a high-sequence beyonder. Revenge couldn't be rushed, especially when it came to the chilling sealed artifact 0-08. He didn't even have the thought of approaching or investigating it. The scenes that had happened in Tingen City's Blackthorn Security Company reappeared in Klein's mind. The pair of shiny leather shoes was as clear as if they were right in front of his eyes. Raising his head and slowly exhaling, Klein took his scarf and hat and walked out of the cheap coffee shop. Hillstonborough outside a somewhat old house. Klein got out of the carriage, pressed down on his hat, and went straight for the door. This was Eichinger Stanton's home. The great detective had written a letter to Klein a few days ago, inviting him over as a guest to discuss a murder case. As Klein was busy with the financing of the bicycle project, he tactfully replied that he wasn't free to express his rejection. To his surprise, Eichinger Stanton didn't mind. He said that the case had reached a dead end and that there wouldn't be any breakthroughs in the short term. He was very happy to wait for Detective Sherlock Moriarty's visit, looking forward to an exchange that would spark the sparks of wisdom. Klein had no choice but to divine a suitable date for his visit. He chose the one closest to the negotiation, which was this afternoon, and he wrote back to finalize the matter. Ding dong, ding dong. Klein rang the doorbell twice and took a step back to wait. After more than 10 seconds, the door creaked open. Detective Eichinger's assistant smiled and said, "Good afternoon, Detective Moriarty." "Good afternoon, Detective Moriarty. Mr. Stanton is waiting for you in the living room. Would you like coffee or tea?" The assistant was thin and wore gold-rimmed glasses. He looked both gentle and professional. Klein looked up at him and said, "Black tea. Don't add lemon slices." "No problem." The assistant led Klein into the living room and pointed to the living room's door. "I'm sorry, but our servants are all temporary. They happen to be off today, so I'll have to trouble you to head over yourself." Klein nodded slightly and walked to the living room on the first floor. As he raised his hand to knock on the door, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. "My visit to Mr. Stanton was arranged a few days ago. How did I happen to encounter all the temporary servants taking a break?" Klein narrowed his eyes and reached out to take out a copper penny. At this moment, the door of the living room was pushed open by a knock, and a crack appeared on it. In an instant, it was as though some seal had been removed as the strong smell of blood wafted out, drilling into Klein's nose. In his line of sight, the reclining chair in the living room was overturned, stained with dark red blood. A book had fallen to the side with its cover facing up. With just a glance, Klein felt as though he had seen the scene of a murder. The name of the book was reflected in his eyes. The Legend of the Devil in the Civilis region. Devil. Klein was just about to take action when a gust of wind suddenly blew in the living room, pulling the door back quickly. Creak. Klein clearly saw the complete scene inside the living room. The charcoal in the fireplace had long been burned out, and the red was no longer visible. The coffee table, sofa, chairs, cupboards, and other items were either toppled or shattered, as though they had witnessed an intense battle. There were plenty of bloodstains on the carpet and walls, accompanied by a large number of burn marks. However, there wasn't a single corpse to be found, not even a severed limb. Did something happen to Detective Stanton? Klein suddenly took a step back, intending to leave this place first. But almost at the same time, he felt someone lock onto him. Someone who was hiding somewhere was staring at him coldly and mercilessly. The moment he made a mistake in his response, he would immediately suffer a fatal attack. How is this a suitable time to visit Eichinger Stanton? Is there something wrong with my interpretation of the revelation? Klein didn't dare to act rashly. However, he wasn't too nervous or flustered. Having experienced many battles and performances, he knew that the most important thing to do at this time was to remain calm. Tap, tap, tap. Eichinger Stanton's assistant walked over with a tray. On the tray was a tin teapot and 2 white porcelain cups. The assistant saw the scene in the living room and froze in place. He looked at Klein, his expression suddenly filled with fear as he enunciated each word. He said word by word, "You killed Stanton, sir." Every time he spat out a word, a piece of flesh fell off his face, dripping with blood. By the time he finished speaking, he was torn into pieces, turning into a dismembered corpse. It was as if he had always been in this state, except that he had just been stitched up. Clang! Crack! The tin teapot and white porcelain cups fell to the ground at the same time, either rolling or splashing. The black tea quickly soaked the surroundings. Klein didn't move as he watched all of this happen, because he felt that he was still being watched. The person who had caused all of this seemed to be waiting for him to make a move before pouncing on him from behind and biting off his neck. After an unknown period of time, in a silent and strained stalemate, Klein saw the door to Eichinger Stanton's house open, and a group of police officers in black and white checkered uniforms rushed in. They discovered the disgusting and terrifying dismembered corpse on the ground and immediately pulled out their revolvers, pointing them at Klein at the door of the living room. Faced with the black muzzles, Klein relaxed. The silent gaze that seemed to have a gun pressed against the back of his head disappeared in an instant. Klein raised his hands and smiled helplessly. "I won't say anything until I see my lawyer." Bakelin Police Department's his sack station. Handcuffed to the water pipe, Klein saw lawyer Jurgen once again. "I'll accompany you for the interrogation." Jurgen's expression didn't change at all, as if Detective Moriarty should be here. Klein sighed and said, "What a tragedy. At a time like this, I should be thinking about what to eat for dinner, not chatting with a stern-faced police officer." What he was most thankful for today was that due to the Aurora Order's investigation and the attention of the high-sequence Beyonders of Rose School, he didn't bring any Beyonder items with him. The only revolver he had was easily evaded a body search through a magic performance. After entering the interrogation room without waiting for the police officer to question him, he recounted how he had received a letter from Eichinger Stanton and how he had agreed to discuss a case. "We'll go to your house with lawyer Jurgen later to retrieve these letters. I hope they're still there." The officer in charge of the interrogation turned to ask, "How did you and Detective Eichinger Stanton meet?" Klein answered without hesitation, "That's right." Because of the previous serial murders, at this point he was suddenly taken aback. He remembered something. He had always suspected that the devil dog had a master behind it, and he had once snorted coldly at the scene of the devil dog's death. Chapter 416. When he thought of the possibility of the devil dog's owner, Klein immediately changed his strategy and recounted the process of him getting to know Eichinger Stanton because of the serial murders. In addition, he also took the initiative to mention that Eichinger Stanton had organized a group of detectives to investigate the serial murders and had successfully received a portion of the bounty. In that commission, although I only provided some ideas, well, in the professional terminology of the private detective industry, I provided advice, I was still deemed by Mr. Stanton to have made the greatest contribution. So I received the most bounty, Klein concluded. The two police officers in charge of the interrogation recorded the situation and asked if anyone could prove the above. Klein gave the names and addresses of Stewart, Kaslana, and the other private detectives. "Very good, Mr. Moriarty. Your answer is sufficiently detailed." A police officer stopped writing and asked, "How long did you stay at Eichinger Stanton's house today? I mean, from the time you entered to the time we discovered you." Klein thought for a moment, and without consulting lawyer Jurgen, he directly replied, "That's right." He directly replied, "About 2 to 3 minutes." What he said was his true personal feelings. Another police officer raised his eyebrows. "Many residents nearby can confirm that you entered Eichinger Stanton's house at around 2:10 in the afternoon, and we arrived at the scene at 2:28 in the afternoon. That is to say, you stayed in the house for about 18 minutes, not 2 to 3 minutes. What were you doing for such a long period of time? Why didn't you leave or call the police? 18 minutes have passed?" Klein suddenly frowned. He felt that he had been in a stalemate with the person who was silently watching him for a minute at most. How did 18 minutes pass? Is it the strange feeling of being watched that messed up my grasp of time, or is there something else? Is this the other party's beyonder powers? If he really is the owner of the devil dog, he's at least a sequence 6, probably a sequence 5. As Klein pondered, Jurgen leaned forward, ready to accuse the police of misleading him. This wasn't a sufficient reason. He only wanted to use this method to interrupt the rhythm of the interrogation and delay the question that was obviously disadvantageous to him. At this moment, Klein raised his hand and rubbed his temples. "What I just said is all true. In my personal perception, I only entered Detective Eichinger Stanton's house for 2 to 3 minutes. At this point, he emphasized, yes, in my opinion. The two officers looked at each other and wrote down this point. After a brief silence, the police officer who had just asked the question said, "During those 18 minutes, a servant who had returned from outside rang the doorbell. No one answered, so he looked in through the oriel window and saw the body parts all over the floor and you standing in the living room doorway. He was terrified and ran to the police station like a madman to report the incident. Many passers-by and some residents could confirm this." Klein ignored lawyer Jurgen's gaze and shook his head. "I didn't hear the doorbell." The two police officers looked at each other again and didn't make any comments. They just took notes. They asked a few more questions about other details, and Klein, who had never done anything, answered all of them honestly. Towards the end, he couldn't help but ask in concern, "Did you find Detective Eichinger Stanton?" "I didn't see a corpse in the living room. He should still be alive." A police officer tapped the table with his pen and said, "This is also something we are very puzzled about." "That's also something we're very puzzled about. The entire house only has signs of a fight in the activity room. Furthermore, the windows are tightly shut and haven't been opened for days. As you know, this is very normal in Backlund's autumn and winter. However, the attacker and Mr. Eichinger Stanton strangely left the room. We don't know where they went. We didn't find any clues in the rest of the house or its surroundings. We didn't even find any traces of blood." Without waiting for Klein to speak, he answered his own question. "You definitely want to talk about the living room door and the front door. But many people have confirmed that there was no chase in the vicinity, nor was there anyone taking hostages or leaving with a corpse. Maybe it really happened in the middle of the night. Maybe they went through the wall." Klein silently provided other possibilities in his heart and prayed silently. May the goddess bless Detective Eichinger Stanton and allow him to escape this calamity. The Evernight goddess was the empress of misfortune and fear. After the interrogation, Klein was handcuffed to a small room, and the police department sent someone to follow lawyer Jurgen to 15 Minsk Street to retrieve the letter and evidence. It wasn't until the evening that Klein was finally granted bail for £50. This is much more expensive than the last time. It would be difficult for an ordinary private detective to fork out so much cash in such a short period of time. After leaving the Chisak police station, Klein tightened the collar of his woolen coat and grumbled to lawyer Jurgen. Jurgen maintained his professional and serious expression. "The last time was in your favor, but this time there are many suspicious points pointing at you." As he called for the rental carriage to stop, he turned his head solemnly and glanced at Klein. "Sherlock, I'm your lawyer. Before you answer the police's questions, it's best if you communicate with me, even if it's just a look. Don't speak carelessly just because you think there's no problem. It's easy for an untrained person to leave a loophole in their words. I'm already used to making up my own stories and solving my own problems." Klein recalled what had just happened and laughed dryly. "All right, I'll be careful." Jurgen didn't say anything else and boarded the carriage. Klein sat opposite him and thought about the attack on Detective Eichinger Stanton. As he thought about it, he suddenly heard his stomach growl. It's already half an hour past the normal dinner time. Klein took out his gold pocket watch and opened it. He didn't plan on wasting any more energy preparing food and began to consider which restaurant was worth looking forward to. At this moment, Jurgen raised his eyelids. "I've already asked my grandmother to prepare dinner for 3. How can I accept that?" Klein was taken aback for a moment before he smiled. "Mrs. Doris's cooking is always something to look forward to." By the time the two of them returned to Sherwood Burrows, Minsk Street, the sky was already dark. The light from the gas lamps was even brighter than the faint crimson moon in the sky. After having dinner at Jurgen's house and stroking the cat, Klein paced back to the outside of Unit 15 in the cold and humid air. He habitually rummaged through the mailbox and took out a copy of the Bakeland Evening News that had just arrived. Klein opened the door and entered the house with the newspaper in hand. just as he put down his cane, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. His spiritual intuition as a seer told him that a stranger had entered his house. Was it the police who came to collect evidence? Klein looked around warily and suddenly noticed a letter on the coffee table. There should only be a newspaper there. Klein entered the living room, wary of any attacks, and approached the coffee table. During the entire process, the surroundings were silent, without the slightest abnormality. After looking down at the letter, Klein first took out his black gloves and put them on before picking it up and opening it. Inside the envelope was a thin piece of paper. After opening it, a dark red color immediately reflected in Klein's eyes, and a faint smell of blood lingered in his nose. On the letter, there was a line of words written in the solidified blood. "All of you will die." Is this really the owner of the Devil Dog? He's taking revenge on the people involved in the death of his subordinates? He's really bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Why didn't he directly seek out the Nighthawks in charge of the cleansing operation? Klein's heart tightened as many thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. However, he quickly denied his complaints. It was the most normal choice for revenge to start with someone he could deal with. It was just like how he had never thought of looking for Zangwill in the few months he had been in Bakeland, but he had been relentlessly pursuing Lenivas. After looking around again, Klein gradually felt that the matter was a little confusing. Isn't he afraid of being ambushed by the officials by taking revenge in such a flamboyant manner? Is this the acting requirement of his potion? Or could it be that because of Detective Eichinger Stanton's escape, he knows that he can no longer secretly eliminate the targets one by one, so he can only change his method? But this method is meaningless, right? Also, when I was at Detective Stanton's house, he had clearly locked onto me and was watching me the entire time. Why didn't he take action? Would he have any qualms about an ordinary private detective like me? No, that's impossible. He knows that I'm a Beyonder. It's possible that because of the side effect of getting lost with the master key, I met the Devil Dog directly. It saw my appearance and figure. Although I was disguised to a certain extent, I don't know if a devil can see through it. Perhaps, after that incident, it presented itself to its owner in some way, but I couldn't even defeat the Devil Dog back then, and could only flee in a sorry state. What does he have to worry about? Unless he's worried about something else, such as Eichinger Stanton, who's hiding nearby due to his injuries. He wrote me in such a flamboyant manner because he believes that an unaffiliated Beyonder like me would definitely not dare to seek help from the officials. With a mind full of questions, Klein inspected the house and went all the way to the second floor. When he opened the bedroom door, another letter jumped into his eyes. This letter lay quietly on the desk, as if it had been waiting for a long time. Klein picked up the letter and opened it gently. He saw a line of words outlined in dark red blood. "You're next." Next? How arrogant. Klein couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, he suddenly felt something. He raised his head and looked out the window. Opposite him were a few two-story houses, each lit up. The glow of the gas street lamps shone on their outer walls, forming areas of light and darkness. Suddenly, the shadows in those areas squirmed and twisted, forming a black shadow in a well-ironed tuxedo. The shadow raised its right hand, formed the shape of a gun, and pointed at Klein. Then it retracted its arm and blew at the muzzle. Chapter 417. Inside the Rice police station, which was in charge of Minsk and the surrounding streets. Klein shook hands with the officer who sent him out. This threatening letter is definitely related to the previous serial murder case. The organizer, the great detective Mr. Eichinger Stanton, was attacked this afternoon. Please take this seriously. The officer retracted his hand. Mr. Moriarty, don't worry. We definitely won't ignore the possibility you raised, and will immediately report it to the higher-ups. Thank you so much. Klein put on his hat and walked out the door. After seeing the two threatening letters and the provocation from the suspected Devil Dog's owner, he didn't hesitate to take the evidence to the nearest police station and report the case. He secretly hoped that the matter would be handed over to the mandated punishers or the machinery hive mind as soon as possible. so that he could be protected by the authorities. Although he didn't have any reason to retain his identity as a detective, and he could completely give up his residence at 15 Minsk Street and change his identity, he suspected that this might be the goal of the writer of the threatening letter. Using the fear of unaffiliated Beyonders not daring to expose themselves, they forced him to move in the night, and then during this process, seize the opportunity to launch an attack. Actually, it's very suitable to strike while I'm reporting the case. It was the same when I was at home. That guy has other motives. Klein returned to Minsk Street in puzzlement and caution. Just as he got out of the carriage, he saw a figure loitering in front of his door with the help of the street lamps that were stained with rainwater. Klein's heart skipped a beat before he relaxed because he recognized who the visitor was. It was the bearded, moderately thin private detective Stewart. He was an admirer of mine. I can't be careless. What if the devil has a subsequent ability similar to a faceless? Klein gripped his cane tightly and slowly approached. Then he gave a probing shout. Detective Stewart suddenly turned his head and said nervously, "Mr. Moriarty, I received a threatening letter." "Mr. Moriarty, I've received a threatening letter. The content is you're all going to die." "You received it too?" Klein blurted out in surprise, but he felt that it was reasonable. He was one of the detectives Eichinger Stanton had gathered during the serial murder case. Stewart's eyes suddenly widened. "You received it too?" "Yes." Klein nodded solemnly. "And it's not just one," he added silently. "What should we do?" "I went to look for Mr. Stanton first, but I heard that he had been attacked, so I quickly came to look for you." "Oh, thank God for your blessings. I almost left early," Stewart blurted out. Klein pointed at the door. "Let's go in first." After entering the living room, he used the excuse of going to the bathroom and hurriedly went above the gray fog to do 2 divinations. The first was to confirm if Stewart was the real person, and the second was to ask if there was any danger that night. In the end, he received a revelation that confirmed everything. That is to say, Stewart is not the enemy, and tonight there is no small danger. Of course, that danger might not erupt in front of Klein. It was possible that it would be eliminated by someone in secret. This was the limitation of divination. It could only obtain a certain revelation, but it could not cover everything and obtain an accurate answer. The limitations of this mysterious domain could not be solved by technical means such as elimination or dichotomy. After returning to the real world, Klein pressed the mechanical button to flush the toilet. Amidst the splashing sounds of water, he washed his hands and opened the door. "Stewart, do you want coffee or tea?" Klein asked without a hint of panic on his face. Stewart stood up and shook his head. "No, we should first discuss the problem. Although I've received many threatening letters in the past, none of them can compare to today's. He must have written them in blood. My intuition tells me that he will definitely take action, and that he has the ability to do so. By the way, Mr. Stanton's attack was also his doing, right?" "I think so," Klein said calmly before sitting down. "This should be related to the serial murder case from before. The only common connection between you, me, and Mr. Stanton is this case. Stewart's reaction is a little too extreme. He was frightened by Mr. Stanton's attack. At the same time, Klein carefully observed Stewart. Influenced by his attitude, Stewart calmed down quite a bit. He sat down again and pondered. He sat down again and said in thought, "That seems to be the case." Before he could finish his sentence, a clanging sound echoed in the room. Someone had rung the doorbell. Stewart immediately trembled, like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. Klein frowned slightly as he glanced at him, got up and walked to the door. Just as he held the doorknob, the scene outside surfaced in his mind. The visitors were Detective Kaslana in a gray tweed coat and her assistant, the red-haired girl Lydia, as well as a few other men who looked rather familiar. They're all the private detectives that Mr. Stanton had gathered back then. As expected, Klein thought for a moment before recognizing the visitors. He forcefully pulled open the door and took 2 steps back. With thick eyebrows and slightly drooping cheeks, Kaslana looked at Klein and Stuart behind him. Without exchanging pleasantries, she went straight to the point. She didn't exchange pleasantries and went straight to the point. We all received the same threatening letter. You should be the same, right? Yes, Klein replied solemnly. Kaslana didn't hide her white breath. We were all gathered by Mr. Stanton to participate in the investigation of that serial murder case. That's the only thing we have in common. I think so too. Klein pointed into the room and said, "Let's talk inside." Seeing the 6 private detectives enter one after another, Klein quickly analyzed the intentions of the Devil Dog's owner. With such a huge ruckus, it would quickly attract the attention of the official Beyonder organizations. There might even be demigods lurking nearby. How was he to seek revenge? He was purely provoking them, forcing the military and the 3 churches Beyonders to send people to protect so many private detectives. Not only did he expend his strength, he was also exhausted from running around, and he didn't dare to be negligent. Was he trying to take revenge on his main target? During this process, he might even have a chance to kill a few official Beyonders. As for the operation against the private detectives, it would take a long time before they let down their guard, of course. If there was an opportunity during such a probe, he definitely wouldn't let it go. For devils who could foresee danger, this was a method that was beneficial for them. However, the 3 churches, the military, and the royal family had many powerhouses and sealed artifacts. There was even no lack of demigods, and there was no lack of grade 0 and 1 sealed artifacts. Was the owner of the Devil Dog certain that he didn't have any abilities or items that could restrain his characteristics? No, he definitely wouldn't dare. The official Beyonder organizations, especially the Nighthawks, Mandated Punishers, and Machinery Hive Mind, were organizations that had been fighting against devils for countless years. In the 4th epoch, or even the even older 3rd epoch, there was no lack of such incidents. The owner of the Devil Dog was at most a sequence 5. As long as something goes wrong, or even if nothing goes wrong, he might be torn apart by a demigod or a terrifying sealed artifact. Why would he still dare to make such an attempt? Or could it be said that he's simply teasing the official organizations without taking action again and again? There's another possibility. He used the threat letter to gather more than half of the targets together, using the checks and balances of the official organization's procedural, bureaucratic tendencies, and taking advantage of the time difference. The attack on Mr. Eichinger Stanton must have been handed over to the Machinery Hive Mind, which is in charge of supernatural affairs in Helston Borough. However, the ones who killed the Devil Dog were mainly the Nighthawks, so the 2 parties definitely wouldn't have discussed the details in detail. It might also be distributed according to Mr. Stanton's faith. Which deity does he believe in? I don't seem to know, nor can I tell. In short, with so many private detectives living in different boroughs and having different faiths, the division of jurisdiction is a headache, and it's not that easy to achieve a joint operation. At this moment, there should only be 2 or 3 groups of official Beyonders protecting us in secret. At most, they're at the level of a deacon, and they haven't used any powerful or dangerous sealed artifacts. The demigod high-sequence Beyonders also wouldn't cast their gazes over so quickly. This will give the Devil Dog's owner a chance. Although 3 to 4 groups of official Beyonders can definitely surround and kill one, or even more than 1 sequence 5, as long as he grasps the opportunity, there's still a high chance that he can successfully escape. In just 20 to 30 seconds, Klein had deduced 2 or 3 possibilities and given each of them a preliminary judgment. Thinking back to the divination that there would be quite a bit of danger tonight, Klein nodded in thought. He closed the door and entered the living room. Saying to the detectives who were either sitting or standing, he said to the detectives who were either sitting or standing, "Did you call the police?" Almost half of the people who participated in the discussion are gathered here. He looked around and thought to himself. Kaslana answered on behalf of the others. Some called the police, while others tried to find Mr. Stanton or familiar friends. In the end, we gathered together and discussed how to visit you, the great detective. Klein nodded slightly and deliberately said, Everyone, don't be too nervous. Don't be too nervous, everyone. The person who sent the threatening letter probably wants revenge for the serial killer, but he's only one person. At most, he has 1 or 2 companions. We have a total of 8 detectives, and all of them are good at fighting and shooting. Why should we be afraid of him? In addition, we weren't the only ones who were gathered by Mr. Stanton back then. It must have been the same for those who received the threatening letter. It's just that we didn't meet you, nor did we come to visit me. Hearing his words, Kaslana and her assistant, Lydia, had doubtful expressions on their faces, as if they were uncertain about something. The other detective took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Moriarty, perhaps, as you say, we need not fear him. But he's a sinister, venomous snake in the dark. No one knows when he'll attack, so there's no way to prepare in advance. Also, he might hurt our family." "Family? Oh, my wife." "No, my little angel." The detectives' emotions fluctuated violently, and their reactions were a little exaggerated. Stewart, who was standing behind Klein, was trembling in fear and anger. "No, I don't want this," he muttered, on the verge of losing control of his emotions. Just as Klein and Kaslana were trying to calm them down, Stewart suddenly pulled out his gun and aimed it at the back of Klein's head. His eyes were glazed over, and his emotions seemed to have completely exploded. Chapter 418. At the same time that Stewart raised his gun to take aim, Klein, who had been on guard for a long time, had already sensed it. He fell forward almost at the same time as his opponent, pouncing towards the ground. Bang! Stewart, who had clearly lost control of his emotions, pulled the trigger. The bullet grazed the side of a private investigator's face and hit the wall. Swish, swish, swish. The rest of the detectives pulled out their revolvers in response, as if everyone was an enemy. The scene was chaotic. Among them, Stewart and a private detective's faces were flushed, and their veins were bulging. Their eyes were burning with the flames of fear and fury, as if they had turned into so-called fiends. At that moment, Kaslana growled, "Stop!" Her voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with dignity, causing everyone present to tremble and unconsciously want to obey. The scene was silent for a short period of time, but everyone's mood didn't seem to improve. Klein had already rolled to the other side and stood up with his own revolver in hand. His thoughts raced, and he couldn't care less about concealing anything. He planned to use his hallucination ability to calm the visitors down. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The few private detectives shuddered violently, and their eyes became a little clearer. The soft ringing of the doorbell was like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. Stewart looked at the revolver in his hand and muttered in a daze, "What was I doing just now? The official Beyonders have taken action." Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his revolver and approached the door. As soon as he grabbed the handle, the image of the person outside the door appeared in his mind. It was Eichinger Stanton, with graying sideburns and a thin face. He wore a deerstalker hat and a black coat. The great detective's face was a little pale, and his left arm was padded up near his shoulder. He was indeed fine. Klein was first delighted before he turned cautious. He still remembered how nimble-right Master Rossigo had turned into a policeman he was familiar with to trick him. With his finger on the trigger, Klein pulled the door open and took 2 steps back. Eichinger Stanton smiled and nodded at him. "Thank you for your visit this afternoon. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to continue playing hide-and-seek with that demon. You saved my life. Could it be that the correct interpretation of it's appropriate to visit Eichinger Stanton is that visiting him this afternoon can help him get out of danger? What about the next few days of suitable visits? Avoiding the scene of the murder and not being suspected?" Klein didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He did not let down his guard and moved aside. "What happened? Let's talk later." Eichinger suddenly lowered his voice and laughed. "Do you wish to discuss topics related to Beyonders in front of Stewart and the others? Is that why you mentioned Beyonders to me so naturally?" "That's right. The fact that I could last more than 10 minutes with the Devil Dog's owner is enough to prove that I'm not an ordinary person. Also, I have previously provided advice on deliberately pointing to demonized animals. Klein silently fell 2 steps behind Eichinger Stanton. Upon seeing the great detective, Kaslana, and her assistant, Lydia, immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Stewart and the other private detectives also revealed relieved expressions. "Mr. Stanton, are you all right?" they asked one after another. Eichinger moved his left arm slightly and said, "I'm a little injured, but it's not too serious." "He's hurt a little, but it's nothing serious." "All right, everyone, don't be nervous. Things will be over soon. The police are waiting for that guy in the darkness nearby. Is it because of the serial murder case? Will he harm the innocent? Will he hurt the innocent?" The private detectives scrambled to be the first to ask. Eichinger pressed his right palm down and said, "Don't be anxious. I'll tell you in detail. But before that, there are a few questions I need to ask Sherlock and Kaslana. Let's go to the activity room for a few minutes." The prestige he had accumulated over a long period of time prevented the detectives from retorting as they sat down. Although they were still worried, they no longer felt anxious or uneasy, nor did they have the problem of losing control of their emotions at any moment. After entering the activity room and closing the wooden door, Klein looked at the enclosed room and suddenly thought of something. This environment is very suitable for using items like the biological poison bottle. Ahem. Klein cleared his throat, walked to the opposite side, and opened the glass window. He still didn't let down his guard against Eichinger Stanton. He didn't even believe that Kaslana was absolutely trustworthy. Eichinger looked around and directly occupied Klein's reclining chair. Then he chuckled and said, "I'm old, but I still like to sit like this." Klein sat down on the single-seater sofa and asked again, "Mr. Stanton, what exactly happened?" Eichinger glanced at Kaslana, who was behind the coffee table. "We're all Beyonders, so I won't explain the concepts of common sense. Beyonder." Kaslana first looked at Klein, then at Eichinger. She was a little surprised, but not too surprised. "So you're also a Beyonder. Why were you stumped by a weak ghost back then? You didn't even see the problem." Maybe it's because you're not good at dealing with shadowy wraith-type creatures." Klein responded to Kaslana's gaze. Eichinger smiled. "I once went to Lemberg to study abroad for 4 years. There, I came into contact with the Beyonder world and became a believer of the god of knowledge and wisdom. After returning to Bakeland, I gradually established a good relationship with the military, the Church of the Evernight Goddess, and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. However, I still didn't dare to truly expose my identity because the mandated punishers would definitely treat me as a cultist and get rid of me. On this matter, the other official organizations wouldn't directly help me because that would be equivalent to starting a war with the Bishop of Storms. As expected of the Church of Tyrants. Tyrants? Klein asked casually. Eichinger took out his pipe, but he only sniffed at the tobacco. "That's how our church calls the Lord of Storms. All right, let me return to today's matter. The person who attacked me, the person who sent you the threatening letter, is the owner of the serial killer from before. Ha ha! You should know that the murderer is a black dog of the devil sequence, especially Sherlock. You were the first to point out that a devil might be an animal." Klein smiled. He didn't deny it, nor did he admit it. Kaslana similarly clasped her hands and didn't say a word. Eichinger immediately shook his head and laughed. "You don't have to worry. I'm not a law enforcer, and as a believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom, I can't preach in Bakeland, nor can I officially establish an organization. I can only rely on you and people like you to help me." "In other words, you can help us take the blame?" Klein teased inwardly. Seeing that they still didn't admit to it, Eichinger continued, "The owner of that devil dog is a Sequence 5 Beyonder." "That devil dog's owner is a Sequence 5 Beyonder. Well, according to what I know, Sequence 5 of the devil pathway is called Desire Apostle. They can use and control the emotions and desires of everyone, luring them into depravity. When facing a desire apostle, one mustn't have too strong of an emotional upheaval. One mustn't have too obvious desires, or else one will immediately be remotely controlled by him, either planting a seed or directly catalyzing it. This will expose many problems in a person, causing them to gradually degenerate or lose control of their emotions at critical moments, making them unable to resist. This is only a portion of the desire apostle's beyond her powers. I confirmed this during my battle with him. Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly understood one of the reasons why the other party had sent the threatening letter and acted provocatively. He wanted to infuriate him, causing his emotions to fluctuate violently, thus achieving the goal of planting a seed of depravity or catalyzing his emotions, causing them to lose control and erupt. This would make his subsequent attacks easier and more relaxed. Thankfully, I'm a beyonder who has seen and experienced many things. Back then, I was only vigilant and cautious. Stuart and the others must have experienced a rather obvious change in their emotions when they saw the threatening letter. So the desire apostle planted the seed. If I hadn't stabilized them in time, the situation would have turned chaotic from the inside out, preventing the surrounding official beyonders from reacting in time, giving the desire apostle ample opportunity. Back when I was at Eichinger Stanton's house, I felt time slow down. Was it because of the sudden increase in vigilance, tension, and wariness? Klein thought back to the past and felt a sense of relief. So that's how it is. Kaslana also seemed to understand many things. Eichinger rubbed his temples and said, I was nearly controlled by him and was injured. Later, I used a mystical item to play hide-and-seek with him in the house. It wasn't until Sherlock came to visit that the three parties entered a stalemate. Only then did I get a chance to catch my breath. My poor assistant was still looking forward to returning to Lemberg to participate in the Mass in the new year. At this point, he let out a long sigh. When the police arrived, I took the opportunity to escape and used the river to escape their pursuit. Eichinger added, then he said, Sherlock, Kaslana, how do you plan on dealing with this? Kaslana fell silent for a moment. Mr. Stanton, do you have any suggestions? Eichinger said, first, accept the official protection and prevent the desire apostle from taking action. First, accept the official protection so that the desire apostle won't dare take action, and hope that he's quickly captured or killed. If that idea doesn't come to fruition, and it's impossible for the officials to constantly send people to protect us, then we only have two choices. One is to change our and our families' identities with their help and live in a different place. However, no one can guarantee that the desire apostle won't discover us. The second is to directly join the corresponding official organization and become a peripheral member. This will also change our identity and residence, but it's safer. Join the corresponding official organization, Machinery Hive Mind, or go to places like Lemberg and Mason to join the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Then, wouldn't I become a believer of the three families? No, the three families? Klein felt an inexplicable sense of absurdity. He thoughtfully asked, Is there no other way? Is there no other way? Eichinger Stanton stroked his pipe and said, Is there no other way? At the same time, Kaslana's expression didn't change. It was unknown what she was thinking. Yes, that is, let's join forces and create an opportunity to quickly find and hold back the desire apostle. That is, let's join forces and create an opportunity to find and stall the desire apostle as soon as possible. Chapter 419. In the face of Isengard Stanton's suggestion, Klein didn't have much of a reaction. He looked at the tightly shut activity room door. And said, According to what I know, a devil can foresee danger before we take action. He can even determine the source of the danger and make an effective response. It's very difficult for us to find and hold him back. Eichinger nodded slightly. Yes, that's indeed the case, but it's not like there's no solution. What solution? Kaslana immediately asked. Eichinger smiled. I fought him head-on and witnessed his beyonder powers of foreseeing danger. Therefore, I figured out its advantages and disadvantages. It's true that a devil can sense danger ahead of time, and he can even do so a long time in advance. As long as we make a plan against him and put it into action, he will have the corresponding premonition. Of course, it has to be something that truly endangers him. No, the truth is that different types of devils have different strengths and weaknesses in this aspect. Some might only be able to sense danger 10 to 20 minutes in advance. Klein silently retorted in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. Eichinger continued, "The flaw of this kind of foresight ability is that it can only sense who and where the danger comes from. It has no way of knowing the exact details. This gives us an opportunity to take advantage of it." What opportunity? I don't think we can let a devil who can foresee danger fall into our trap, Kaslana asked in disbelief. Klein nodded in agreement. Of course. I can use the gray fog to deceive the desire apostle, preventing him from sensing the danger too far in advance. But the problem is, how can I expose the secret of the gray fog in front of others? Klein silently added. Eichinger chuckled. Normally it wouldn't work, but the beyonder world is always filled with all kinds of wonders. I'm a Sequence 7 knowledge, keeper of the reader pathway. I can also be called a detective. I'll be frank with you to show my sincerity in cooperating. In such a situation and in such an environment, I believe honesty is more important than other factors. Only a Sequence 7? A Sequence 7 can actually escape from the hands of a desire apostle? From the looks of it, Mr. Stanton has a powerful, mystical item. Klein adjusted his sitting posture in enlightenment. The knowledge keeper can restrain the demon's ability to foresee danger? Kaslana leaned forward and asked. No. Eichinger smiled and said, but I have a ring. It originates from a Sequence 6 beyonder of the reader pathway. It allows me to recognize, see, remember, and simulate all the beyonder powers I've seen. Of course, the stronger the beyonder power I face, the higher the chances of failure. Haha, there is a saying in our church, omniscience means omnipotence. Why does this sound so familiar, especially the description of that item? Klein was about to recall when he saw Eichinger Stanton take out a dazzling ring. The ring was inlaid with many fine diamonds, and they all clustered around a beautiful emerald that was as green as a human eye. Just looking at the ring made Klein feel dizzy, as if he had overused his brain. Isn't this sealed artifact 2-081? Eichinger Stanton is old Mr. Eye of Wisdom? Klein looked up in surprise at the detective sitting in the reclining chair. That ring was sealed artifact 2-081, which Eye of Wisdom had shown off to him several times at beyonder gatherings. Eye of Wisdom. This code name sounds like it's related to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Klein used his clown powers to control his expression and sized up Eichinger Stanton without batting an eyelid. Finally, he discovered that the detective's outline did match old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's, but there were many details that were very different. His ability to disguise himself is very strong. He's using the powers of 2-081. Klein made a rough judgment. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a scene. If Mr. Stanton said, "Let's cooperate against the desire apostle. The most important thing is to be honest. I've already described my sequence and mystical item. It's your turn. What should I say? Silently take out the sun brooch I bought from him? When the time comes, will he say, 'Wow, so it's you?'" As Klein's imagination ran wild, Kaslana looked at the ring Isengard Stanton displayed and asked with some envy and puzzlement. What ability do you want to simulate to fight against the desire apostle's foresight of danger? The corners of Eichinger's mouth curled up as he chuckled. A demon's ability to foresee danger. At this moment, he was like a fox with white fur. Ah, that works too. Klein didn't understand how to do it. Seeing his and Kaslana's puzzled looks, Eichinger smiled and explained, "The first step is what we're doing right now." The first step, which is what we're doing now, is to come up with a plan that can actually harm the Desire Apostle and put it into action. The second step is for the Desire Apostle to sense danger and know that the danger comes from us, from this place. The third step is for a demon to not be prepared in advance. There are some instincts that he can't change. His first reaction will definitely be to kill the danger or take revenge on us, and there will be a certain change in his body. Only then will he consider if the current situation isn't suitable for a counterattack or if he should choose to stay away. The fourth step is for me, who has simulated a demon's foresight, to sense the threat of the Desire Apostle and grasp the source of the danger, which is also his current location. This, what a godly operation! Klein was nearly alarmed. But what happens after that? The moment the Desire Apostle discovers a problem, he'll immediately escape. We won't be able to chase after him in time. He immediately had a new question. Eichinger looked at the two of them and smiled. According to my deductions, he's definitely hiding in the vicinity. No matter how much he can remotely control the emotions of others, there's still a distance limit. And just now, he led Stuart and the others to lose control of their emotions. After I escaped the pursuit, the reason why I waited until now to come over was because I was discussing a plan with the Nighthawks, Machinery Hive Mind, and the military. They each sent 2 to 3 teams to be in charge of a certain area in the surroundings. These areas have their own code names. Ha! This is something that the Desire Apostle can predict ahead of time. Even if he detects danger, he'll think that it's normal. Once I confirm his location, I'll immediately inform the official Beyonders. They will quickly seal off the corresponding area and surround him. But the problem is, how do we inform the official Beyonders? If we can't complete this in a few seconds, the Desire Apostle will escape. Of course, after the operation failed, he might have already left, Klein said in thought. If that's the case, we have no other choice. No plan is absolutely perfect. We can only wait for the activation of a certain sealed artifact. When the time comes, the Desire Apostle might have already left Bakeland, but he could return at any time, Eichinger explained. He then took out a palm-sized golden item. It looked like a miniature telegraph, but it had a loudspeaker. This is a sealed artifact. It can allow my voice to sound within a 5-kilometer radius. Eichinger introduced it with a smile. Its negative side effect is that once activated, all sounds within a 5-kilometer radius will be transmitted to the user's ears for a long time. Of course, I can simulate a Beyonder power to weaken this effect. Kaslana listened carefully and frowned slightly. Since there are official Beyonders, there doesn't seem to be a need for you to cooperate with us. Eichinger carefully and cautiously put on sealed artifact 2-081 and sincerely said, "In order to not alarm the Desire Apostle in advance, the area closest to us is empty. In order to not alarm the Desire Apostle in advance, the area closest to us is empty. If the target is really here, we'll need the 3 of us to help each other and try our best to stall him. I have no problem with that." Klein agreed after some thought. Kaslana nodded as well. "Mr. Stanton, there's actually no need for you to explain so much. We will cooperate for our own sake. Haha, an explanation is part of the plan, and reaching an agreement means that the operation is about to begin." Eichinger half closed his eyes. The emerald gem on the ring on his right hand shimmered with a dark blue light that was almost black. Suddenly, Eichinger Stanton stood up and pointed upwards with a solemn expression. "He's right here, upstairs." Klein and Kaslana stood up at the same time. One of them prepared to snap his fingers and light a match on the second floor to jump up, while the other followed Eichinger and ran towards the door. They never expected the Desire Apostle to be so bold. After the failure of the previous operation, he actually stayed nearby at 15 Minsk Street. Perhaps he's watching all of this coldly from upstairs while we're discussing the plan to deal with him. This thought suddenly popped up in Klein's mind. At that moment, he saw Kaslana's eyes suddenly turn red. She clenched her right hand into a fist and punched at Eichinger Stanton's back. This Klein's pupils constricted as he instantly understood many things. The reason why the Desire Apostle didn't escape was because he still had other arrangements. He still had the seed of depravity buried in someone's heart without catalyzing it. That person was Kaslana, one of the only 3 Beyonders here. The reason why the commotion that had been easily resolved without success was actually to lower everyone's guard. At the critical moment, Kaslana would lose control of her emotions. The Desire Apostle's biggest target was still Eichinger Stanton. How cunning! Klein snapped his fingers, but all he did was create an air bullet that shot towards Kaslana. At the same time, he shouted, "Be careful!" Eichinger was also very experienced. He didn't care about the situation and directly threw himself forward. However, Kaslana ignored the bullet and allowed it to hit her arm, allowing blood to splatter everywhere. Bang! She slammed her fist into Eichinger's back. Crack! Klein heard the sound of bones breaking, and the point of contact was the spine. P.S. I woke up in the morning to write, but just as I opened a web page to check something, the wireless network connection disappeared. Even the wireless network card in the device manager is gone, and I didn't prepare a network cable at home. I could only hastily change to my phone to write. I finally made it in time. Yes, I haven't edited it yet. Please forgive me if there are any typos. My system is Windows 10. Does anyone know how to solve it? Chapter 420. Gotcha! Klein saw that Eichinger Stanton's back had clearly caved in, and he felt a faint pain in his spine. With a plop, Eichinger, who had already fallen forward, fell to the ground, as if he had instantly lost consciousness from the pain. Kaslana, who had thrown the punch, stood in the same spot, panting with a blank look in her eyes. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat, and she didn't follow up with another attack. It was as if she had just woken up from a long nightmare caused by her emotions. All the strength in her body had completely disappeared from her previous outburst. Phew! Phew! Kaslana's body swayed, and she was about to collapse. Klein narrowed his eyes, took 2 steps forward, and rushed to Eichinger Stanton's side. He half-squatted down and tried to help him up. Eichinger, who was lying on the ground, shouted in pain, "Run! Don't worry about me." Clearly, he didn't believe that the trio, with one seriously injured and the other powerless, could hold back the Desire Apostle. Therefore, he told Klein to immediately escape and rendezvous with the official Beyonders. Otherwise, all 3 of them would die here. At the same time, Eichinger raised his right hand with great difficulty, attempting to use some Beyonder powers to let the official Beyonders in the distance notice the abnormality inside. As for the miniature telegraph with the loudspeaker, it had long flown to the wall because of Eichinger's collapse. Klein looked hesitant. Just as he was about to make a decision, he saw a sticky black liquid flow down from the ceiling, quickly condensing into a pitch-black figure. The figure seemed to be completely wrapped in a black curtain, with only a pair of cold blue eyes exposed. Upon seeing him, Klein felt as if he could see the strongest emotions and desires of a living being. Fear, anger, greed, jealousy, hunger, lust, and so on. The Desire Apostle didn't waste the situation he had painstakingly created, and he immediately entered the activity room. At this moment, among the 3 detectives, Kaslana had collapsed from her emotional outburst. Eichinger Stanton's spine had been severely injured, and he had basically lost his combat strength. Only Klein was unharmed. However, apart from the revolver and Beyonder bullets, all of his mystical items were above the gray fog, and he was facing a Sequence 5 Desire Apostle, a powerhouse who had the ability to nurture a devil dog. At this moment, the corners of Klein's mouth slightly curled up. His right hand, which he had placed on the wound on Eichinger's back, abruptly wiped it, causing the obvious depression to strangely shift to the side onto one of his ribs. The most magical Beyonder power of a magician, damage transfer. It could transfer a wound to the user's body once, reducing a serious injury to a minor one, but it could not transfer the damage to other people or objects. When Klein saw that Eichinger Stanton was injured, he had already thought of a follow-up plan. First, he would pretend that there was nothing he could do to make the Desire Apostle appear. Then he would transfer the detective's wound, leaving him with only a minor rib fracture. At this moment, Klein believed that Eichinger would deal with the Desire Apostle at the same time. This was the most instinctive struggle of humans before death. This way, even if the Desire Apostle discovered that something was amiss, it would be too late for him to break away. Once Klein completed his treatment, he could join forces with the detective and hold back the target until the official Beyonders arrived. Almost at the same time, the ring that Eichinger had pointed outwards suffused a vibrant green glow. His body was quickly enveloped by a faint glow, and his wound quickly recovered. His rib fracture was instantly healed. The great detective's pain was real, but his helplessness was fake. However, this overlapped with Klein's help. When the Desire Apostle, who was about to make a move, saw this scene, his eyes widened, and his body suddenly came to a halt. Without being entangled, he immediately turned around and ran to the window. During this process, his body rapidly collapsed, turning into a sticky black liquid. The liquid seeped into the ground, into the wall, and instantly disappeared. Klein only had time to snap his fingers with his raised right hand. The air bullet passed through the open window and shot outside, causing sparks to fly everywhere. However, the Desire Apostle had completely disappeared. He ran so fast, without any hesitation. Are you even a devil? There's going to be a lot of trouble later on. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he turned to look at Eichinger Stanton, who had flipped over and stood up. The great detective happened to be looking at him as well. You know how to treat. You know how to treat? The two of them asked the same question at the same time. After looking at each other, Eichinger shook his head and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect him to escape from the trap I set up. As he spoke, his ring emitted a faint glow, and he looked around to confirm that the Desire Apostle was far away. Eichinger then explained, I didn't have the chance to simulate a healing ability this afternoon. Later on, I thought that I could use this to set up a trap and make the Desire Apostle appear because of my serious injuries. So I deliberately bandaged my wounds in a very exaggerated manner. He pointed to the marks on his left arm near his shoulder. As expected, this came in handy, but I didn't expect you to be able to treat serious injuries. In the end, Eichinger sighed softly. In the end, both of them placed treating their injuries as their top priority. Neither of them bothered the Desire Apostle, allowing him to immediately escape once he realized that something was amiss. Be it me or Stanton, both of us have trump cards or arrangements that the Desire Apostle doesn't know about. We wanted to use this to trick him, but who knew that we would cancel each other out and let the target escape? Is this what it means to be positive and negative? Klein smiled helplessly. This is because we don't know each other well enough and our teamwork isn't tacit enough. No, it's my fault. Eichinger said sincerely, when I saw that you didn't escape or defend yourself, but instead came over to help me, I should have deduced that you weren't panicking, that you had confidence, and that you had a solution. Unfortunately, when I wore this ring, my brain was constantly in a state of overload, making it difficult for me to think too much about other matters. 2081, this sealed artifact, also has the effect of passively lowering one's intelligence. Klein smiled and said, Mr. Stanton, this isn't the time to discuss who's responsible. Mr. Stanton, this isn't the time to discuss who's responsible. The Desire Apostle has already escaped. We have to consider what to do next. As Eichinger took off the ring, he turned to the door of the activity room and said, The official Beyonders are about to arrive. I'll go outside to appease Stewart and the others before discussing a solution. Are you coming with me, or are you going to do your own things first? Official Beyonders. Previously, Mr. Stanton mentioned the Nighthawks, Machinery Hive Mind, and the military. Please don't let it be someone I know. My spiritual intuition didn't warn me, so it shouldn't be. Mr. Stanton is giving me a chance to pack up and deal with sensitive items to prevent unfriendly official Beyonders from finding trouble with me. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he asked in thought, Mr. Stanton, Where was the Desire Apostle when you grasped his location? Eichinger thought for a moment and said, In your bedroom. Your bedroom. Sit at your desk. How arrogant. Klein pointed outside the door. I'll go check there and see if there are any traces left behind. If we can grasp the Desire Apostle's true appearance, the pursuit of him will definitely be much easier. I'll have to trouble you with the rest. All right. Eichinger walked to the side and helped the weak Kaslana up. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly found it amusing. After discussing so much, making preparations and laying a trap, I still failed to hold back the Desire Apostle and ended up in this state. There are always more accidents than preparations. That's why magicians are only sequence 7. After leaving the room, Klein went straight to the second floor and walked into his bedroom. The layout inside hadn't changed at all. Even the distance between the chair and the table was the same as before, but Klein seemed to see a figure wrapped in a pitch-black liquid. He sat there, looking straight ahead, patiently and calmly waiting for an opportunity. As expected of a cold-blooded one, Klein looked at the glass of the oriel window, feeling that he might be able to divine what it reflected. The devil pathway is very good at committing crimes, so it shouldn't be that easy to leave behind clues. However, I can try going above the gray fog. Klein checked around and began to burn some of the mysticism notes he had casually written. Not long after he was done, he saw a few strangers go up to the second floor. The leader was a man with a rigid face, but he had a head of messy, unruly, and stubborn brown hair. He was holding an ancient silver mirror with strange patterns in his hand. There were black gems on both sides of the mirror as eyes. Hello, Mr. Moriarty. I'm a Cancer Bernard of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Can I inspect this place? Klein nodded. No problem. He then said politely, Do you need me to stay by your side and answer some questions? All right, sorry to trouble you. Mr. Stanton has mentioned your situation, a Cancer said with a smile. There were a few members behind him, and they all had different attitudes towards Klein. Some ignored him, some were curious, and some were hostile. My situation? How did Mr. Stanton introduce me, and what sort of story did he tell? Klein's thoughts raced as he followed a Cancer into the bedroom again. The other official Beyonders formed groups of 2 and were in charge of different areas on the second floor. This is where the Desire Apostle sat. A Cancer pointed at the chair in front of the desk. He had obviously already asked Eichinger Stanton. Yes, Klein answered frankly. A Cancer didn't say anything else. He picked up the silver mirror and stroked its surface 3 times with his right hand. After a slight pause, he said in a deep voice, Honorable Rhodes, my question is, what did the devil who was sitting here look like? The surrounding lights suddenly turned dark, as if they had been dyed with the mist after the rain. A strange aqueous glow flashed on the surface of the silver mirror, forming a scene. A person covered in sticky black goo was sitting on a chair, his back facing the window and his face facing the bed. Right on the heels of that, the scene changed. The mirror in the corner of the room vaguely reflected the side profile of the black figure, a side profile that was also covered in pitch black. However, one could vaguely make out some outlines. The Desire Apostle had high cheekbones and a pair of cold blue eyes. Chapter 421. Glancing at the scene that appeared in the silver mirror, Klein immediately revealed a thoughtful expression. This mirror is very powerful, and it even has its own name. It seems to be a living sealed artifact. This kind of thing might not be too harmful, but the difficulty of sealing it is very high. Unless it's a special situation, it's rarely used. This machinery hive mind member named a Cancer Bernard seems to have a high status. He should be a deacon. And he himself isn't simple. The limit of divination is about the result that the silver mirror just showed. Even if I go above the gray fog, I won't get any better results. I can't be sure what the Desire Apostle looks like. I don't know how many people in Bakeland meet the requirements of high cheekbones and blue eyes. As Klein's thoughts ran wild, the scene that appeared in the silver mirror quickly faded. Following that, blood-red words were outlined on the mirror's surface. According to the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you lie or can't answer, you will accept the mission I assign or be punished. Klein pricked up his eyebrows when he saw this. Is this truth or dare? Interesting. The words that seemed to be dripping with blood slowly changed into new letters and a new sentence. Red Light's real name? Red Light? One of the leaders of the Pure Light Brotherhood? One of the 7 rays of light high up in the spirit world? Klein thought about it seriously and realized that he didn't know how to answer. He only knew of Yellow Light Venethin. A Cancer's throat moved, and sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. After a brief silence, he said in a deep voice, Nanides! Nanides! Error. The blood-red words on the mirror changed again. Is this a mission or a punishment? There was an obvious struggle on a Cancer's face, and he finally exhaled. Punishment. Just as he finished speaking, a bolt of silver lightning appeared out of thin air and struck his head. A Cancer's hair stood on end as his body fell to the ground with a thud. Some black smoke followed. However, the mirror didn't fall to the ground with him. Instead, it floated up and landed on the table. After 2 seconds, a Cancer stood up shakily from his chair and sat there, panting as he trembled. Klein looked at all of this speechlessly and didn't know how to react for a long time. A Cancer, who had recovered a little, looked at him and forced a smile. You should have heard of what sealed artifacts are. You should also know that they have certain negative effects. Yes. Klein looked at a Cancer's erect hair and suddenly understood why his previous hairstyle was so fluffy, messy, and stubborn. Klein couldn't help but say, Actually, you can ask it yourself. There's no need to do it in front of me. Phew, the requirement of this mirror is that there must be someone watching. A Cancer was still trembling. It really has spirituality. Klein took 2 steps forward and came to the side of the table. He sized up the silver mirror curiously and discovered that apart from the strange patterns and the 2 eye-like attire, there was nothing special about the living sealed artifact. A Cancer turned to him and chuckled with a trembling voice. You can also ask questions. We don't mind. No, that's not what I'm thinking. Klein would never play truth or dare with someone like Pen Spirit and Disc Spirit. As he spoke, he tried to touch the edge of the silver mirror. It's ice-cold metallic. Just as this thought surfaced in Klein's mind, he saw the ancient silver mirror tremble slightly. White words quickly appeared on it. Your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, is at your service. Ah, Klein was confused. Then he silently moved away from the desk. What's going on? This mirror was just coldly playing truth or dare with me. How did it become like this in the blink of an eye? Klein was amused and puzzled. He quickly made a guess based on the information he had. The silver mirror knows the true name of Red Light, and it seems to have something to do with the spirit world. And the mysterious space above the gray fog seems to have something to do with the spirit world. At the very least, when I summon myself, I can see a place suspected to be the spirit world when I pass through the door. This mirror named a Rhodes sensed the aura of the gray fog? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein saw a Cancer recover, stand up again, and hold the ancient silver mirror. The other 2 team members in the room had also ended their aimless search by pretending not to see anything. After a round of inspection, Klein bade farewell to a Cancer and the others and found Eichinger Stanton, who had returned to the activity room. What do we do next? He asked directly. Eichinger replied with a solemn expression. Let Stewart and their families move in together first. Let Stewart and their families move in together first. This will make it easier to protect them, but this is only a short-term solution. You, Kaslana, and I will carry out our normal activities and receive secret protection. We hope to find the Desire Apostle as soon as possible. You're a believer of the god of steam and machinery, right? Yes, Klein answered as he drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. At the same time, he lamented, For the next period of time, I only dare to enter the world above the gray fog in the bathroom in Empress Borough, in the luxurious villa of Earl Hall's family. Audrey looked at the elegantly designed wall clock on the wall, held back her nervousness and excitement, and slowly sat in front of the dressing table. She was about to go to her psychology teacher, Escalante's house, and take the crucial step of becoming an official member of psychological alchemy. And before that, she had to calculate the time to pray to Mr. Fool and ask him to provide help. I should be able to see an angel this time, right? Audrey thought with anticipation. She calmed down for a few seconds, clasped her hands together, placed them in front of her mouth and nose, and softly chanted the Fool's honorific name. 15 Minsk Street. Klein was standing in the living room, looking at the scene that had finally calmed down, and sighed. To him, the Desire Apostle only brought about danger, but to Stuart and company, there was a change in their lives. I hope it can be resolved as soon as possible. With so many Beyonders and sealed artifacts, there has to be something that can restrain the devil pathway. Amidst his thoughts, Klein suddenly heard a series of illusory pleas. It should be Miss Justice. He looked around, prepared, and walked to the bathroom as if nothing had happened. When he locked the bathroom door, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. My life has changed a little too. Before the threat of the Desire Apostle was resolved, he who was secretly protected by the machinery hive mind could only try his best to avoid going above the gray fog. During Tarot next week, he had to streamline the process and content, but no matter how much he compressed it, it would still take more than 10 minutes. Yes, constipation is a very normal thing. Who said that Beyonders can't be constipated? Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered the world above the gray fog. Following that, Audrey held a simple ritual according to her previous teachings and entered an artificial, sleepwalking state. And when Klein saw her blurry figure appear in the Crimson Star, he followed the prescribed procedure. First, he used his spirit body to envelop the Dark Emperor card. Then he picked up the paper figurine that had been cut with improved craftsmanship and shook it out. As expected, the paper figurine gathered the power above the gray fog and transformed into a gigantic angel with 12 pairs of pitch-black wings. When Audrey saw the sacred and dignified angel descend in front of her, wrapping itself in layers of wings, she was speechless for a long time. This is an angel, Mr. Fool's angel. Furthermore, it's an archangel with 12 pairs of wings. This is exactly the same as the description in the mythological books. This is also our Tarot's angel. Audrey watched the angel's figure quickly fade away and suddenly felt that it was abnormally cordial. She thanked Mr. Fool in joy, excitement, and piously. Then she called for the maids and instructed them to make preparations to head out. Klein returned to the living room with a smile. He looked at the bullet hole in the wall and fell into deep thought. Should I hang a cheap oil painting to cover it up, or should I repair it and paint it? Hillston Borough, 7th Avenue, Escalante's home. Audrey left the maids and bodyguards in the living room while she followed her master into the activity room with her golden retriever, Susie. There were 2 other people waiting in the activity room. One was Hilbert Alucard, a psychologist whom Lady Norma had introduced to Audrey, and the other was Stephen Hamplister, the convener of the previous psychology seminar. At that moment, although it was already time for dinner, there was only an ordinary candle lit in the room. The candle was placed in the middle of the coffee table, gently swaying the dim yellow flame, dispelling the darkness in the activity room. After greeting each other, Hilbert, who had brown skin and some southern continent blood, glanced at Susie, but didn't say a word. Audrey smiled apologetically. With her around, I feel more secure. Susie also looked at Hilbert with innocent eyes. I can understand this mentality. Please have a seat. Hilbert smiled and sat on the sofa on the other side of the coffee table. Hamplister and Escalante also found their seats and sat down. After Audrey sat down, Hilbert picked up the candle wick and made the light brighter. Through the candlelight, he looked at Audrey. Now, answer me honestly. Do you really want to join psychological alchemy? His eyes seemed to be dyed with a hint of gold under the candlelight. Deep in his pupils, there was another eye, a vertical eye. Audrey suddenly fell into a daze before she snapped out of it and nodded slightly. Yes. Hilbert asked again, "Will you deliberately harm psychological alchemy?" His tone was strangely enticing, as though as long as the person being asked gave an affirmative answer, he would unknowingly agree with it and follow it from the bottom of his heart. "No," Audrey answered very rationally. After a few questions, Hilbert, Escalante, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The former smiled and asked, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Audrey hesitated for a moment and showed her honesty. "I once bought the spectator formula at a Beyonder gathering. I am already a spectator." Chapter 422. Erudite. This sequence's name sounds a little powerful. The Reader Pathways Sequence 7 is called Knowledge Keeper or Detective. It's a job that focuses on grasping knowledge and reasoning abilities. At most, it comes with decent combat and the ability to use machinery, so it's not considered powerful. But at Sequence 6, there seems to be a qualitative change, especially in the field of Beyonder combat. From the looks of it, every Beyonder pathway below High Sequence Beyonder has such a node, but it's not fixed at a certain sequence. For example, the Seer pathway is Sequence 7 Magicians. Klein drank a mouthful of hot coffee and didn't probe into the secrets of other sequences. He smiled and said, "Mr. Stanton, you seem very relaxed. You're not nervous or worried at all." Eichinger didn't answer directly. He put down his knife and fork and took out his pipe. "You don't mind, right?" "Actually, I do mind, but the pollution and fog in Bakeland are already so serious. A few more puffs of second-hand smoke won't make it worse." Klein shook his head and smiled. "Does this help you think?" "To be more precise, it's a habit. I'm used to doing this every day after breakfast." Eichinger fixed his pipe and took a deep puff. As he exhaled the smoke, he sighed. "Fear, nervousness, and worry can't help us face threats. In that case, why can't we relax a little? The brain will be more active because of this. My assistant was too easily worried, which resulted in this fatal disaster." Sigh. Eichinger glanced at Kaslana and continued, "Besides, our opponent is a desire apostle. Furthermore, our opponent is a desire apostle. Emotions that are too strong must be forbidden." Having said that, he chuckled. "Most importantly, it's not like we don't have any other way to lock onto the desire apostle." "What way?" Kaslana put down the last piece of bacon and asked seriously. Eichinger took a puff from his pipe and laughed self-deprecatingly. "When discussing such topics, I still prefer an easy chair. Apart from having a premonition for danger, devils aren't good at divination or foresight. Therefore, if the desire apostle wants to find out who his main targets for revenge are, he'll definitely take the initiative to investigate the situation and gather information. Otherwise, how would he know that a group of private detectives have made outstanding contributions to the serial murders? How would he be able to accurately lock onto you and me? In this process, he'll definitely interact with many people. Even if he disguises himself, he'll still leave some traces. Combined with the blurry images provided by the machinery hive mind, he'll be able to form clues. Similarly, if he wants to attack me, he has to figure out where I live, what my daily routine is, and if there are any powerful official Beyonders protecting me. This requires a long period of observation and investigation. Similarly, he has to interact with other people and fix locations. Ha! Once there's interaction, there will be clues. One of my favorite saying is, "Those who leave will leaves." Then he said, Then I like. Only like, one like. Aaron, to say, and I. Last time he was still in Tingen. Kaslana, whose cheeks were slightly drooping, sighed. As expected of a great detective, I didn't think of these things. Your observation and thinking skills are admirable. Eichinger smiled in response. Everyone has their own area of expertise. In terms of pure combat, I will be defeated by you over and over again. Sherlock should have thought of what I just said. He also has outstanding observation and reasoning skills. He is an excellent detective. Actually, when you spoke so confidently just now, I felt a little ashamed for some reason. Klein squeezed out a smile. No, you're a real detective, and I'm still far from that. You really are a humble young man. Eichinger sighed. He smiled and said, That's right. Next, we will start from these aspects. You will need to use your own resources and information channels. Apart from the tarot, a third of my resources and channels in Bakeland come from you. Klein forced a smile and replied, All right. Apart from the Beyonder gathering at Eye of Wisdom, the only ones he could find were Marek and Miss Sharon, the vampire Emlyn White, and Father Yutravsky. With the machinery hive mind secretly protecting me, Miss Sharon and Marek have to be eliminated. I can meet that vampire Emlyn. He's now considered half a believer of Earth Mother and is under the protection of Bishop Yutravsky. He won't be targeted by the official Beyonders. Klein instantly thought of a direction. Kaslana fell silent for a few seconds. No problem. Klein smeared the remaining cream on the last bit of toast and chewed it unhurriedly before asking, Mr. Stanton, you previously mentioned the activation of a certain sealed artifact. Can it help us deal with the Desire Apostle? Yes, the Devil Dog was found and surrounded last time. It played a crucial role, Eichinger replied frankly. Its code name is 1 to 42. 1 to 42? Yes. It played a crucial role when the Devil Dog was found and surrounded, Eichinger replied frankly. Its code name is 1 to 42. 1 to 42. A Grade 1 sealed artifact is highly dangerous and has limited uses. Even the Diocese of Bakeland can only preserve 1 or 2 of them. The corresponding description flashed through Klein's mind as he asked with interest, What kind of item is it? What abilities and negative effects does it have? What abilities and negative effects does it have? Eichinger smiled. This is a secret of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, so I'm not sure. I only know that it wasn't originally in Bakeland. It was sent here urgently because of the serial murders. It said that it's a silver full-body armor stained with dark red blood. It once caused the destruction of a small city, and more than 100,000 people died because of it. Cursed armor. Klein returned with a question by naming it. Eichinger exhaled a mouthful of smoke and shook his head solemnly. Perhaps it's not a curse. Some people call it crazy armor, bloodthirsty armor. Our church has once guessed that the blood stained its surface might have come from a deity from an even more ancient era. When it was first discovered, there was nothing unusual about it. It was just treated as a simple antique, sold and collected. However, as time passed, those who came into contact with it died one after another. Their deaths were extremely horrifying, and they were almost dismembered. After that, with it as the center, death spread outwards. There was no longer a need to come into contact with it, and a small city was destroyed because of it. This happened at the beginning of the 5th epoch. The Nighthawks are in charge of the aftermath. As expected of a Beyonder from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, he knows enough history and Beyonder matters. Klein praised silently. Kaslana, on the other hand, asked worriedly, Will it put us in danger? The Church of the Evernight Goddess has definitely found the correct sealing method, but for us, it's best not to come into contact with them if possible, Eichinger said, half consoling and half reminding. After breakfast, Klein and he entered the living room where the battle had taken place, while Kaslana went to the bathroom first. Looking at her back, Klein said thoughtfully, That's right. She seems to be a Beyonder of the Arbiter pathway. Your observation skills are indeed outstanding. Eichinger sat in a reclining chair. As Klein walked to the sofa, he muttered in puzzlement, This pathway is strictly controlled by the royal family, the military, and the ancient nobles. Formulas and ingredients rarely appear in the outside world. Does Kaslana have such a background? Eichinger smiled. Obviously. But at this stage, She hasn't taken the initiative to mention the corresponding matter. This means that there's indeed a reason why it's inconvenient for her to speak of it. With a smile in his eyes, he looked at Klein, as though saying, "Aren't you the same?" Klein laughed dryly and sat down. After a while, Kaslana came to the living room and continued discussing the Desire Apostle with Klein and Eichinger. As she spoke, her expression suddenly turned gloomy, and she sighed. "This is the most dangerous matter I've ever been involved in. I don't know if I'll survive in the end. If I'm killed by the Desire Apostle, I hope that my tombstone will have this sentence: 'She had a great mother.'" Kaslana's voice gradually softened, and there was a hint of gentleness in her hard and unapproachable demeanor. Eichinger nodded in agreement. "She's also the most dangerous enemy I've ever faced." He then smiled. "If I die because of this, and you're still alive, are you willing to help me send my relics to Lemberg, to the Holy Temple of Knowledge?" "Don't raise flags like crazy." Klein's mouth was half open, unsure of how to stop the two detectives in front of him. "No problem, but I hope that this day will never come." He tried his best to resolve the situation. Isengard glanced at him and asked curiously, "What's that?" "Sherlock, what about you? If you're killed by the Desire Apostle, what wish do you want others to help you fulfill?" "Resurrect me." Klein sighed and said, "I wish to be buried in a nice cemetery." "I hope to be buried in a beautiful cemetery. It's best if the body is whole and sprinkled with holy water and fresh flowers." The core meaning of his words was, "No cremation." The three of them fell silent for a moment until the doorbell jingled outside. The person who came was the deacon of the machinery hive mind named Cancer Bernard, his hair stubbornly squeezed out of the brim of his hat, giving him an indescribably messy look with his deep and masculine features. This time, he didn't take the strange silver mirror named a Rhodes. It was unknown where he had stuffed it. "If there's a chance, I wouldn't mind using that magic mirror to see how my loyal and humble servant will react." Klein thought. A Cancer didn't enter the door. He stood there, looked at the trio of detectives, and said in a low but rapid voice, "Mr. Chapter 423, West End, 6 Edward Street." A Cancer Bernard pressed down on his black top hat, pointed to the door of the house behind the fountain, and said to Klein, Eichinger, and Kaslana, "We've reverse investigated all the channels through which the information were leaked. Combining the profile of the person's face and the help of the magic mirror, we've preliminarily locked onto a suspect. When you mentioned the magic mirror, you obviously paused for a moment. I don't know what price you have to pay to get the answer you want." Klein sensed the problem in a Cancer's tone and inexplicably sympathized with him. "The owner of this house?" Kaslana asked with almost certainty. Isengard Stanton looked around and said, as though he was in thought, "You chose to contact us directly because you found another piece of evidence?" "Yes, the portrait of the owner of this house can prove some things." "Huh, he never takes pictures." A Cancer replied frankly, "In addition, the surrounding residents have seen a big black dog nearby many times. This can basically prove that the target is the Desire Apostle." At this point, Eichinger suddenly laughed. "Sorry, we were too impatient, so you didn't even have a chance to introduce the suspect." As a Cancer walked around the fountain and walked to the front door of the house, he quickly said, "That's right. The owner of this house is called Patrick Jason, a major shareholder of a small bank. According to his neighbors, he is a cheerful, passionate, and optimistic middle-aged man. He has never married, but I think he has a few mistresses, several of them. In his social class, the number of servants he hired was seriously insufficient. Every time he held a dinner party or ball, he would have to hire a batch of temporary attendants from the Metropolitan Family Servant Assistance Association. His explanation for this was that he had problems sleeping, and too many servants would destroy the peace he needed. I can see that he has many secrets to hide, so he doesn't dare to hire too many servants." Eichinger said, half jokingly. Klein, who hadn't hired a single servant, said guiltily, "Maybe it's just that his finances aren't as good as everyone thinks." "Yes, This is a factor that cannot be ruled out. Eichinger walked up the stairs and came to the front door. Akanser glanced at Klein and said in enlightenment, "That's right. You don't hire servants and only get the landlord's maid to do temporary cleaning twice a week. Just to hide the secret that you're a beyonder? Among all my secrets, this is the smallest one." Klein deliberately smiled bitterly. "Yes." As he spoke, Akanser reached out and pushed open the main door. An indescribable stench wafted out from inside. The smell of decay. Eichinger instantly made a judgment. Akanser called over a machinery hive mind team member. "Carlson, what did you find?" The beyonder named Carlson wore a pair of thick glasses and wore a complicated expression. "We found a lot of bodies here. In the cement basement, in the thick walls, in the garden where the weeds are growing, there are corpses hidden one after another. The earliest can be traced back to more than 10 years ago, and the latest are the servants who were still alive a few days ago. Some of them only have white bones left, and some have only rotted a little. Deacon, this place is like a human slaughterhouse." As he spoke, members of the machinery hive mind and carefully selected police officers carried out one corpse after another. Some of the corpses were completely dismembered, with tongues, fingers, stomachs, and eyes scattered all over the place. Some were just a pile of bones. Looks like a lot of missing person cases in Bakeland will be solved because of this. Eichinger pinched his nose and sighed. Klein saw an intestine that was almost dragged to the ground. He exhaled and turned around to examine the situation in the house. Machinery, hive mind member Carlson muttered a few more words. "Jason pays his servants very high salaries and gives them a lot of leave. The servants of the surrounding residents are very envious. Jason's chef even promised his child that he would come home once this week and bring him to the circus to watch a performance. What a devil!" Kaslana was slightly moved. After looking around, Klein restrained his emotions and solemnly asked, "Why are the furnishings of the house so simple? As a banker, even if the bank he owns isn't big, Jason should have expensive porcelain, outstanding oil paintings, extravagant wall clocks, and various items made of fine silk. Why can't I see any of these at the scene? Well, the wood used in his furniture is still very good." Carlson glanced at Deacon Akanser, and after receiving a nod of agreement, he said, "It's obvious that Jason planned for a long time for this revenge. He sold the valuable but inconspicuous items in the room one after another, and even agreed to the Varvat Bank's acquisition of his own property. After killing the servants, he sped up the speed at which he extracted the cash and sold the oil paintings and other items. He seemed to know that he would definitely be found, so he didn't take any chances. Before the operation, all he had left here was the house, furniture, and an identity. A large amount of cash, precious metals, and jewelry had been moved to who knows where. After hearing Carlson's description, a few adjectives suddenly appeared in Klein's mind. Calm, rational, crazy. A true devil, Eichinger evaluated and immediately deduced. His mind is very clear and he does things calmly, but he also has a strong tendency towards madness and a spirit of adventure. This matches the characteristics of his previous 2 operations. So, we have to be wary of his adventures. Klein keenly grasped the key point in Detective Stanton's words. Yes, Eichinger nodded solemnly. Following that, the detectives searched the house and found a lot of evidence that could prove that there was something wrong with Patrick Jason. They also saw the portrait hanging in the activity room. It was a middle-aged man with high cheekbones, blue eyes, ordinary facial features, and neatly combed hair. There was nothing special about him. At that moment, Akanser came in and said to Klein and the others, "We found some items in a secret room." And confirmed that Patrick Jason had tried to summon a more powerful demon, but for some reason he did not succeed. Those items also confirmed his identity. He is a member of the Beria demon family. His real name should be Jason Beria. The Beria family? Klein nodded, unsurprised. In the ancient fourth epoch, the human forces that worshipped the demons formed a loose alliance called the Blood Sanctify sect. This organization is very divided internally. The three great demon families, Noise, Androlade, and Beria, stand together. Their ancestors once received gifts from the abyss. They worship an evil god called the Dark Side of the Universe. He's the ruler of the abyss, a terminator who will definitely erode and corrupt the entire world of reality and the vast universe. Eichinger introduced the Wild Beyonders to Klein and Kaslana. A Cancer shook his head and added, if a severely divided organization doesn't eventually split up, integration and unification is inevitable. All kinds of situations and rumors show that since at least 1,000 years ago, the Beria and Androlade families have been gradually weakening. In recent decades, they have even become the vassals of the Noise family. Yes, the Beria family symbol is the combination of a pentagram and a goat's horn. No matter what, Belial was still an extremely ancient family with a deep foundation. It was no wonder that Jason could groom a devil dog. Sigh, this was one of the reasons. The other reason was that he opened a bank, even if it wasn't big. In the second epoch, the ancient god corresponding to the dark side of the universe was Devil, Lord Farbody. Was there any connection between the two? Klein sighed and felt curious. After repeated searches, the three detectives and the Machinery Hive Mind members could only confirm that Patrick Jason was the Desire Apostle, but they were unable to find his current location. Klein used the excuse of asking for help and took a handkerchief that Jason had used in the demon summoning ritual. He planned on doing a divination above the gray fog when he had the chance. Jason had dealt with the things he often came into contact with. Not long after, a Cancer found them and said with a solemn expression, "The Nighthawks are coming with that sealed artifact. Let's leave first." "Okay," Eichinger and Kaslana answered at the same time. As for Klein, he had already raised both hands and feet in approval in his heart. After leaving Jason's villa that occupied a large area, Klein looked back as his expression gradually turned solemn. Puzzled, he asked, "I don't think there's a problem." "What problem?" Kaslana hurriedly asked. Klein deliberated and said, "By selling the bank, the property, and many valuable items ahead of time, it means that Jason was already prepared to abandon his current identity and life. If it's purely to avenge the devil dog, the motive wouldn't be enough to support such actions. Maybe he had a very deep relationship with the devil hound? Sherlock, you probably don't think so, but I've really seen people who treat their pets as family," Kaslana said disapprovingly. Eichinger said solemnly, "No, Sherlock is right." "Kaslana, do you know what the ancient name of Sequence 8 of the Devil Pathway is?" Kaslana revealed a thoughtful expression. She seemed to have heard of it before, but she couldn't recall it immediately. At this moment, Klein helped her answer in a deep voice. Cold-blooded. Cold-blooded. Kaslana ruminated over the name and immediately understood why the two detectives, Moriarty and Stanton, had said that. Seeing her reaction, Klein pointed in another direction and said, "Let's split up. We'll start from our own channels." After receiving confirmation from Eichinger and Kaslana, he left in a hurry, but he wasn't in a hurry to go south of the bridge to find Emlyn White. He wanted to go to the Chissack police station first and retrieve the £50 bail.